Beautiful conditions here for cricket. Day 2 at the Basin Reserve, the spiritual home of cricket in New Zealand, and boy, are they going to have to lean on a history that goes all the way back to 1930 if they're going to get themselves out of an almighty hole. It was 6.5 hours of highlights yesterday, 15 wickets, one of the most memorable Test centuries you will ever hear on TalkSport 2 and via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel from that man again, Harry Brook, and Brydon Cast at the end of the day, reminding us what a little gem England have unearthed. Let's get reactions straight away, though. It's Brydon Cast who has been speaking shortly before the first ball. He caught up with TalkSport's Scott Taylor.
Brydon, well bowled yesterday, 15 wickets to fall in a day. What was it like being part of a Test match that's moved on so quickly?
Yeah, massively fast moving day, and we found ourselves in a very good position at the end of yesterday. I think it just shows that on that wicket, there was enough movement there throughout the day and carry and bounce through the seamers, so it makes that knock that Harry Brook played, very impressive and extremely valuable to the team.
Just talk to us about the conditions. You mentioned it there. What was it like for you on that wicket bowling?
Look, I think there was a little bit more seam movement compared to last week, but again, I think the biggest thing so far in these last 2 games is the carry and bounce that has been on offer to both teams, and it keeps me really interested in the game, and it feels like my best ball, can threaten the opposition.
Are you pleased with how you sort of bounced back from bowling Kane, only for it to be a new ball, then come back and actually get him second time round? How were you feeling with that?
Yeah, of course. Look, I mean, I was proper fuming, when that got called a no ball, but Stokesy came over to me and spoke to me, and he said, let's just come back and get him again, and luckily my rewards paid off towards the end of the day there.
And is there any more we can say about Harry Brook that we haven't already said? He made batting look so easy there on a tough wicket.
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, I'm close with Harry on and off the field, and I see the way that he trains and the hard work that he puts.
30 seconds.
And how calm and influential he is to this team. So very proud for him, and another great contribution for England. Just
finally on yourself, how are you feeling with back-to-back Test match? This is part of the fun of playing Test cricket, isn't it? Backing it up.
Yeah, of course. Good. My body feels good. Once you're out there and
no, Matt Henry. 5 seconds.
You don't even think about those things. So yeah, I'm feeling good, and hopefully can put in another good performance over the next few days.
Steve Harmison alongside me here in the commentary box. Neil Manthorpe about to come in. The players making their way onto the field. Brydon Cast speaking after another terrific display. Looking ahead though to day 2 here, Harmy, I find it very, very difficult to conjure up a world where New Zealand managed to battle their way back into this game. I know this game makes fools of us. You only have to go back to the Wellington Test of 2023 for that. Admittedly, I've been made a fool of plenty of times since, but they just do not seem to have the batting in the top order, let alone the middle to the lower end. They're coming up against an in-form attack that enjoys bowling in these conditions. There's seam, there's carry, there's movement. Give me a counter. Give me a counter. How do New Zealand get back into this game, and will they?
Good morning, good evening to everybody back home listening. How do they get back in? Well, Tom Blundell's under a huge amount of pressure for his career. That's one up. One player, it's Glenn Phillips, the counter punch. The only person that's bad with any results on this pitch so far is Harry Brook, and he's gone down the ultra aggressive road, and that is the way Glenn Phillips plays. And apart from that, I'm running out of more options. It is a different game to what we was a couple of years ago. There is a different bowling attack, and I think other than Kane Williamson, it's a different batting unit as well when it comes to confidence. Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you very much indeed, Harmy. Gus Atkinson running away from us for the first ball of the morning, and forward comes Tom Blundell, pushing it defensively up towards mid-off. Well, I mean, it's quite simple, Harmy, isn't it? They need to get to within 100. If they get to within 60 or 70, and England come out, all guns blazing, get bowled out for 200, and New Zealand chase 275 in the 4th innings.
Yeah, it's easy as that. Easy as that.
3 slips a gully and a leg slip. Here is Gus Atkinson once again, very wide at the off stump and left alone by Blundell. It is one of the great moments on a beautiful day of Test cricket when the Barmy Army sing Jerusalem, accompanied by trumpeter Simon Finch. It's terrific atmosphere. I have to say that it is appreciated all around the world by the home supporters. And they do seem to be in particularly fine voice this morning. Maybe it's just our effects microphone. Here's Atkinson again, bowls Blundell, taken on the pad outside the line of off stump. The arm goes up from Atkinson, but it's not accompanied by a verbal appeal. Absolutely glorious. Bit cold yesterday. The southerly wind
Freezing yesterday.
whipping up from the Antarctic. But
Here it's coming back tomorrow as well.
that's right. Yeah, today is our day of respite and relief, and it is glorious. Fabulous. Here is Atkinson once again running away from us. Short steps into stride now. Bowls. Blundell again plays defensively, pushing them to mid-on. And there's no run. Bryden Cast doing the fielding. Who's going to bowl the second over of the morning?
Well, for me, you go with your best two bowlers that's performing at the time, and I think I'd be amazed if Cast doesn't come out and bowl straight away from the Adelaide Road end. He hit a great length yesterday, good aggression. I mean, he made Kane look like human yesterday. I mean, he really did. He troubled one of New Zealand's best ever batters.
Atkinson in again down the leg side, helped on its way by Blundell. It will be cut off in the deep by Shoaib Bashir, and they go through for a couple. You reckon that Shoaib Bashir is not going to bowl? I think Ben Stokes is going to bowl him on principle.
Possibly
Three or four overs?
3 or 4 overs at numbers 9, 10, 11. But no, I just don't see. We were out there this morning, Manners, and we had a look at the surface. It's dry. I mean, the footmarks, they're really, really dry. It's little indentations from where the seamers have been pitching it on a good length. But I don't see this game going long enough for it to spin big like for Bashir.
Punched off the back foot now by Tom Blundell. Nicely fielded at cover. Very nicely fielded at cover by Zach Crawley. Diving away to his right. It is dry actually, and it's changed colour as well. It was lush green at the start of the Test match, but the southerly wind yesterday and the sunshine has dried it out, and it's becoming more straw coloured now. But it does wear well, the Basin Reserve pitch. I mean, very few marks, footmarks, very little damage. I mean, certainly there's not enough footmarks for spinners to think that they'll be able to work with that. I think it'll turn off the straight, actually.
Yeah, I think it'll turn off the pitch, but I don't think it's going to be turning off the pitch until end of day 3 into day 4. And, the way this game's going in fast forward, I'm not sure we're going to be here in day 4, or for a large proportion of it anyway.
3 slips a gully and a leg slip for Bryden Cast as well, and he bowls to night watchman Will O'Rourke. He did his job yesterday. Did a good job. Survived 17 balls. Hasn't got off the mark yet, but that wasn't his job to get off the mark yesterday, and his job will be very much the same this morning as it was yesterday evening. Just hang around, be a nuisance, make it difficult, make the England bowlers work. As Daryl Mitchell said when he made his 84 on what turned out to be the last day of the Christchurch Test, he said, it's a 3-match series. The more overs that England bowlers get in their legs, the more New Zealand may benefit. Casts in again, bowls to O'Rourke, leaves well outside the off stump, back of a length.
Yeah, when a night watchman is in it overnight, it is. I mean, it does get annoying after a while if he hangs around for just that little bit longer, 3, 4, 5 overs, and then you're looking at your opening bowlers. You've turned to your best bowler, best 2 bowlers. They're halfway through a spell when the night watchman's still there. It is frustrating. So England will want to get rid of O'Rourke, be a bit more aggressive towards him.
Here's Cast once again, bowls, beats O'Rourke outside the off stump. Yorker length delivery just wide of the off stump, and he prodded at it, didn't move his feet. So Root, Brook, Duckett at first, second and third slips. Stokes at the narrower of the 2 gullies. Jacob Bethell the squarer of the 2 gullies. Chris Woakes at mid-off, Shoaib Bashir at mid-on, and Zach Crawley under the helmet at short leg.
I also think from a tail-ender's point of view, the longer you're there, the more you've got to open up to try and to try and score and annoy England even more, which is to try and get runs on the board.
Here's Carse once again, thundering in, straight approach, chest on, and forward comes O'Rourke. Bit of bat and pad involved there, hence some noise from the slip cordon. Doesn't amount to a genuine appeal. 88 for 5, New Zealand. Interesting couple of test matches taking place in Adelaide and Gqeberha, otherwise known as, or formerly known as, Port Elizabeth. Sri Lanka fighting back strongly against South Africa, trailing by 120 overnight. They're 240 for 3, so 7 wickets in hand, and Australia seem to have the upper hand at the moment in the day-night test in Adelaide. O'Rourke leaves again outside the off stump and is taken behind by Ollie Pope. This one certainly the most one-sided of the 3 test matches taking place around the world. It's been a great year for test cricket.
I don't know, that Australia one, Mitchell Stark with that pink ball, wow. I mean, he's bowling the rockets he was bowling at tail enders yesterday. I mean, he hit Ashwin on the foot, I think. I don't think Ashwin came out to field. He hit Ashwin on the foot. I mean, he had it on a piece of string, and boy, it was hooping miles. It was great to watch.
It was compelling, wasn't it? Here's Carse again, bowls to O'Rourke, back and across, leaping up in defence. Bashir fields at mid-on, and the over comes to an end from Bryden Carse. Continues to impress, does Bryden Carse, with his all-round athleticism. It's a sellout crowd. I think you know that by now. I've told you that the first 3 days were sold out sometime before the test match began, and day 4 is only got 1,000 or so tickets out of the 8,500 available. I'm not sure that people will be getting full value in terms of the number of hours of cricket if and when we get to day 4, but New Zealand will fight. That is absolutely guaranteed. They will fight to take this test match as deep as possible, as Atkinson is in again, and outside the off stump, Blundell punches it towards cover, fielded by Crawley. No run.
You could start from Atkinson. You're right, I think it has been a good year for test match cricket. John Norman just told me that Ashwin came out and bowled the last over last night. He'd been off the field a hell of a lot. He got an impact injury, so I mean they're the perfect ones for bowlers. You can go off, have your feet up as long as you want. You come back on and bowl. That's nearly as good as Shoaib Bashir's deal. I mean, fantastic if you can get away with one of them.
Here's Atkinson once again up to the crease now, passed on by Rod Tucker outside the off stump. Blundell leaves once more, and there's no run. Ben Stokes, big fan of the leg slip. He puts tucks one in more often than not these days. It's himself at the moment. He's at leg slip.
Unbelievable catch yesterday, didn't it? I mean, it flew, I think, off Williamson, and you can see why, especially if Atkinson, when it just spits off the length. The batter does lose his shape or gets his shoulders squared up. That thick inside edge does go down towards leg slip a lot.
Here's Atkinson again, bowls to Blundell, pushes it out wide of mid-on, sets off for a single. Bryden Carse can't prevent it, knows that immediately, and doesn't bother to overexert himself. Couldn't save the single. 89 for 5, New Zealand trailing by 191. That's a long way in arrears. But as far as New Zealand are concerned, it really is literally one ball at a time. You don't even think about the deficit or numbers or any numbers on the scoreboard at the moment. You just bat. Hope the ball gets a bit older. Hope that it loses its hardness and batting becomes a bit easier as the day goes on, as Atkinson is in once more outside the off stump. Will O'Rourke leaves alone.
Well, we're fine to see how this test match goes, but up in down in Christchurch, when you start of a new day, when the roll has been on it, tends to take about 6 or 7 overs just to get the pitch to liven up. The roller wears off. The ball's still relatively new, 28.4 overs. These Kookaburra balls aren't like what they used to be. They are a bit more durable and still harder for a little bit longer.
Here is Atkinson again, bowls. Oh, O'Rourke beaten outside the off stump, just leaning forward, and allows it to go through to Ollie Pope, or watches it go through to Ollie Pope. It does beg the question, now that the Kookaburra ball is double lacquered, it stays hard and shiny for longer. Why didn't they do that before?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is exactly right. Why didn't they do it before? Because I think it makes it for a better contest between bat and ball, as opposed to people clamouring to bowl the first 7 overs, 8 overs of the game, and then 84 overs of nothing.
Atkinson again outside the off stump. O'Rourke won't play at anything. He's immensely disciplined. I know I'm sounding a bit like a stuck record, but I've become a huge fan very quickly of O'Rourke's number 11 batting.
It's a good note, isn't it? He's 25 balls. 25 balls in. You can see why he's got more test wickets and test runs. If your best shot is a leave, I mean, you could be a very, very valued member of the team as a night watchman.
Well, they put on 26 for the last wicket. He and Daryl Mitchell, wasn't it, in Christchurch? It was, yeah. And he made a 15-ball naught that was very, very organised. Bryden Carse thundering in again from the Government House end, and that one is driven by Blundell. Not going to get 4 for it, but it's gone away through extra cover. Chris Woakes is ambling. I don't think he'll be offended by that. He wasn't sprinting. It was a brisk jog, otherwise known as an amble, and they've gone through for 2. Blundell is on to 12. Will O'Rourke, as Harmy says, 25-ball naught. That's his job. I mean, honestly, I think right now, if you offered him a 100-ball naught, he'd take it.
Absolutely, because then the runs come from the other end of Blundell.
Carson, short hook shot from Tom Blundell, and he's got it away very nicely for 4. Behind square on the leg side. He is expecting it. I mean, he's not every ball, but he certainly was into position very, very quickly, and that is his reputation. He is good square of the wicket either side.
Yeah, that is he's more favoured. You know, the ball before was just a little push. It wasn't anything extravagant. It was just a push using the pace of Carse off the front foot. But when the ball's shorter, when he's horizontal bats on the leg side of the offside, he does give it everything he's got.
Here's Carse again, and Tom Blundell backing across, back of length delivery, nudging wide of Bashir at mid-on, but no run. The gates don't open at the Basin Reserve until 9:30, an hour and a half before the start of play, and the queue of people, I tend to exaggerate, Harmy, so haul me in if I am. I reckon it was close to a kilometre down the road.
Yeah, it was a decent distance. I think the queue ended where Harry Brooks' ball ended yesterday afternoon.
Okay, not a kilometre then. Rolled him! Blundell beaten by Carse. Off stump pegged back. First wicket of the day for England. A 6th of the innings. New Zealand now in deep trouble, having lost the last of their specialist batsmen. With respect to Glenn Mitchell, no, I suppose he is a specialist batsman as well, although he bowls spin. But that's a beauty from Bryden Carse. Just held its line, maybe. Not sure it nipped away. Did Blundell just play down the wrong line? But you know what? It's hit the top of off stump, and that's what Bryden Carse is trying to do.
What a ball! What a delivery! When you're out of form and you're out of nick, you get one of them, and there's not much you can do about it. That's a fantastic delivery. It's hit the bail. It's basically hit the top of off stump where the bail goes in, and I mean it's a beautiful delivery. I'm not sure Tom Blundell could have done too much more about that. I think he might have played slightly down the wrong line. Played both bats come from sort of second slip across himself a couple of times off the back foot. Bryden Carse has been sort of clipped into the sort of in front of square on the leg side. So yes, he did get squared up, but saying that, I mean, to say he could have done anything more, it's a beautiful delivery. The ball has just held its line. It's on a good length. It's squared the batter up, who's not in great form, granted, but it was a special delivery. And just watching it again, I mean, it just clipped the top of 95% or 99% of the stump. Has got stickers on it, sponsor stickers on it. And that little bit that's left at the top, Bryden Carse has just hit that bit. It's an absolute beauty of a delivery for somebody who is in great form. And now, 3 for 34 off 8.4. He's going to be eyeing up another 5 or potentially 6-wicket haul to back up what he did in Christchurch.
Glenn Phillips, the new batsman. Bryden Carse in too. Short ball first up, and it's pulled by Phillips out to deep backward square leg. It's Gus Atkinson out there. They keep him down to a single. He's off the mark with the first ball. What gives you more pleasure? Every wicket gives you great pleasure, but when you bowl an absolute snorter like that clips the top of off stump, or when you get a cartwheeler.
A cartwheeler is always nice because I think what it does to the batter for further games you're going to play against them. But I think anytime you hit the stumps, it's great.
Big appeal for leg before wicket, up goes the finger. So Will O'Rourke's resistance has come to an end unless he decides to review. He's having a chat to Glenn Phillips, and Phillips plays executioner. Unfortunately, he wants to say, yeah, review it, mate, but he's not going to.
No, I think that's O'Rourke. I think Phillips is trying to say to the big night watchman, you know what, we're 7 down. You've got to review it just to try and prolong and hope that something goes in our favour, because we've got 3 reviews left. And I think from a bowler's point of view, when you've got bat in hand, you know. I mean, I promise you, out of experience, you know when you're standing in front of all 3 and it hits you without hitting your bat. And I think Will O'Rourke was the one there who instigated that and gone, no point, Matt. As he said, he replied to Glenn Phillips, no point, Matt. That's in front of all 3. That's out. I'll see you in a bit. And off he's gone. But it was another great bit of bowling from Bryden Carse, who's just nipped this one back. One's a little bit like Chris Woakes in Christchurch against Williamson and Blundell. One of a similar length, just held its line nipped away. One's nipped back, and both have been very devastating towards the New Zealand batting unit. And the world of pain now. 96 for 7, 30 overs in, and Carse is eyeing up another 5 for 4 for 35 from the big Durham pace man. 3 wickets left. He'd be hoping that it's all done within his spell tonight, his spell this afternoon.
Nathan Smith is the new batsman, the all-rounder. Made such a strong impression for Worcestershire in the Championship last summer. So, I mean, he's got first-class 100. So here is Gus Atkinson beginning another over, and pushed away by Phillips defensively to backward point. No run.
There's been a lot of clutching at straws this morning, man. There's been a lot of clutching at straws. Talking about the game 2 years ago, New Zealand, how do they get back in the game? This is a different bowling unit. I think it's a different surface. I think there's a lot more in this than what it was 2 years ago. I think it flattened out very quickly a couple of years ago. And I think more importantly, against New Zealand, I think this is more of a potent bowling unit.
Here is Atkinson again, bowls, and one's driven. Good looking shot from Glenn Phillips, but only as far as mid-off. So for Glenn Phillips, who's more of an attacking batsman, as you heard Steve Harmison saying, they've decided against the leg slip, and instead have got a man out in the deep on the hook at deep backward square.
Yeah, I think the leg slip to Phillips is a waste of time. He naturally stays leg side of the ball to open the offside up, so he feels more comfortable to get everything out of the way, so he can get his hands free to hit the ball, but he will play the pull shot if it's short enough.
Here is Atkinson, bowls it. It's short, it is pulled, and it's pulled very well. Kept nicely on top of that, and kept the ball down. Fielded out there in the deep by Zach Crawley, and Glenn Phillips takes a run to double his score to move on to 2. Nathan Smith about to take strike for the first time. There would have been times, not that many, when you walked out in apparently hopeless situations. I mean, Nathan Smith's an all-rounder, so it's different for him, but the same sentiment applies, that he won't be feeling particular pressure. He's not going to be, looking at the scoreboard going, well, we're 97 for 7, this is a disaster. He's got nothing to lose, he just bat. Here's Atkinson once again, pushed away defensively by Nathan Smith very nicely. He too looked organised, no surprise there when he batted in Christchurch. But you know what I mean, Harmy. It's a beautiful day. The sun's shining. There's no breeze to speak of. The ball's 30 overs old. If he's, I mean, it's a great opportunity, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. He's got to play his natural game. He's got to put everything else to one side and see the ball, and he hits the ball. That's his game.
3 slips, 2 gullies, left alone by Smith outside the off stump. New Zealand still trailing by 183. Ooh, Atkinson's topped to 140 there. First ball of the over 129. He's got that one up to 140.
Yeah. New batter, confidence. I'm not convinced by the speed guns, to be fair, but that did look. You know, he has looked as though he's growing with what's happening at the other end. He's feeling a bit looser, getting a bit more into his spell. That was a good speed. It was a better line. It was a better area from Gus Atkinson. That.
Here's Atkinson again. Bowls, beats Nathan Smith outside the off stump. Tentative push there. I don't necessarily immediately associate Gus Atkinson with 140. And that's pretty much top of his range, isn't it? But good to see on a beautiful day that he is the top of his range. 97 for 7, more from Steve Harmison, and then it'll be John Norman for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think he can get the ball up there to good speeds. We've seen before he got selected, he was a 4-over man, wasn't he? He was a bowler who was predominantly in white ball cricket, T20 cricket. I think Surrey had a little bit of a raised eyebrow when he was picked in the Test team off the back of some white ball performances, having not bowled with a new ball, have not opened a bowling in 4-day cricket, red ball cricket, played a lot of red ball cricket. But last year he backed games up time after time after time. And he probably isn't the 93, 94 mile now bowler, but he does bowl at mid-80s.
Carse continues. He's picked up both wickets to full today, and he's appealing for a caught behind decision. He's almost cut Glenn Phillips in half there with a ball that's jagged back into the right-hander, collected by Pope, but he's back walking to the end of his mark. I'm glad that Neil Manthorpe brought up Gus Atkinson, because I wanted to have a chat to you about him. It's easy to invest in Bryden Carse, isn't it? You know, he's veins throbbing on the temple kind of bowler, red in face, all action, verbals, and you're watching from the banks or from up here in the RA Advanced stand. In again, this is cut just in front of square, and Phillips sets off quickly for the first, and Crawley kind of ambles in actually, but there's just one there, so the score moves on. 98 for 7. But Atkinson is more of an introverted character than Bryden Carse. Doesn't give a lot away, whether he's taking wickets or he's going for a couple of runs. But he's had such a superb introduction to Test cricket. It seems like he's been playing a lot longer than he actually has. Truth be told, it kind of feels like Bryden Carse has been playing for a lot longer as well, for England that is, in red ball cricket.
Yeah, he's fitted in straight away and he's hit the ground running. They both have. In such a great and positive manner to the team. There's
a short leg in place, and Nathan Smith comes forward and just pushes this ball, times it gloriously all the way along for 4, through long off. So he gets off the mark, and that's 100 up for New Zealand. Small wins. It's been England's morning. 2 wickets falling. Blundell and Rourke both dismissed by Bryden Carse, but just a rare moment in the sun for New Zealand. They're still miles behind.
Flew off, didn't it?
It did.
I mean, it wasn't a half volley, it was just a defensive stroke into the ground. It seemed to have topspin on that, just
bounced up over the bowler.
Flew over the top of Bryden Carse. Yeah, this bat must be a good bat from Nathan Smith. Yeah, Carse's bowling was at 141.
That was the fastest ball of the over so far. Short delivery. And Nathan Smith has climbed into this and deposited it. He swatted it, pulled it over square leg and away for 6. Back-to-back boundaries for Smith, moves to double figures, 108 for 7, and we were talking about the need for New Zealand to counter-attack, try and apply some pressure back on the bowlers. And I think we're going to see it from these two, Phillips and Smith. There really is no other way to play, and I don't really think, having not seen a great deal of Nathan Smith, it's not often all-rounders are blockers. 3 slips and a gully in place. There's point, short leg, mid-on, mid-off. And comes forward, does Smith again, trying to get onto the front foot and steer this past Shoaib Bashir at mid-on, but it's fielded by the England spinner. No run. 108 for 7.
It's a great shot. Another great shot. There was a contest on here. Short leg's gone out. I'd have kept the short leg in. For Smith, I'd have kept the short leg in. Ben Stokes brought the man out at deep square where Zach Crawley is about to go out now. He brought him onto the offside. So he's got mid on and mid off straight there. I'd go without a mid off. A mid on and have that man at short leg.
Last ball of the over then. Cass is in, and it's driven again by Smith, but fielded at wide mid off. So good over for New Zealand. They need another, 30 of those, and we might have a game. But going back to the Atkinson chat, I was just listening to Manners and yourself commentating that first 20 minutes. And Rob Key's done an interview with Wisden magazine in the long, Joe Harmon at Wisden over the last couple of days. And I was watching a little bit of that. And I was just thinking, Jimmy Anderson's here, bowling coach. Stuart Broad retired, obviously, at the end of the Ashes. And those two were both in the bowling attack last time England were here. Ollie Robinson as well. Different pitch, yes. It's bonkers to suggest that Atkinson and Cass would get in ahead of those two if they were still playing. Well, maybe not bonkers, but certainly...
I don't think they would.
Exactly. So the decision by Rob Key was such a painful one, I imagine. But as we sit here, Atkinson bowling from the RA Advanced stand. And this is pushed to cover, short cover point from the bat of Glenn Phillips, who's 3 not out, 108 for 7. They're big decisions, right? Big. They're grown-up decisions that have been made in advance, and the history has still to be written in terms of whether it was the right call or wrong call. But as we sit here at the Basin Reserve and we see how Atkinson and Cass, two bowlers who probably wouldn't be inside if Broad and Anderson were still playing. Phillips again, cuts straight square and beats Stokes at point, who gets down to his left but can't prevent the ball from passing him and sailing away to the boundary. 112 for 7.
Good shot, controlled shot. It wasn't a bad ball in a decent area, full stump, a bit shorter than probably Atkinson would want, but that's the challenge of bowling at Phillips, he's not the tallest. So he is somebody who is reluctant to come forward.
Yeah, he's not playing this on the back foot, this cut shot, is he, Phillips?
But he's standing still.
Neither is he coming forward.
He's standing still, so you've got to go that little bit fuller.
Yeah, he stays compact in his shot. Again, cut, but this time straight to Stokes. Is that Stokes? It is Stokes at point. But yeah, but that was a big decision by Managing Director of England Cricket. I think that's his title.
There's a game plan issue in that, I think, and the game plan issue was when Broad Anderson were in. It was hard to drop them. I mean, they made the right call eventually, but it's hard to drop them. Yeah, England's game plan when Broad and Anderson were playing, Stokes first came in. We need to score runs quickly because we need more time. We probably need another 20 overs with this bowling attack to bowl the opposition out.
2 slips in place for Phillips. Tries to go on the front foot and drive. It actually comes off the inside portion of the bat, and it's fielded at mid-on. Shy at the stumps at the non-strikers end, but Phillips very, very quick between the wickets, gets through for a comfortable single. 113 for 7 New Zealand is first innings. England yesterday bowled out for 280. I suppose there are similarities. I know we've talked about this a fair amount, but when Anderson and Broad came in for Ewan Hoggard, it was very much a decision to select 2 bowlers with the future in mind, with future challenges to come.
They were ready. They'd been ready for a year and a half. They both bowled nearly 90 mile an hour as well themselves.
Forward this time is Nathan Smith, and pushing to Stokes again, who's moved to cover point. There's 3 fielders on the offside in front of the bat, with both Phillips and Smith trying to get forward and hit through the line of the ball. 113 for 7 here in New Zealand on TalkSport 2.
Both Jimmy and Brodie were ready, and Stuart was bowling at 90 mile an hour, Jimmy just a little bit less. They'd been sort of itchy feet for the year and a half, and I wasn't sure that we've had anybody under Broad and Anderson, and that's why I think they had to keep going.
Smith facing up, leaves this alone from Atkinson. And one of the others, Harmy's about to leave us. I think Grant Elliott's about to come in, former Kiwi international all-rounder. One of the other points is Rob Key has been quite consistent on the need for pace. And pace is what England have now got in abundance. Atkinson bowling just pushing 140, Cast just going past it. And of course Mark Wood back in Ashington, ready to play in 2025. Jofra Archer pinging WhatsApp messages to Ben Stokes, as well as Josh Tongue, Ollie Stone. It's looking good. Grant Elliott's not looking quite so good for New Zealand. 2 wickets this morning in the opening 20 minutes, but we've got in Phillips and Smith 2 all-rounders who are going to take the fight to England. Both got a bit of dog about them. They're up for the scrap, and that is the only way that New Zealand can play this. There is no point batting time. There's no point just blocking it out. They've got to try and get on the front foot. The ball now 33 overs old, and I mean, it's beautiful here in Wellington. The conditions absolutely glorious. The wind that we had yesterday isn't with us for now, but is expected later this afternoon. It looks a huge ask. 194 runs separating the sides at the start of play. Still a whopping 167. Something needs to happen. Woakes has been brought into the attack, and first ball Phillips defends it. Good morning to you though. Hope you're well.
Good morning, John. Morning, listeners. Not a great start for New Zealand, but as you say, the 2 men at the crease, I think a huge opportunity as both all-rounders. Glenn Phillips, a batting all-rounder. Nathan Smith, a bowling all-rounder. I was making the comment to Ian Smith yesterday saying, I think we're really missing a bowling all-rounder, and I think Nathan Smith could be that man. Excellent with the ball. Needs to show a little bit with the bat here.
Woakes again, and this is driven to the left of Woakes, who tries to get down to field the ball, but as soon as he misses, there's no chance that mid-off is going to cut this off. 4 more runs to the score. 117 for 7. The pressing concern for New Zealand, and they have a few, obviously a local lad, Tom Blundell, who plays his domestic cricket here at Wellington. The local fans would have loved to have seen him score some runs today. You know, problems at the top of the order as well. But there's a huge problem coming for New Zealand as Woakes in again, and this is cut through at gully and backward point. More runs here from Phillips, and it'll be another 4 to the score. He moves to 16, and the score 121 for 7. Good, bright and breezy start from these two in a city that is renowned for similar weather conditions. Opening bowler, of course, after this test match. It does look like New Zealand will fail to make the World Test Championship final now. The defeat at Christchurch plus the over-rate penalty, and it's a push to see a win here at Wellington. Tim Southey had said when he announced this would be his retirement series that he would make himself possibly available for that final. So Hamilton Test will be his final test if selected, and there's a discussion in itself as Phillips comes forward and tries to clip this to the leg side where deep square is back on the boundary rope, but he gets it a touch straight, and it's fielded by Bashir at mid-on. New ball bowler with Matt Henry moving forward. I know that Ben Sears is injured. He would have played in this series possibly if not for that injury. Cole Jamieson, of course, has been out for a while. Who do you see taking the new ball alongside Matt Henry moving forward for New Zealand as Woakes again? He's in. He's past the umpire, and this is pushed to cover. No run from the bat of Phillips. Black Caps 121 for 7.
I think it's an easy one. I think Will O'Rourke takes the ball with Matt Henry. I think they complement each other nicely. Matt Henry, back of a length, probably around 6'2" or so, and then you've got Will O'Rourke, who's probably towering around 6'5", 6'6", and swings the ball in or seams it in. So I think that, you know, going back to the Bolt and Southey partnership.
Woakes again, wider in the crease this time from the Warwickshire and Wellington man, and it's defended to mid-on by Phillips. End of the over, a good one for New Zealand. A couple of boundaries in there. 121 for 7 with Phillips 16 and Smith 10. New Zealand still trail by 159 though. Here at the Basin Reserve, and I'm joined in the commentary box by a Wellington man, Grant Elliott. You were saying?
Yeah, so I think Will O'Rourke, because when we go back to when New Zealand were dominant in Test cricket, I think they had a really nice contrast to bowlers. You had Southee, who was tall and swung the ball, and then you had Bolt, who was a left armer who swung the ball the other way. So as partnership, I think that they fed off each other. And then you've got Matt Henry, who came in, or Kyle Jamieson, who brought a bit of bounce, and then Wagner, left arm over and just bowled short all day. So, you know, New Zealand have to try and find that. I think Smith, Henry and Southee can be a little bit more like...
Atkinson is in. This is a beautiful unfurled cover drive from Nathan Smith. Just lean back and smashes this through the covers and away for 4. Runs coming quickly now. And New Zealand, figuratively and literally, getting onto the front foot. Smith moves to 14, the score 125 for 7. Was a fraction short from Atkinson, width as well. Played beautifully on the up through the covers by Nathan Smith.
Gee, we'll stop talking about bowling and look at that shot. Well, he was balanced, Nathan Smith, and he just crunched it.
Atkinson again, touch straight, and this is edged, steered towards Gully where it's fielded, no run. 125 for 7, New Zealand.
Yeah, so it's a good question. Who's going to be the successor to Southee and how they're going to... But I think that you need a contrast of bowlers. So Will O'Rourke provides bounce and movement, pace. Henry, probably experience and bowls very good areas. Nathan Smith and Henry I find quite similar. If New Zealand could get a left arm or get Kyle Jamieson back, I think that would be someone I'd love to see at the crease.
Atkinson again, and he's taken out middle stump. Is that via an inside edge? Nathan Smith has tried to withdraw the bat at the last minute. He's not done so quickly enough, and the ball has cannoned back onto middle, and that's the end of a little cameo from Smith, and a big blow coming the way of Atkinson. New Zealand lose their 8th, 125 for 8.
Well, if you bowl good areas, it creates indecision from batters, and indecision there from Nathan Smith as he walks off. He wasn't sure whether to play or leave it. He had a crunching cover drive, almost square drive, previous delivery, and there maybe just a little bit complacent with that leave or indecision because of the areas that England are bowling. Another New Zealand wicket. Well, they're on the ropes now, New Zealand. Matt Henry's walking to the crease, and it's just Henry and Southee left. And you wonder what's going through Glenn Phillips's head. He's looking in fine form. We might see a little bit of a counter for him now.
It surprised me a little bit to see William O'Rourke sent in with 25 minutes to go yesterday.
It was too long. It was way too long, I thought.
It was just another moment in this series where I've just felt New Zealand have opted for the defensive option. It just seems to be the default setting, whether it's fielding positions, batting orders, team selection, approach at the crease. Always seems to be defensive, and when you're coming up against a team that just doesn't do anything other than attack, I don't know. Easy to say up here, and of course, when you're facing bowlers operating around 90 miles an hour with their tails up, confidence and scoreboard pressure, and what New Zealand would do for a batter like Harry Brook in their top 6. It's anyway, Atkinson is in, and Henry has edged this, and Atkinson's on a hat-trick. Duckett with the catch. Shoulder of the bat taken. First ball from Henry's got to go for a duck. And New Zealand are staring into the abyss. 4 wickets this morning. They've been reduced to 125 for 9, and Atkinson is on a hat-trick.
Scrambled seam, banged in. It was almost under the left armpit of Matt Henry. Very well directed delivery from Atkinson. It wasn't express, it was 131, but it was more the length. It was an uncomfortable length. Matt Henry almost fending it with just one hand in protective mode. Just lobbed it up to duck it at gully. And you're right, John, he's on a hat-trick. Well, couldn't ask for anything better as a bowling unit, an England bowling unit. Only 34.4 overs in the field. They'll all be fresh, all be rearing to go. They'll be looking to get this last wicket fairly quickly so they can put their legs up and get ready for the second innings.
So, I mean, Gus Atkinson has had quite the introduction to Test cricket in 2024 with a 10 for at Lords on debut, a century on his return to HQ, wickets wherever he's gone, and now here at the Basin Reserve on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, the chance to take a hat-trick. It has been done before in New Zealand by an Englishman, Ryan Sidebottom, back in 2008. There's a fly slip, regulation slip, gully, short leg, cover, and Atkinson is past the umpire. A huge shout for leg before. Southey's been pinned on the pads, and Atkinson has wheeled away into light towards the England fans on the banks behind. The umpire's finger has given Southey out. He's going to review, but England and the New Zealand batters are already walking from the field. Gus Atkinson has got a hat-trick in a Test match for England, and New Zealand have been bowled out inside 40 minutes on day 2 for 125. Incredible moment for Gus, incredible moment for England, and what a statement from England in the last day and a bit. New Zealand are not on the ropes, they've been knocked off the canvas.
Still stand by.
Grant Elliott, brilliant scenes here from an England perspective, and what a way to wrap up an innings.
Well, you were rattling off everything that Gus Atkinson had achieved in such a short space of time in his career. We'll add a hat-trick to that, a hat-trick at the Basin Reserve. Incredible scenes here from this England team. They've brought energy, they've brought a bit of strategy into this morning's play, and they've brought brilliant bowling. Carse exceptional, and Atkinson, that's all it took. A few balls from Chris Wokes, but this England team, they're on fire, absolute fire.
Atkinson almost smiled. Doesn't give a lot away. A man who's certainly not smiling is about to come in and continue commentary throughout this mid-innings break. Wow, the highlights reel from yesterday, day 1, has continued through to day 2. And after a word from Grant Elliott, it will be Daniel McCarty, who may bring just a slightly different tone to proceedings. Maybe the funeral march needs to be played out. Mark Kelly, producer extraordinaire.
Well, it certainly is some good scenes from an England perspective. The Barmy Army will be buoyed by what they've seen this morning. New Zealand on the ropes, looking down the barrel, 79. And there was hopes that the likes of Glenn Phillips maybe, or Nathan Smith, or Tom Blundell would have shown some fight. But yet again, this Black Caps batting unit, they haven't shown enough runs.
That might be the first hat-trick in Test cricket where the teams weren't on the field when he was given out. Because Tim Southey reviewed.
He reviewed it and just walked off.
And walked off.
He went, "That's
the players
dead."
were off the field. They were off the field. And there were 2 lone figures out in the middle, the umpires. And he gave them out with no one on the field. So if the players out there, did it happen? It definitely happened. Brilliant moment for Gus Atkinson. Incredible performance by him and the English bowlers. And let's be frank, from the turn in the first test, after the first innings, I mean, there has been a gulf between the two sides. 254 New Zealand in that second innings in Christchurch, not good enough on a very, very flat surface. Only setting up a light run chase. England knocked those off. But the battle between, and I'm particularly talking about this, Grant, the battle between the English bowlers and the New Zealand batsmen, well, it's not close at the moment. It's not close at all.
Well, actually, there's only two men that are separating this team, and that's Harry Brook and Ollie Pope. You look at the scoreboard.
Twice.
It's
Didn't Christchurch
yeah.
2 together, 150 run stand.
And other than that, you know, Kane Williamson is the only player to get above 20, if I'm right, looking at the scoreboard. Yep. Chris Wokes got close, he got 18. The next best is 17 from Crawley and Latham.
Well, let's go through the New Zealand scorecard. Tom Latham,
Not
bowled Stoke 17. Poor shot. Bat miles out from the body. Healthy inside edge into the stumps. Devon Conway searching for form, trying to drive. Not quite there. Healthy edge. Taken at second slip, gone for 11. Kane Williamson, as Grant Elliott mentioned, the top scorer with 37. Caught behind off the bowling of Cass. Rachin Ravindra, he was unfortunate. Inside edge hit the thigh pad and it ballooned quite a distance and high. But Cass made brilliant ground, didn't he, to get there and got two hands underneath. Really good catch. Gone for 3. Daryl Mitchell, done by a lifting delivery down the leg side, probably just playing away from his body a touch. Well taken by Pope. Cass had another 6 without loss. O'Rourke, well, he fought hard, the night watchman. He was bowled, or his LBW bowled Cass for naught today. Blunder was first to go today. The ball I originally thought went straight, but it did straight in a touch. His bat path meant he was playing a different line to where the ball was going. Grant and I've just been having a little discussion on Sport Nation. That's an in-joke. I'm now on TalkSport 2, on TalkSport YouTube, cricket YouTube channel. I probably should get back to the here and now. He was gone for 16. His really difficult year continues. Glenn Phillips is good with batting the tail, provided the tail of their Grant. 16 off 16. He's been left not out. Smith made 14, made a good judgment to leave, just unfortunately for him, just very late decision to leave, hit the inside edge. On another day, that's going past the off stump. Next stump, not today. He was bowled and hit the bottom of the middle, and that was the start of a brilliant moment in the life of Gus Atkinson. Next ball, short, lifting delivery around ribcage, height maybe chest height, and Matt Henry got in a right angle trying to play it. Ended up having the bat face open as it came back towards him, and he just guided it into the gully, and Duckett took the catch. And that gave him a chance to get a hat-trick in Test match cricket. And I was not far from the great Steve Harmison, who said, if he gets this on the stumps, this is out. Harmy was right. It was as plumb as you could possibly ever wish for. Tim Southey playing down the outside of the ball, went past his inside edge and thundered into his knee roll, breaking the stumps. It would have. And Atkinson picks up a hat-trick, and New Zealand have been embarrassingly bowled out inside 35 overs. 125, and the deficit 155 runs. Well, unlike a couple of years ago, England don't have a decision to enforce the follow-on, but they have a very, very big first innings lead again, 155. The heavy roller on the surface. And with this northerly breeze, that it's the drying wind, Basin Reserve, you would expect, by the third session, it's going to be reasonably flat and great day for batting.
I think it's been a good day for batting today. I haven't seen too many demons. I think Cass bowled an absolute beauty, but I don't think that the New Zealand batters really got into any rhythm. Glenn Phillips showed some sort of rhythm for a short period of time before New Zealand got bowled out, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see the heavy rollers on it now, whether that brings any moisture up to the surface, and there is something there. But from here on in, it should get really flat, Daniel. And that's danger, because I think to beat this England team, you need a ball seaming around for a long period of time. You need it doing something laterally. But New Zealand are behind the 8 ball now, 155 runs behind. So it's felt like a 50-over game so far. England only batted 54 overs, and New Zealand bowled out for under 35. There's still a little bit in this pitch. I think New Zealand bowlers have got to believe that they can go out there, and if Matt Henry bowls like he did in the first session, But being 155 runs behind, it'll be fascinating to see how aggressive the England batters are, because they can be. They can be extremely aggressive.
I think that's the simplest question to answer, Grant. They are going to be aggressive. It's, do New Zealand go searching? And I think of how many overs? 12, 13 in Christchurch when they chased down 103. England played a couple of wild shots. New Zealand just went to, I don't know how to describe their playing, short and wild, and it's not the strength of a Smith, a Henry, a Southee to try that. O'Rourke, you can see, being a threat on that. Got to get back into this game quick, smart. But let's highlight the English bowlers. I think all of them have played a significant part. Wokes was really hard to get away, got a good wicket, that of Ravindra. Atkinson, only 4 overs yesterday, but enough to pick up a wicket, an important one, that of Devon Conway, the first. But it was Brydon Carse who was looking the most threatening last night, and he opened the door today. So the full figures, Wokes, and Ben Stokes, really impressive spell into that southerly late on day number 1. Didn't concede runs, looked a threat to, also grabbed a wicket. So the full figures for England, Wokes, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26. Atkinson, 8.5 overs, no maiden, 4 for 31, including a hat-trick. Smith, Henry and Southee falling in that order for him. What a moment. As heard on TalkSport 2, exclusively live this series. And Brydon Carse, what a series he's had. 14 wickets and counting. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 46. Ben Stokes, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 21. You've talked about Gus Atkinson and the joy he's just brought all English cricket fans, family and friends, and himself. I think, John Norman said we may even see a smile from him. Brydon Carse, I know you've really enjoyed watching him operate. Tall, quick, could bowl short, but he's looking to hit the top of off more often than not, and he's hit it on a number of occasions.
Yeah, Gary's just sent through the stats. Well, England were 26% on the stumps to 4th stump. And that just makes my point, is I think that you have to hit the stumps, bring in the LBW, bring in the bold, make players play at the delivery, and that's what England did. But what excites me about Carse is the energy and the passion that he brings. He's enthusiastic, he's hungry. You can see he loves being out there, and there's nothing better as a fan to see players that want to be out there, want to run in and bowl fast, and he has. He's bowled fast, but he's hit good areas.
What would that mood be like amongst the New Zealanders, especially the batting?
You can see it, Daniel. Look at the body language. You can see the body language. Glenn Phillips is trudging to gully. Tom Latham,
he's good with the tail, I hear.
Just strolling to second slip. Excellent batting with the tail. There's not much clapping going on.
If he's batting with the tail, he might need a bat 5.
Well, New Zealand were 74 for 3. They lost 7 for 51 in 13 overs.
Wow. New Zealand fans won't be happy, and rightly so. England's bowling, though. The longer the series has gone, the better it's got.
This is a nice contest here, Daniel. Yeah. Crawley versus Southee. He hit in the first over, he hit him over his head for 6. It'll be interesting to see how he's going to approach Southee here.
I'm looking more forward to Matt Henry versus Crawley. Yes. That hasn't been much of a fair fight. Crawley, he's searching for runs, but what a position he can start with England, this big first innings lead. And there's a drive powerfully through the covers, like it's the first ball of the Ashes. Smashed away. Well, without loss, the lead's 159.
On a green pitch, he hits Southee over his head for 6. And already, Tom Latham takes a slip out. Goes full on defensive. It's the second ball of the innings.
Southee out from the Government House end, pushing into the northerly breeze, and go fetch again, cover. You've been put into cover, it's a retrieval job. Smoked away through the offside for 4. 8 without loss. Utter contempt England have for the veteran New Zealand fast bowler.
Southee searching for a bit of movement, bit of swing, maybe seam, something. He's dished it up quite full to a tall man who gets down to the pitch of it and crunches it through the covers. And now Latham goes even more defensive. He throws down a cover point. Just the third ball of the second innings.
The lead is 163. It's 8 without loss. 2 balls into the second innings of England. Defensive push to Williamson, who was the man moved out of the cordon into the cover. And when you're getting ironic cheers before lunch on day number 2 from your home fans for a defensive push, it sort of sums up where the game is at, Grant.
But look at this now already. We've got square leg back, fine leg back, point back. I know that New Zealand was trailing by 163 runs.
Sort of bowled him out.
But you have to bowl good areas. He's taken out the third slip. Good areas full.
Southey does go full, driven powerfully up towards mid-on. Tumbling stop. Nicely done by Matt Henry. No run.
Carson Atkinson showed the line and length that you need to be bowling. It's no mystery, but we've got 2 men back now, square leg and deep point, which indicates that potentially Southey's going to go back of a length or short to Crawley. I heard that there was a lot of people questioning Tom Latham's game plans in Christchurch. It seemed a bit mixed.
8 without loss. Southey wide of the crease and a leave. A late decision to leave. But through to Blundell. So 2 slips of gully, deep point cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg and long leg. So why would you put a deep square leg out?
I've got no idea. That's why I'm questioning Daniel. I can understand the
But
the
as a
cover
captain,
point.
you would put him back because
Put him in third slip.
you were
You
asking
need
the bowler
wickets.
to
Bowl full, get a little bit of a nibble, get him coming forward.
to bring the deep square leg into play.
He's probably trying
You-
to get him to stay on the crease.
Drive into the cover region. No run, straight to Williamson. The end of the first over. 8 without loss. England's lead is 163 if you're just tuning into our coverage. Live and exclusive on TalkSport 2. England made 280. New Zealand started the day at 86 for 5. Meekly surrendering, bowled out for 125 inside 35 overs. And England are already out there on a bright, beautiful day in Wellington, one you'd expect, with this northerly breeze to dry out the surface. Could be quite flat by 6:30. And play will likely wrap up. Matt Henry, so good in the first innings, especially that opening spell. He was all over Duckett. Got rid of him early. His first 4 overs were maidens. He picked up 2 wickets, and I think this is not being completely New Zealand centric. He'll start with 3 slips, 2 gullies into the hip of Duckett, and looking to steal a leg by, and they will. Well run, well judged. 9 without loss. I think Jasprit Bumrah is the only man you could say has had a better year in Test cricket bowling than Matt Henry. I think Bumrah's averaging about 15, but Matt Henry 40 wickets at an average of 17 in 2024.
He's been incredible, but I think the beauty of Matt Henry is consistency. He's just so consistent in the line and length that he bowls. And it's that line, I call it the corridor of chaos yesterday, and that's exactly where he bowls. It's that unsure length, that sort of between 5.5 and 6 metre length, hitting the top of the stumps, asking questions with the slips waiting.
Slips waiting for Henry. Hit into mid-wicket and caught! Flicked away powerfully but uppishly, and Crawley, well, you hit one out of the middle when you're out of touch, hit it straight to a field. That's life, that's cricket, and he's got to go. New Zealand have an early breakthrough. Crawley goes for 8, it's 9 for the loss of 1.
Well, there's the matchup you wanted to see, Daniel. It's come and gone. Matt Henry to
I got-
Zach Crawley.
I got it for a ball.
One
I
delivery.
must admit I was expecting it to be a little bit longer.
And another England batter who's struggling for runs will head back to the change room. Zach Crawley, he was looking fine first over. He crunched Tim Southey through the covers twice. Looked like it might be his day. Not to be. Matt Henry, a man who's had a fantastic Test year, delivers once again.
Who had your number? Is there a bowler that you, no matter what you did, what you're playing for, always just got you out?
Just anyone that bowled straight to me, Daniel.
I thought anyone who had a left arm and was willing to bowl.
Saqib Al Hassan, actually, when you do mention it. Saqib Al Hassan.
Left
had my
arm
number.
finger spinner.
Yeah.
Elliott's coming out to bat if you've got a left arm.
Left arm kryptonite.
Yeah. Just get him on. But our left arm never bowls. Don't worry. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. What's a big problem is the scenario of this game for New Zealand. I know they've just picked up the first wicket, that of right-handed opener. Hit it straight out of the middle. It's actually a very sharp catch, has to be said, by Conway. Reverse cup just to the left of his left shoulder, and he's held onto it nicely. That brings out Bethel, left hand. So 2 left-handers now. But the lead is 164. It's substantial, and there's still 9 wickets available to England in their second innings. So advanced this game, not even at lunch on day number 2. Bethel inside edge, sent back as Duckett. Henry Fields turns, throws. Duckett was home.
Well, Daniel, the matchup that you were talking about was Henry to Crawley.
It's not much of a matchup, though, is it?
Gary sent the stats through now. Well, career-wise, he's bowled 50 balls to Crawley. He's got him out 6 times and only 19 runs. And in this series,
6 times.
He's bowled 19 balls to him and got him out 4 times. So that is a good matchup.
19
for
for
Matt
6. Henry angling across Bethel. Unfortunately, the nature of this game, Crawley doesn't come out to bat again. I would imagine that would get in your head as a player. I think Ben Stokes, dusted it off nicely in the pre-match press conference. He was asked about Crawley's issues. He said, no, he averages 40 over the last 18 months. Arbitrary in-point games. Here's Bethel getting a single into the gully region, diving away, parrying the ball down. Bethel off the mark. He's 1. It's 10 for the loss of 1. We all love arbitrary in-point games. We play them all the time, right? But I'm sorry, that 6 dismissals is a lot now. Will he be waking up thinking of Matt Henry in the middle of the night? Ooh.
It just depends how you've got out as well. I mean, I think the first innings dismissal where it's just jagged in and hit the top
he's
of
dropped,
middle.
sweetly flicked off his pads.
That one you can get away with and go, oh, well, I hit it well.
Henry in again, player to miss from Duckett. England had 49 plays and misses on day number 1. And Duckett, we know, doesn't leave the ball. Sparring at it. It kicked quite low as it went through to Blundell. That is the end of the over. England well and truly on top of the Basin Reserve. The lead is 165. New Zealand all out earlier for 125. Steve Harmison is going to jump into the chair. And he had $1 million smile when Atkinson took the hat-trick. He'll give us a reaction to that, and joining him will be John Moore.
Yeah, definitely, Dan. It was a brilliant bit of bowling from Gus Atkinson. Really pleased for him. He needed something in this series just to get him going. He looked as though he's battling against himself, a little bit of rhythm, and it was fantastic to see him keel up the tail, and that'll do him the world of good with next week on the horizon.
Southee is in, and I was about to say Chris Wokes is bowling, but no. The fast forward button has continued pretty much from first ball on day 1. Zach Crawley hit a 6 in the first over on day 1, and essentially it hasn't stopped since then, has it? Wokes, though, drawing a defensive shot from the bat of Jacob Bethel. England's number 3. 10 for 1, then England, already batting in second innings. Incredible. It was about this time yesterday, they were 4 down. Southee again, wide of the crease. There's a shot for leg before wicket. Southee, who is bowling today from the Adelaide Road end. And he wants Tom Latham, who's just walking up to him, to maybe get as excited as he did. Latham having a word, still having a word, but the timer is counting down. 3, 2, 1, and he decides to go for the. Decides to go upstairs. Steve Harmison, thoughts?
Yeah, I think if this hits pad first, I think this is close. This is really close. I thought bat was late coming down. Got inside edge and it went to square leg. But
we have a play review for LBW.
Just wonder if it's hit the pad first.
I have checked the feet. It's a fair.
It's hit the pad first. I think this is really close.
Okay, well the TV umpire is just going through his work. Deliver quite wide, and this is jagged back massively, and you're absolutely right. Bethel has been hit bang in front of middle. It's just a question of whether he's hit it.
Keep rolling. Keep rolling.
It
Yeah,
does
I
look
can
like
see
it's
clear
an inside
back
edge, doesn't
involved.
it?
So can you go
he's got
back on
an
field,
inside
please?
edge onto pad. I thought
Ronnie,
it hit his
stay with your original note
front
of
pad,
decision.
then it hit
Stand
his
by,
back
I'll
and gone
let
through
you
his legs. Because I couldn't understand how it's got to square
You're on
leg.
screen, make a signal,
That wide, I
please.
thought it's gone through his legs.
Not out, the on-field call, backed up by the TV umpire. Hassan Raza. So Bethel remains. You can see why Southey was interested there, but equally the slip cord and the keeper didn't go up at all. So Southey again, swing and a miss from the bat of Ben Duckett, because Bethel did come through for a run. Duckett was dismissed without scoring in first innings. England, if you're just joining us, bowling out New Zealand inside 43 minutes on day 2. A hat-trick going the way of Gus Atkinson after Bryden Carse had picked up 2 early ones. What a moment for Gus. Brilliant, brilliant moment. Celebrated by the England fans, as you can imagine. This time Duckett does connect. Good stop at short cover by Williamson, running to his right.
I mean, Gus Atkinson. Where were we in the sort of back end of our winter? Was it,
I mean,
was
we
it the
were
World Cup,
everywhere,
wasn't it?
weren't we?
Was it the World Cup before?
What, this year or last year?
This year.
This year.
It was the World Cup, wasn't it? Yeah, just had getting into the white ball team. A lot of talk about he's not playing red ball cricket. Makes his debut in May, gets 100, a 5-fer and a
10-fer.
10-fer.
10 for the match. Southey in again. Third attempted cut shot by Ben Duckett in succession. He missed the first one, picked out cover with the second. This time he'll take 2 runs to right fielder, who's Rashan Ravindra, who's at just backward a point, about halfway back to the boundary. 12 for 1 then England. They lead by 167. Crawley's gone for the 4th time in the series to Matt Henry. Absolutely ridiculous numbers.
Without scoring a run off 19 balls.
He's faced 19 deliveries, been out 4 times and not scored a run.
I sensed that. A couple of 4s and then a sort of lazy shot.
Around the wicket, Southey continues, and this is edged, but along the ground to Gully. Phillips fields. And there is no run, 12 for 1.
Yeah, it was just a lazy shot, wasn't it, Johnny?
Well, there was one fielder there. It was on the pads. It was there to be hit, but it, as you said,
just a touch lazy. If he hits it big, he goes over the top. If he hits it, you know, if he's got the right shape and the right, you know, balance at the crease, he hits it onto the floor. He's just picked Williamson out, who, like you say, he was the only man there. And it looped to him as well, didn't it? Which tends to think that he's not in full control of, you know, trying to hit it the way he would like to hit the ball, like he did on the offside with them 2 big booming 4s.
Okay, 3 slips in place as Gully. There's a point, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, and short mid-wickets as Henry continues bowling from the RA Vance end, and this is defended by Ben Duckett, who's had a bit of a lean. What was his scores in the first Test match? Seems to me like he's had a bit of a lean one. 46 actually, 46 in first innings. Well, he was dropped on 27.
Yeah.
Second innings, 20.
No,
Can't read my
got
own.
naught. Didn't get any in the second innings, did he?
Yeah, 27. One of our scorebooks is wrong.
One of us was wrong. Oh yeah, he did. He got 27. He got naught the first innings here.
Down the track is Duckett, belying this. In fact, he was out for a duck in the first innings. He doesn't time this. Lofts the ball up and over Will Young, who's on the field as a substitute fielder at mid-off. And he comes through for a third. England, Duckett's just going to play Duckett's way. I love Duckett. He's my favourite, I think. I know Harry Brook is extraordinarily gifted, and Joe Root's the greatest, and Ben Stokes at Headingley in 2019 performed in innings I doubt I will ever see matched. That was the greatest Test match in my time, and if I see one as good as that again, I'll be very, very fortunate. But Duckett, for me, I just love watching him bat. Continuing is Henry. This is driven by Bethel. Past William O'Rourke at mid-on. And all along the ground, it kept the bowler interested. But that's a beautiful shot from Bethel. He's just showing a touch of class there. Fraction over pitch, possibly. On off stump, and Bethel just leans into this push drive. Past mid-on and away for 4. Lovely shot there. 19 for 1 England.
I'm not sure you'll see Jacob Bethel play a better shot today than that one. That was a fantastic cricket shot. It was slightly over pitch, yeah, right, but I mean the middle of the bat, and it was met with such disdain straight back down the ground.
Maybe I've got a new favourite cricketer. Bethel this time again on the front foot, pushing this, opening the blade a touch, playing it into the gully, backward point region. He looks like Adam Ant. That's one for the kids, with that suntan cream, thick line of it across his cheeks and over his nose.
Just need the stilettos, doesn't it?
Well, I thought he looked a little. His hairstyle, when he's got the helmet on, you can't see the hair. It reminds me of the film Amadeus, which was out in the late 80s. But now he looks like Adam Ant. Down the track a touch is Jacob Bethel, and then I think Henry sees him coming, bangs it in. Bethel just lets it go through and then just cheekily suggests that actually what he should have done is just ramp it up over first slip for 4. I've got a big question for you. And I want this question, and I'm asking it respectfully. Henry, who's bowling round the wicket. This is pulled on the front foot from Bethel. Well, if there was a touch of disdain about the forward push past mid-on for 4, he's followed it up with a cracking pull on the back foot through mid-wicket, and he's not moved an inch. As Bethel, he knew that was rattling away to the boundary as well. 23 for 1 at the end of the 4th over. Duckett 5 not out, Bethel 10. England lead by 178. You play this game 100 times and New Zealand lose it 99 times. As long as the Wellington weather doesn't intervene. They could go on to win the game. Tim Southee could go on to produce a spell of a lifetime. But if they are to go on to lose, Southee is to continue. He's bowling round the wicket from the Adelaide Road end. And, Duckett just comes forward and pushes this to mid-on. Should he play in that 3rd Test match? Should he take... New Zealand can't drop Tim Southee. And there isn't an out-and-out replacement for Southee, but possibly it's going to take spin. Santner comes in. Do you think Southee almost has to take the decision out the hands of the selector and possibly say, do you know what, guys? And this is a guy that has put the team first and foremost for 16 years. The ultimate act from Southee. There's a little bit of a mix-up between the batters. There's a chance at the non-striker's end. Southee claims the ball and throws at the stumps. Doesn't connect. Leg by Given. And Duckett and Bethel are continuing this conversation. Shake of the head from Duckett. Miscommunication. And there was a chance there for New Zealand, but they didn't take it.
No, they didn't take it. It was, I think, Southee got in the way as well, which I think was complicating matters as well. I think it was close, but I think Duckett was just back. I get what you're saying. Yeah, there's a huge number of factors in the answer. Have they got anybody else? I'd be reluctant to bring in a spinner, especially as, I mean, Santner, yeah, he got 5 for in India, but he's got 5 for in 30 tests.
Southee again, and this time Bethel trying to push this up to mid-off. Inside edge, travels to square leg, comes through for a single.
You've got 2 young bowlers in Smith and O'Rourke, so you're going. Whereas, yeah, you're exposing them if you're going to go with a spinner. Is Jacob Duffy a better option? Probably not. We had this for Broad Anderson for so many years. The minute you get somebody else to consistently challenge them, and then you can have the conversation. There's nobody in the New Zealand that's fit enough to do that. I think he plays one more test.
Southee again draws a defensive shot from Duckett, who comes forward and just covers the line of off stump. It is a difficult one. I mean, I do not want to come across as disrespectful to a guy that I was here in 2008 as well, and marvelled at the way he went about international cricket. He was ready, age 19, He was clearly ready, and I get your point. Who is there to come in? Because if Jameson was fit, if Sears was fit, then that would be one argument, but they're not. Southey in again, and Duckett disdainfully has just taken a step down the track and smashed him up and over the mid-off fielder and away for 4. And it's a shot like that which will continue that conversation that we are having about Tim Southey, because that was disrespectful from Duckett, and he's done it to a lot of other bowlers. He's not just picking on Tim Southey.
No, he's not just picking on Tim Southey. I think he's done it to everybody in world cricket in the last 12, 18 months. It's a good shot. Came down early, give himself some time.
Southey continuing, and Duckett would just clip this away to the leg side and come through for a single. But decisions have to be made. We were just lauding Rob Key for his decision, big decision, to tap Jimmy Anderson on the shoulder. He gave him the option. He said, you can have a test or you can call it a day. It's up to you. There's respect there. And I know that there is some criticism about the way cricket goes about these kind of things. And there will be criticism if Tim Southey is selected for that 3rd test match and he is expensive in this 2nd innings and New Zealand lose. There will be a huge clamour on Talkback Radio here in this country for a new bowler to be brought in, whether that's Santner and O'Rourke just takes a new ball with Henry because it's going to spin. I mean, if there is going to be turn at Hamilton and they do bring Santner in, you know, to pick, you're then in a situation where are you actually going to pick Southey over Nathan Smith, over William O'Rourke? Henry for sure plays. It will be a decision between Southey and Nathan Smith, I guess.
Yeah, I think that would be the call, and that would, for me, it would make it even worse.
Henry continuing, and it's Duckett facing. 2 left-handers at the crease for England after the dismissal of Zach Crawley, caught a mid-wicket early on in his innings for just 8. You're listening to TalkSport 2, myself, John Norman, alongside my good friend, my teammate and colleague, Steve Harmison, and we're just discussing potentially where New Zealand go if this game continues as it has been going for the last 4 sessions, as Duckett is down across the stumps and trying to ramp this up over his shoulder. It doesn't connect, and Blundell collects. 30 for 1. They've got a decision to make about their keeper as well of New Zealand, and their opening bat, Devon Conway.
That's why, a little bit like Christchurch, John, I think if Southey was to play, you can't change the bowling attack. You can't. You're exposing him even more then.
Henry continues, pitched up, driven, square of the wicket, in a way that only Ben Duckett can. All wrists, half a bat, coming across the ball, and perfectly safe. He's there to be hit, and Duckett comes back for a second. 32 for 1 England.
Yeah, I don't think you can change the bowling attack. You'd expose them even more. Santner, England will be aggressive towards the spinner to then put pressure on Henry to bowl more and more. So, again, no matter what happens here, I can only see New Zealand going with Blundell till the end of the series, Conway till the end of the series, and likely Southey.
One leg stump this time from Matt Henry, who's not quite got his radar right against Duckett. That line of length are being disrupted, and we've seen many bowlers go through this because it just confounds where you're supposed to bowl to an opening bat. This is a single taken to the leg side, a little bit too leg side from Henry, brings Bethel back on strike. 33 for 1 England.
Southey might have to make the call himself, like you've said, rightly so. You know, he might be the one that goes to the selectors and the coach and says it's my time.
Touch shorter, cracked away by Bethel. He's very strong. Square of the wicket, in similar part of the field to Duckett actually, but he plays with a straighter bat or a horizontal bat. And this is it's a one-day shot really. He maintains his body position so well. He's compact, but boy does he hit the ball hard.
He does. It's width though, but because he's got a little bit of width, his balance at the crease, he's very stable. He's very still when he makes contact with the ball. A bit like Harry Brook. Harry Brook's like that as well. Harry Brook's in a position, he's very still, no real foot movement, but because he's got good balance and he's still, he can access the ball with power.
Last ball of the over, and Duckett just comes forward. This is a better length. Touch too straight though from Henry, defended by Duckett. End of the over. I'll let Neil Manthorpe continue for the next 20 minutes or so, alongside Steve Harmison here on TalkSport 2 by the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. England in a more than healthy position. 34 for 1 in second innings. They knocked over New Zealand inside 43 minutes this morning. Gus Atkinson with a hat-trick. And despite losing Zach Crawley early, are leading by 189 with 2 left-handers at the crease. Duckett and Bethel, they're 34 for 1.
It's always going to be it'll be a huge topic of conversation once this Test match finishes about where New Zealand go from here. Do they have a sort of a moment where they go, right, we're going to look to the future, and when they get to Eden Park, it'll be no Southee, no Blundell, no Conway. But you've got to have options. Like I've said many times, if you haven't got options, you're really just kicking the can down the road of guesswork. For one more Test match, I think I'd stick with Tim Southee. I think he's deserved a crack at his home ground to say thank you to the New Zealand public of New Zealand, say thank you to him, especially if it is 2-0 in the series.
Short one from Nathan Smith, and he was shaping up for the hook was Jacob Bethel, but it got too high and too big, and he had to pull out. Good decision to pull out. It's really interesting, Harmy, and you will have experienced this as well, because you're also working for television and also next door on New Zealand radio, Sport Nation. It's easy for us to understand the affection and respect for Tim Southee, but not so much for the New Zealand former players who are now commentating. Short pulled by Bethel, high and handsome over deep backward square leg, long leg for 6. Got underneath that one and helped it on its way. Beautifully bowled, beautifully played. Not so beautifully bowled by Nathan Smith, but that was 6 from the moment it left the bat, I have to say. And Matt Henry down at long leg also knew it. He wasn't steadying himself for the catch at any stage.
No, it was Jacob Bethel was not trying to hit this down. He was going for 6, and he managed to get it a good way back. That's a good hit down here. It's with the wind, so he's assisted.
Nathan Smith in again. Bethel now drives down the ground, and it's fielded by Smith with his right boot, deflecting it up to mid-off, and there's no run. But I have honestly, Harmy, likes of Ian Smith and Jeremy Coney, who we're working with next door, have been disparaging about the decision. They said, you know, it's international sport, never mind international cricket, and there is room for respect, but not sentiment. There are no romantic farewells that can be planned. There are some fairy tale endings, but generally they don't tend to work when you try and pick and choose them. Here's Bethel playing defensively to Nathan Smith as is pushed out into the offside. They were also utterly scathing about either Southee's decision to review his LBW or I mean, you know, he's walked off the field. By the time the umpires raised the finger to confirm Gus Atkinson's historic hat-trick, the first ever at the Basin Reserve, there wasn't a single player on the field, and the view on New Zealand radio was scathing and unforgiving. Here's Nathan Smith again, and Bethel opens the face of the bat, runs it into the gully, and there is no run. He knew he was absolutely stone dead, plumb LBW. He was the third man in a hat-trick, history created, and he's walked off the field and left a bad smell on it by calling for the review.
Yeah, instinct. That's what he's gone at. He's gone instinct to that.
It wasn't instinct, Harmy. It was the fact that they had 2 left.
Yeah, they had 2 left, but it would, if you've got 2 left, you're batting number 11. You might as well use one to see if there isn't anything there.
Bethel plays defensively now, pushing that one back towards Smith, who doesn't field off his own bowling, but it is gathered by Devon Conway behind him, and there's no run. 7 overs gone, England 40 for 1, leading by 195.
I'm not defending him, no, not for one bit. I think the instinct bit was, I'm batting number 11. It feels close, but you know, why not use the ones that we've got? And I think once he's seen the first bit of the video, then I think everybody realised that it was stone dead and off you pop, and you go through it's not Tim Southey's fault that it takes that long to get to through the process. And that's why they weren't on the field. Like I said, I'm not defending him.
It's like throwing a stink bomb into a birthday party and then walking out the room.
Yeah. Running out of the room. I don't think he walked out the room. I think he ran off the field and run out the room, because I think he possibly ran off the field of possible embarrassment as to go, I have gone for the referral and I probably shouldn't have, and takes away from the Atkinson moment. That's why he probably ran off the pitch.
Anyway, I won't mention it again, promise you. I'll just mention the positive aspects of it. Gus Atkinson, the 47th Test hat-trick in history, and the 15th by an Englishman, 3rd against New Zealand, flicked away behind square on the leg side, and scurry through for a couple of runs, with Ben Duckett adding 2 to his total, moving on to 17, and England 42 for 1. Lead of 155 on first innings. With Gus Atkinson finishing with 4 for 31 and Bryden Carse 4 for 46. What a tour it's been for Bryden Carse. Here is Matt Henry continuing from our commentary and the RA Vance stand. Ben Duckett plays defensively, guiding this one straight back to the bowler. Here's a good stat from the wonderful Gary Morgan. Gus Atkinson is now the 10th player to take a Test hat-trick and have 100 to their name. There are some names you might recognise in that list, and others you might not. Johnny Briggs, he played over a century ago. Wasim Akram, Harbhajan Singh, James Franklin, Abdul Razak, Irfan Pathan, Moeen Ali, Sohail Ghazi and Stuart Broad. Pushed away defensively by Ben Duckett out on the onside. Henry fields off his own bowling, and it's a good diving stop, and there's no run. By the way, the 3 hat-tricks by Englishmen against New Zealand. Maurice Allam at Christchurch in 1930. That was New Zealand's first ever Test match. Christchurch, Maurice Allam. And then, of course, that's a good bouncer from Matt Henry, and nicely played by Ben Duckett, getting out of the way of it. Ryan Sidebottom at Hamilton in 2008. Maurice Allam actually took 4 wickets in 5 balls there. Took a hat-trick, dot ball, another wicket, 4 in 5. 42 for 1, 7.4 overs gone. In England flying along, adding to their first innings advantage of 155. And who's to say that they might not be bowling again by the close of today? I can't imagine that they would be declaring, really. Here's Matt Henry, short, pulled away by Ben Duckett. He's got hold of that one magnificently. That too has gone for 6 onto the bank behind square on the leg side. It's a 6 apiece for the 2 left-handers. Matt Henry dropped that one in short, and by the measure, the ease with which Duckett helped it on its way, he was setting himself. He was expecting the short ball. There is a man out there. There's a long leg and a deep backward square leg. Doesn't matter to Ben Duckett. Take him on anyway. It's a 4 and a 6 to him now. Jacob Bethel, 2 4s and a 6. They have 21 and 18 respectively after the dismissal of Zach Crawley for 8. 48 for 1. Leaders 203 now. It's steered away behind square on the offside again by Ben Duckett, and they take a single to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. I only say that I can't imagine England contemplating a declaration, even if they're 400 ahead, which they could well be with 40 minutes to go, 45 minutes to go, 400 ahead, but they continued to confound the best of us. John Norman says he can imagine that happening. Lead of 400, 45 minutes to go, have a cheeky 5 overs at the end of the day. It'd be more than that, wouldn't it? Could be cheeky 7 or 8 overs at the end of the day. Well, John is reminding me, they did declare first day of the Ashes, didn't they, to have a little cheeky bowl at the end of the day. It wasn't a decision that was universally accepted or enjoyed, especially when they went on to lose the match. But I can't see it happening. John says he can. I would be amazed. It's day 2. Down the leg side now. Oh, and there's an appeal, and I don't know whether that was a drop. Nathan Smith in down the leg side, and Tom Blundell diving to his right. I guess Hawkeye will determine whether that was a chance or not. Nathan Smith was certainly up celebrating, had his arm in the air, and was following through to enjoy the moment of a wicket that was not how he intended to pick up a wicket, but I wonder whether there was an edge on this. I think there might actually have been. I don't know whether Katie Martin's joining me now, whether she spotted where the leg bars were signalled there, because they did run and steered behind square now by Jacob Bethel. It was a run. Hello, Katie Martin. It was a run, so it was a chance. That was a drop, unfortunately. Ben Duckett giving a life on 22.
Well, we saw this in Christchurch as well, one down leg side that Blundell put down. Nothing is going New Zealand's way at the moment, just a feather off the face. Probably one of those, you would have said you're unlucky if you got out that way, surely.
Yeah, but you'd be quite happy with the grab if you were a keeper, wouldn't you? As you were and are, and Tom Blundell is, and that one is also steered into the gully, and I'd look like that might... Was that played into the ground? It could not surely have been another drop. There was an ooh and an ah, and I don't know whether it was a crowd reaction. I thought it was played down into the ground by Jacob Bethel, who remains on 18. There certainly wasn't a run taken on that occasion. Did you... Well, we'll see soon enough, but if Bethel has edged it, then it's been put down by Glenn Mitchell, who's taken an absolute screamer in the gully, but has now, for possibilities, dropped 3 in the 2 test matches so far. Bethel comes forward again, playing defensively up to mid-on now. It's fielded by Will O'Rourke.
Phillips has dropped the ones that have come to him, and anything within a metre or 2 either side, he is absolutely snaffled.
That's the key as a batsman, isn't it? If you're going to hit it to Glenn Phillips, hit it straight to him, not 2 metres either side. Shouldn't chuckle. I mean, he's such a brilliant fielder, so breathtaking in the ability to take catches, diving hard catches. That one has steered once again into the gully. Seemed to me like that was the same shot. That was played down into the ground and bounced up towards waist height. We haven't seen a television replay, so I'm suspecting that my indication, my observation was correct, that was played down into the ground. I don't think it was a chance. Otherwise, we'd have seen a replay by now.
I'll find out for you. Yep, it was a drop catch.
It was.
Straight to him. Yeah, I wonder why it hasn't been replayed on TV. Apparently a tough chance, but yeah, it went straight to him. He is quite close, Glenn Phillips.
Nathan Smith in once again. Bethel drives all the way along the ground to Southey at extra cover, and there's no run. Perhaps the director's just becoming a bit tired of replaying drop catches.
The director's actually English as well, so I'm sure any good news for England, he'd love to replay it again. Are you surprised at what has happened in this game? I sort of turned up this morning and thought the way that England play and the way that this wicket is playing and how New Zealand's gone about it, you just felt anything could happen today, and it has.
Well, I didn't think that they'd fold in 45 minutes. I honestly thought that they would somehow conjure a fight back, and I could see them scraping towards lunch, maybe not even actually getting to lunch. Will O'Rourke's coming into the attack. I think it's time for New Zealand to stop treating him like the junior. The kid who always sits at the back of the bus and comes on second change. I think he's better than that. I think it's time that he was recognised as such. Here is Will O'Rourke's first over, and he beats Ben Duckett outside the off stump. Little push at that one.
A lot of the players, and especially Ollie Pope, have said they've really struggled against him because he is so tall. I think his release is about 2 metres 26, so he's one of the tallest in the top 10 in terms of their release point, so it means that he can bowl a good length and it's hitting you higher on the back. And when you think someone is as small and as short as Ben Duckett, it's even more accentuated around how steep that bounce can get on you.
2 slips in a gully, man out on the hook, man sweeping on the cover boundary as well as O'Rourke is in, bowls Duckett, guides this into the gully. It's fielded by Glenn Phillips. 50 up on the board for England. The lead is now 205, 50 for 1, Duckett 23, Jacob Bethel 18. If I'm sounding distracted, it's purely because the overwhelming aroma of lunch is making my stomach rumble, and I can only imagine what it is, but the food at the Basin Reserve is usually stunning. Any clues?
What have you had so far? What was yesterday's lunch order?
Moroccan chicken. Oh, with steamed rice. Really good. Terrific stuff. Nice salads. Here's O'Rourke again. Bowls to Duckett, pushes that one straight back up the wicket, and there's no run. Did you miss out on lunch then?
Well, we have 2 options. Whether we decide to bring our own lunch or whether we choose to go down there, and sometimes it's a bit of a rush at lunchtime, and so yeah, I bought my own lunch. I've got chicken buns, so I feel like that's pretty good. I've got strawberry and yogurt in the fridge. Are you a waffle man? Do you like waffles?
Yeah.
There's a place just down Courtney Place called, it's underneath the library. There's a establishment called the Library.
O'Rourke in again, bowls. Duckett goes for the ramp scoop once again. He backs away outside the off stump, tries to scoop it over the keeper's head, but it doesn't make contact once again. It's a shot that lacks context. I think at the moment there's just absolutely no reason to play it whatsoever, other than to show off.
I think that just emphasises England's approach to be able to play different shots with similar deliveries to try and force New Zealand bowlers to do something different. But it's called the Little Waffle Hut. I think you should. It's a hole-in-the-wall waffle place. Outstanding waffles.
O'Rourke in again, bowls. Duckett drives, bottom edge down into the ground. Syrup and cream, or did you get a variety of the cranberries? So you get more cranberry varietals of cranberry and cranberry juice and cranberry jam and cranberry and chicken sandwiches. New Zealand, do you know? Are you aware of this obsession with cranberries that you have?
No, I'm usually beetroot is something that is massive in New Zealand. And when we were kids and we used to go to cricket, we'd get a packed lunch, used to be in a brown bag, and they always put beetroot in the sandwiches. And so by the time it's been sitting there at 9 o'clock, it is soaked through the bread on the other side.
Oh, beaten O'Rourke there. Jacob Bethel driving ambitiously and lavishly through the offside, or at least trying to, but making no contact. And the over comes to an end. That's 10 gone. England 51 for 1, leading by 206. As I'm trying to shake the image of soggy vinegar beetroot bread sandwiches. That's terrible. I'd rather concentrate on the waffles and syrup and cream.
Did you have to provide your own lunch as a kid when you went to games and tournaments?
Well, my mum did. Corned beef sandwiches is the thing that because you're a young boy and your mum makes you corned beef sandwiches and you just get on and eat them. It's only when you get a bit older that you realise that they would not be first choice. It wouldn't make your top 10. 51 for 1. Here's Nathan Smith, and forward comes Ben Duckett again. Just drops it on the offside. There's a misperception that Ben Duckett plays with hard hands at every delivery, and it's not true. Yes, he does, certainly when he's driving and hooking and square cutting, but he's got a deft and subtle touch as well, and shows it there. Just soft hand, just drops it down on the offside, and happy to take a single and let Jacob Bethel continue with his third innings in Test cricket. He's 18. Ben Duckett has 25. England now 52 for 1. 2 slips in a gully. Nathan Smith running up to us now, and forward comes Bethel, pushes it straight back down to Smith, who fields with his left hand, transfers it very quickly, deftly to his right hand, and then shies at the stumps, forcing Bethel to regain his ground.
I think he's still frustrated about that backhand run-out opportunity that he had yesterday of Harry Brook, where he ran to what would be a sort of a short point and then reverse through it, similar to what you do in indoor cricket, backhanded onto the stumps and missed it, but then he got him when it's a good 100 runs later. Excellent side-on arm throw to half a stump. He is such a great athlete, Nathan Smith.
Here he is once again up to the crease now, bowls, and Bethel drives and gets a thick outside edge. Genuine edge, just beats Latham at second slip, diving away to his left. There is no third slip. Don't know whether it would have carried, but that was a genuine edge. Do you think, would you, I mean, you were a keeper, so you won't have personal experience with this, but do you think Nathan Smith would have had mixed emotions about taking 4 for 80 off 11 overs? I mean, it's super expensive, but he's got 4 wickets and he's a wicket taker.
It was the most expensive fourfer in the history of Test cricket, that spell, I think, was it? So, yeah, it was the most expensive fourfer. So, yeah, he would have been frustrated. I think he'd probably be more frustrated about Hagley Oval because the fact that he created opportunities of the top order as well.
Smith in again, and Bethel forward, playing defensively, guides it to Southey at cover.
But when you listen around the traps over the last few years in terms of New Zealand domestic cricket, he was the guy that people couldn't believe he wasn't in the squad. Scott Kugelheim got picked last year as that bowling all-rounder at number 8, and they always felt that Nathan Smith, and rightly so, was at the top of the wickets on most, maybe the last 3 or 4 years in the Plunket Shield, New Zealand's men's 4-day cricket. So he's been there or thereabouts, and this opportunity has always been there for him. So it's been great that he's been able to take it, but he'll want a few more wickets.
Nathan Smith in again. Bethel plays defensively again, and there's no run. It's dress up Saturday, and I want you to tell me, Katie Martin, what that gentleman there walking along the path underneath the commentary box, what's he come as?
Oh, red badge. They're the security. They're the people that you don't mess with.
Oh, he's wearing a dress.
No, it's his jacket draped around his front. But did you see the gingerbread man in Lord Farquhar? There was a 6 that got hit off Bethel inside the line, lifted it up and over fine leg into the stand, and the gingerbread man nearly got his pebbles knocked off.
No, I didn't see that. Short, hooked away by Jacob Bethel, and he's got hold of that one as well. Talking of Jacob Bethel 6s, there's another one right on cue. Nathan Smith dropping it in short. And I think, honestly, that the England batsmen are setting themselves for Nathan Smith's short ball. That's the second time that he's been hooked for 6. Bethel moves on to 28, Duckett 25. England flying along as they usually do, 62 for 1 after 11 overs, leading now by 217. Another word from Katie Martin, and then it'll be Garth Galloway to take you through to lunch. I think it's roast lamb.
Oh, even better. New Zealand is known for roast lamb. Enjoy your lunch. Early lunch at that as well. Another 15 minutes until the lunch break for those that are actually doing a little bit of work out in the middle. Not so much us up the top. It's good to see O'Rourke back into the attack, continuing on against these 2 left-handers, Garth.
Okay, yes, indeed, as he bowls, and Duckett is playing to deep backward square leg, where Ravindra is on the field. 1 run takes the score 63 to 1, and Duckett to 26. Bethel on 28. 2 6s and 3 4s, and that Duckett has joined him with 1 6 and 1 4. The game being torn out of away from New Zealand. It's never been in New Zealand's grasp, but you thought when play started today with New Zealand at 5 for 86 that if they could eke out another 100, 120 runs, they might at least give themselves a sniff. That would be the most optimistic, I suppose, with the way they played in this series. Here's Ravindra back into work again on that square leg boundary, and Bethel picks up another single, just turning the ball into that area. 29, 64 for 1. It's what a day though, what a morning's cricket to see the first Test hat-trick here at the Basin Reserve. Gus Atkinson, absolutely wonderful. I played with his father years ago, Katie, in England in the mid-1980s, in what I would describe as sort of gin and tonic cricket, if that makes sense. Does that give you an idea?
Yes, Garth. Well, you weren't going to say beer either though, were you?
Got to be careful what you say on the British radio. Here's this ball pushed back down the back to the bowler. Neil Mantouk's been using some very colourful language in the Sport Nation commentary box, or talking about some colourful phrases, and I'm just going to sit and watch them and see if they come out in here.
feel a little more pressured on my English when I come into here. When I did some commentary in England in the summer, England summer this year, I loved it. It was fantastic. I thought you've got to slow down, you've got to announce your words. Announce, I don't even know the word how you say that, but I thought it was pronounced, but they said it's announce.
Enunciate. Yes, here's a shot from, gee whiz, where's Duckett hit this one? It's got a top edge, trying to play a hook shot. It's gone for 4, straight up and over Blundell. On it goes, 68 for 1. No joy for O'Rourke. Yeah, well, Ed Atkinson was Gus's dad was a medium pacer, and we played. So I played a couple of seasons of league cricket over there, but on sort of Sundays and during the week, sometime there was some lovely soft-edged games, and Ed was lovely. I don't know if you're listening, Ed. I think you're in Dubai or somewhere now. But nice to get a message from you the other day, and I'm sure you'll be very proud of Gus. What a fantastic performance from him. I was just on air at the time, actually, and was lucky enough to broadcast it. And my question was, before he took the first wicket, as O'Rourke bowls, Duckett gives away his stumps and hits the ball behind point. Conway fields, they think about a second. Conway's to the ball quickly, 69 for 1. And I said the question, I think, is, for me, just looking at Atkinson, and I asked Ian Smith, do you think he's got his rhythm back? Because yesterday I think he struggled a bit. He struggled in the first test, and he answered it with a hat-trick.
Spot on. So many people do come here in Wellington and they do struggle with it. You feel from obviously a lot of tragedy within his life with his mum passing away, and very much when he was a kid he said he wanted to hold the ball up when he got a fifer for his mum.
You just sent a little shiver down my spine as this ball is play and miss through to the wicketkeeper Blundell. 69 for 1. Duckett 31, Bethel 29. Yeah, awful accident. And a terrible tragedy when Gus was young, and for the whole family.
He said he picked up a cricket ball in his childhood bedroom and he turned to his dad and he said he wanted to bowl for England and take 5 wickets. And he wanted to hold the ball up and say thanks, Mum, because she did so much. He credits a lot of his career around what she did. They'd travel for 3 or 4 hours. You know what it's like in England. It's quite a vast country, and what so many parents do for you as children to be able to allow you to be not just in your county or your club stage or your association, but also out in the middle for your country. And he used to go to Lords. She'd take him to Lords. He'd go with his dad as well, and he'd just sit there and he'd bowl out the back at Lords, which, as you know, not many people watch that much cricket at Lords. You tend to be out the back, whether it's schmoozing with your G&T, whether it's playing cricket. And he just said, I'm going to be playing out there for England. And to see what he did against the West Indies, amazing.
And he hasn't taken a backward step. He's played against Sri Lanka, the West Indies, Pakistan, and now here he is in New Zealand. Just a blur, I imagine, in many respects. Here's Nathan bowling to Duckett, pushing forward. I went to Lords in 1987, and in those days, of course, there were no computers, and well, I suppose there were computers, but we didn't have laptops or anything like that. We had no cell phones. And I was meeting my distant uncle, Malcolm Shannon, who I'd never met before. And he said, I'll meet, a very English accent, which I won't try and impersonate, but I'll meet you at the Grace Gates. And I said, okay. And I had no idea who I was looking for. Anyway, I got up, and it was New Zealand. It was England playing Sri Lanka, or Ceylon as he called them. This ball is just hit down to backward point. Quite hard to pick it up in this light at times. I think it might be a sign of age. 70 for 1. Bethel is 29. Duckett is 32. So I met him, and we went into the ground. And the first thing he said at 9:30, the game started at 10:30, is, "Would you like a pint?" And I thought, well, you have to be polite. So I said, "Yep, I'll have a pint, please. Give me one of those." Harvey's bitter, and and then I looked and I said, "But what about you?" He said, "Oh, it's too early for me." So there I was with my first pint of the day at 9:30, politely having to drink it, which was fine because England taught me to drink beer. Around the wicket is Smith bowling, and this is driven by Bethel, who looks every bit the test player as he drives to extra cover. And then he said, now, before play starts, I've got some friends who run the Bollinger tent. Lovely champagne. And so we went around there, and I did not see a single ball bowled in my first day at Lords. We remained in the Bollinger tent for the entire day. There you are. I'm ashamed of myself.
Oh, no, there's nothing wrong with that. Actually, looking at it, Nathan Smith, it reminded me the last time I had a beverage in England at 9:30 in the morning, and it was in the Commonwealth Games a couple of years ago where Melly Kurt, Nathan's partner who plays for New Zealand, very good cricketer in her own right,
Smith bowls and Bethel turns into the onside. He picks up his 30th run.
Yeah, Nathan was playing county cricket in
Worcestershire.
And I'd flown in the night before, so I was severely jet lagged, and got an early train out to him, and he picked me up and we drove out to Birmingham, and I said to him, I'm going to need a beer because I feel like it's 9:30 p.m. in New Zealand. And I said, do you want one? And he said, oh, yeah, well, I've never said no to a beer, but I know it is 9:30 in the morning. Anyway, so I'm there, and I didn't need any extra beers. I'm excitable enough as it was. Amazing to see your mates out there in the Commonwealth Games.
Here's Smith bowling, and this is played into the offside. They will get a run. It's just gone square of the wicket. Phillips picks it up, left-handed in the gully position, and throws left-handed at the non-striker's end. Is there nothing he can't do? 72 for 1.
Yeah, so a couple of beers was a bronze medal match, England, New Zealand, and New Zealand ended up winning that. And I think Nathan stopped at 2, and I had a few extras. But I tell you what, it was an exciting day. Great memories, and yeah, and it's so fantastic to think a couple of years on that he's here playing for New Zealand. His sister Kim Smith is a dual international as well, volleyball and rugby. So a very good family.
Fantastic. Here he is bowling, desperate to get a wicket as Bethel drives to cover the end of the over. 72 for 1. I had a season playing, so he played for Worcestershire this year, as you know, and I think played 9 games and then got injured. They really enjoyed him, they said. They loved him over there. Not surprisingly. I had a season coaching at a school called the Royal Grammar School in Worcester, and playing, and so spent a lot of time at New Road watching. And that's, of course, when Glenn Turner played all this county cricket, a very fine New Zealand cricketer. But it's a lovely Worcestershire. It's a lovely part of England, beautiful part of the world, and strong in terms of the cricket leagues and so on. But just a lovely ground, New Road.
They have we're talking about some refreshments. I remember when I went and saw him in the summer in Worcester, he said, oh, do you want a drink? And I said, yeah, I've found this new beer. It's called Neck Oil. And so when you talk neck oil to someone English, they've got no idea what you're talking about.
I'm not surprised. Not someone New Zealand as well. Here's Southey back into the attack, and that's a really good delivery. I'm surprised by that because it seems to have leapt at Duckett. It's taken the outside edge at the top of his bat and gone over Blundell's head for 4.
It's not the first one we've actually seen that's been slightly more pitched up. Oh, that wasn't even pitched up, they're a little bit shorter. That's actually reared off to Duckett. Obviously the bowlers have flipped around, and you know that Jerry Coney is the pitch guru. I stand out there and try and pick up wee tips from him to see what he picks up. Maybe just a little bit more beer on that side now in terms of the balls sitting in the wicket.
Southey a bit unlucky, and here he is beating the bat outside the off stump again. Bethel pushing forward. The Royal Grammar School in Worcester, so on the headmaster there back in 1987 was an absolute cricket tragic, and on the ground staff was a chap called Henry Horton, and Henry played a lot of cricket for Hampshire. Had possibly the biggest nose in English cricket, I think, Henry. He was in his 70s at that stage, and I used to work with him on the ground. And he had also Tim Curtis, and a former a very good county player, Phil Neal, another Worcestershire captain, Martin Horton, ex-England player. Here's a drive from Duckett. He calls Bethel through, and Bethel responds well. 77 for 1. Duckett is 38. So there was an awful, incredible amount. And Phil Newport, I think, also another England player. Huge amount of knowledge on the Worcester Royal Grammar School Worcester staff.
You know, Jason Holder played with Nathan Smith this year there, and they just said they love the city, they love what it was about and what the county was doing for cricket. And we know there's so much change at the moment going on, both in the men's and women's space in England, and obviously the 100 teams there are up for sale, and what's going to happen there.
Southey bowls and driven by Bethel. Yeah, I mean, it just feels like, I mean, it's a ground that's quite low from memory. It suffers from flooding in I think the New River, and but it's got a beautiful cathedral, and it's just a lovely city, lovely place to be.
What's your favourite ground to have played at in England?
Played at Arundel a couple of times. You know, where the Duke of Norfolk, where the touring teams play on the first time. I mean, that's a very special place. And I played in the Kent League at the St Lawrence ground. Here's a ball from Southey, which is outside the off stump, driven and Phillips is scrambling around like an insect trying to catch the ball, pick the ball. He stops the run being taken. The St Lawrence ground was a home ground in Canterbury for Kent, and it's the one that had that beautiful oak tree in the, on the, inside the boundary. Have you been there?
Yeah, I was there in the summer.
What about your favourite place over there? You've played plenty of cricket there.
Bristol, love Bristol.
Oh, I played there too.
Yeah. Love the ground, love the wicket, the city as well. Great place for coffee.
The Clifton Bridge.
Yep.
Bristol it's a lovely part of the world, isn't it? Yeah, the south is just so lovely. Here's a good shot from Bethel. Finally, Southey's been mastered in this over because it has been a good one, in fairness to Tim Southey. Bethel gets a ball which is just a fraction over pitched, and and not for the first time in his innings, he plays a beautiful on drive for 4. Bethel 34, Duckett 38. It's 81 for 1, and I think we'll have time for one more over before lunch.
Intriguing there where Tim Southey is bowling with the wind. We saw his first 3 overs from the far end bowling into the wind, and that whereas Zach Cooley, some of those incredible shots early on. I think he thought, thank goodness I wasn't facing Matt Henry. He hasn't scored a run off Matt Henry in the series so far, and then the extra bit of pace maybe allowed him to get that extra steeply bounce and work over both of the batters. But in the end, a boundary off the first, a boundary off the last.
Did you, just coming back to Bristol, did you play for New Zealand there against England?
Yeah. I haven't actually played. There was an opportunity for me to play at Kent when I was a little bit younger, but just timings didn't work out in terms of our schedule. But we played a lot at Taunton, a lot at Derby as well, and Bristol. So they're sort of the main cities. Taunton have so much cricket.
Yeah, and Somerset. I mean, lovely part of the world. Playing in the Kent League, there were some beautiful grounds through Kent as well. Tunbridge and Tunbridge Wells and those sorts of places where a lot of first-class cricket have been played over the years. The Canterbury ground. Actually, I sat. This might appeal to you. It may not, but I can but try. I sat at the Canterbury ground. I was watching Somerset playing Kent. Here's O'Rourke, who's now bowling from the southern end. So a switch around. No shot from the first ball. It's 81 for 1. Hang on, I'll come back to that in a minute. 81 for 1. Now I've lost my train of thought. But beautiful, just fantastic grounds. And I just thought Kent was just the most beautiful place. Played down in Sussex as well, Katie. Here's O'Rourke bowling, and it's ducked underneath it.
Well, he's got the field here bowling into the window. O'Rourke, that fine leg. He's got deep square in front. He's got a guy deep square in front on the boundary, then a guy just beside the umpire at square leg, and then deep mid-wicket back. So I think this is just going to be short ball. Only one fielder in an extra cover, and then gully third and deep backward point as well.
That's what I was going to say to you. At the Canterbury ground, I watched Neil Mallender was playing for Somerset, and Neil was a really fine Otago cricketer. He came and he played a couple of tests for England. He took 5 wickets there. Here's a trouble for Duckett as he's caught on the pads by O'Rourke. The ball just seeming back into him a little bit. Duckett deceived. Probably just 3 balls remaining until the lunch break, 81 for 1. But I sat between Hopper Levitt, who was an England keeper before Sir Les Ames, and then Sir Les Ames. So 2 former England keepers. Ames scored 100 first-class centuries as well. He was a hell of a player. Had one of the great afternoons of my life between 2 England wicket-keepers. There you are. There's one for you, Katie.
Oh, that didn't surprise me at all. Always come up with the best chat. Not the most sensible, though.
No, well, you don't need to be too sensible, do you? Here's a ball which is played into the third man area. Duckett still giving himself room, giving his stumps away a little bit from time to time. 81 for 1, 82 for 1. Duckett 39. It seems to be such a moderate innings from him. 44 balls, 3 fours and 1 6. Bethel 34 from 37. Do you like the look of Bethel?
Yeah, I do. I love the swagger that he's got about him. He's got a presence at the crease, and I feel like he'll continue to keep working on that front foot play, which is something that he obviously hasn't grown much on. He's a lot more short ball playing, very good on the short ball.
2 balls remaining to lunch, and this is a really good delivery from O'Rourke, which sits Bethel down on his haunches. He had to duck at the last minute. It followed him a bit, and Bethel looks up and grins. He really does seem to enjoy his cricket. Why not?
one of those balls you'd say, as a bowler, smell the leather, as it just zips right past your nose and you go, oh, I can smell the freshness of that new ball. He's just pretty much dropped his knee, flicked his head back, whipped it back really. Will O'Rourke had a couple of words and saying, come on, young man, you're getting talked about, but I'm been bowling really well as well for New Zealand.
That he has. He bowls now. The last ball before lunch, another good delivery. It's short and Bethel pulls inside the line. He does well, does the 21-year-old number 3 batsman for England. There's the applause and the announcement for lunch. It's been England's morning yet again. New Zealand started at 86 for 5, and it didn't take long until their 6th wicket fell. It was Blundell who was bowled by Cass, just beaten neck and crop really, and the top of his off stump hit Cass, Blundell out for 16. It was 96 for 7 when O'Rourke, who had done a good job as night watchman, he batted for 26 deliveries, didn't get off the mark, but he showed a technique and a willingness that I think some other New Zealand batsmen could learn a lot from. O'Rourke was LBW to Cass. Nathan Smith tried to let a ball go, didn't get his bat high enough, it hit the bottom of his bat and then the ball took the middle stump out of the ground, and on that occasion it was Atkinson who was bowling, and that was the start of his hat-trick. Matt Henry came in and he got a beautiful ball which followed him for a tail-ender, a difficult assignment. He got an edge and Duckett took a catch in the slips. Henry out first ball and Southey then came to the crease. Atkinson bowled a beautiful ball which nipped back just a little bit and caught Southey palpably in front of his middle stump. And Gus Atkinson had the first hat-trick taken in Test cricket at the Basin Reserve. A fantastic achievement from a player who's looked just a little short of form. He's very much back into it now. Wokes and New Zealand all out for then 125, just adding 39 runs to today for the loss of those 5 wickets. And the only thing to cheer about really, and it's not much, was that Phillips was not out for 16. Wokes 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26. Cass 10 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 46. He just continues to impress. And Stokes 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 21. Atkinson 8 overs and 5 balls, no maidens, 4 for 31, including that hat-trick. The wickets of Smith, Henry and Southey. And then England have come in and really picked up. They haven't seemed to be smashing the ball all over the park. We've seen some attacking shots. They're 82 for 1 from 15 overs. That just tells you how they play the game now. Crawley, continuing with his miserable run, was caught by Conway in the mid-wicket position from Henry's bowling for 8. Duckett 39 not out. Bethel is 34 not out. And England go to lunch at 82 for 1. Southey 4 overs, none for 25. Henry 4 overs, 1 for 26. Smith 4 overs, none for 21. O'Rourke 3 overs, none for 9. Katie, England right on top.
Yeah, they are, and I guess for New Zealand it's how do they stem the flow, because at the rate England are going 5.47 runs an over, they could push a score over well over 400, probably by tea time at their rate they're going, Garth. So there is plenty of work for New Zealand to do.
Welcome back. The afternoon session number 5. Seems like we've had 3.5 days worth of action inside 4 sessions. England leading by 237 runs at the lunch break, 9 wickets in hand, Bethel and Duckett at the crease. But you know, lunch yesterday they were 124 for 4. They were 43 for 4 after an hour on day 1. To find ourselves in a position where they lead by 237 runs, Steve Harmison, it says so much about how quickly they bat and how well they bowled and how poorly New Zealand batted.
Wow, poorly New Zealand batted. England, I think you've got to give a huge amount of credit to England, the way they set the tone this morning. Will O'Rourke, to be fair to him, he overcame the first sort of 10-12 balls, and England were teetering as though after 4 overs this morning might start getting a little bit frustrated. Clint Phillips came in, whacked a 4 first up off Bryden Coss, and then all of a sudden Coss got the wicket and it just seemed to snowball the rest. O'Rourke then gets out and Atkinson. So pleased for Gus, I really am, because you never know with Gus whether he's smiling inside or he's not. He always looks as though he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders. And he came away from Christchurch, I think, a little bit probably the first time in his career having a test match where everything didn't go right for him. And he was battling against the run-up, battling against the foot-toes, battling against himself. And even when coming here earlier on, he was... You never know, because his body language and his demeanour is always of one head down rather than head up. And the bit of bowling to get a hat-trick was fantastic. It really was. He got a slightly bit of fortune when Smith inside edge went back onto the stumps. It was a beaut to get rid of Matt Henry. A good ball to a tail ender, very aggressive at the body. And then I think all you had to do was get one on the stumps of Southee. He was a walking wicket at the minute, and that was it, game over. So good for him, pleased for him. And now, again, you've got an England bowler who's gone and getting 10 for in the match in the first test. You've got an England bowler who's just took a hat-trick. You know, you've got a young man in the middle here in Jacob Bethel who looks... he looks as though he's played 15, 20 test matches. He really does, and that's a compliment I can give to him in such a way that, forget about his technical ability or his positives or negatives. His body language looks to me as though he's played a lot of test cricket. He's been in international cricket for a long, long time. This kid averages 22 in first-class cricket. He just looks, he looks as though he belongs in international cricket. So with that, coupled with the fact that I think New Zealand need to make a decision on 3 very, very key players. 2 have been very, very good players for New Zealand, and 1 who's been an unbelievable player for New Zealand, and Tim Southee, Tom Blundell and Devon Conway. They just look a little bit lost at this moment in time coming up against this rampant England side.
It is rampant, isn't it? And it's been terrific cricket to watch. I agree totally with what you're saying about Jacob Bethel. You were really strong on him before he played his first innings. So we're about to get underway. Tim Southee is going to continue to bowl from the R.A. Vance end, or with the pavilion to his back. And this is push to point for a single. Bethel about to face his first delivery. Southee continuing from this end. There is, as you'd imagine, steam coming from the foreheads of the likes of Ian Smith and Jeremy Coney. Grant Elliott doesn't look like a man who gets too het up, does he? He's pretty relaxed.
A very good chat with Manners as well. Honestly, it was a really, really good chat. I'm sure that'll go out again.
Oh, it will. It'll be podcast. It'll go up on YouTube as well. Left alone by Bethel. And the conversation continued, didn't it? Off air. It was a very robust and frank discussion.
Yeah, Mark had to say 30 seconds at least twice, so one of us could hear the pick up.
And then I got fearful that the mics are on, and then it had gone out on YouTube. And I said to Katie, our video producer, that didn't go out on YouTube, did it? I'm going to be in a lot of trouble if that went out on YouTube. Thankfully, Mark, our producer, Mark Kelly, who's with us for this test of the third, had the mic switched firmly off, driving into the covers and fielded on the bounce by Conway, is that?
Williamson.
Is it Williamson? So far away. Oh, 22, yep, you're right, Williamson, with a thin layer of sunscreen on his bottom lip. Eyes peering out from behind those sunglasses. 3 scores from him in the series so far. 2 50s. Actually, did he hit 50 in the second innings?
Yeah.
He did, didn't he? 2 50s at Hagley Oval. But he'll be a little disappointed not to have gone on in either innings. And the first one here, still the prize wicket, as this is driven by Bethel to the right of mid-on, and it's fielded by Matt Henry. Bethel 34, Duckett 40. Yeah, you're very strong on Bethel, and one of the reasons for that is because, yes, you have seen him play, but you also have the inside track from the team, and some of the comments coming out of the squad behind the scenes were, this is an exciting young talent. But when these players come in, you expect them to unfurl all the shots, as Bethel does unfurl a forward cut shot down to the fielder Devon Conway, backward a square on the offside. Very strong square of the wicket on the offside, but it's how straight he's been playing. Technically correct. He's playing proper test cricket.
Got a technique which it's different to the what we'd say the norm. You've got Duckett, Brook, they're not massive foot move. They're not big into sort of foot movement. Modern cricketer doesn't move the feet that much in the ball, where Bethel does. His weight transfer is fantastic. His hands are so quick, but he transfers his weight very good, and he does get his front foot to the pitch of the ball.
Round the wicket, Southey with 2 slips and a gully. There's a shout for leg before from the bowler. The slip cordon don't join in, and Phillips, as he runs in to collect the ball, just indicates a little bit of bat before the ball hit the pad. Again, it was incandescent fury from Sport Nation boys when Southey convinced Tom Latham to go for a review. We were of a different opinion. It was early on in the innings. There was an inside edge onto the pad of Bethel, who otherwise probably would have gone leg before. But kind of understood why Tim Southey in New Zealand went for that review from the bowler's perspective, because you don't always see it as a bowler, do you? Because either your head's down or it all happens so fast. If there was any anger to be directed, I would have directed it at the slip cordon and the captain, because they didn't go up for it and they didn't really feel it was out. So, but I think just get the impression Tim Southey is the whipping boy, which is a shame because
easy target.
Yeah,
when you're in this form, easy target. Know that, with past experience. Even more so in this country. When
there's no Bob Willis here though.
No. Sadly, the great man has passed away a few years ago, and it wasn't just Bob. It was everybody. Like at this moment in time, it wasn't just Bob. It was everybody, and they get at you.
Nathan Smith to bowl from the Adelaide Road end, and we've seen some absolutely first-rate fielding from this guy, who has bowled without much luck. He has been a touch expensive, but he bowls wicket-taking deliveries, and not all of those wicket-taking deliveries end up with wickets. We've seen him affect one incredible run out of Harry Brook in the first innings, and he didn't come too far short of another one there with Bethel down the track a couple of paces. It's not advancing down the track, he's just playing on the front foot, and he continues moving, and the ball is absolutely drilled to Smith, who picks it up and then hurls the ball towards the stumps. Just misses. Driven again, and there's a beautiful counter-attacking shot from Bethel all the way along for 4 through long off. And these two players, Bethel, who moves to 39, the score 88 for 1, a lead of 243, will forever, that was actually in the air, but hit so hard by Bethel, there's no chance of catching that unless it's going straight to the bowler. But these two bowler players will always be forever linked because they made their test debuts in the same match. And the battle between them has been really interesting to watch. Smith is in again, driving again is Bethel, touch fuller, but instead of hitting it straight, the ball heads out to mid-off. He got his wicket. He's got his wicket a couple of times down the leg side in first innings. Really good ball in first innings of the first test. That was an absolute beauty, and he followed it up with the wicket of Joe Root in that over. But we'll get Gary Morgan to maybe send us the breakdown. Bethel has also got on top of him and punished him in second innings at Christchurch. So these two middleweights going at it. And there is a chance from the bat of Bethel, who leans back and tries to cut this ball in a way that already 2 tests into his career is becoming almost a trademark shot. But it's a thick outside edge, and New Zealand have got Daryl Mitchell at a wide-ish first slip, and the ball has bisected keeper and the fielder. Mitchell was stuck a despairing right hand out to try and catch the ball. It's gone at waist height, and if he is at regulation first slip with Latham alongside him, that is going straight to the fielder. Instead it goes to the boundary, and it's followed up by a really good looking forward punch wide of mid-off for another run. And the action here at the Basin Reserve continues. Bethel moves to 44, he's gone past Ben Duckett. England up to 93 for 1. But another chance has gone down, Steve Harmison, and it's down to the field placement.
It's field placement rather than a chance going down. I mean, you've not got a first slip because you don't feel as though it's going to carry, and then he flashes one straight between second slip and a wicketkeeper. It's just how's your luck at the minute for New Zealand?
The batter, as Duckett is forward, and just punching this to mid-wicket, is that if there were 2 fielders in there, first and second slip, then Bethell maybe wouldn't have taken that option on.
No, or he might have tried to hit it squarer, but I think it just bounced on him a little bit, and it took a thick outside. I think it run off the face of the bat. It was like a bit like slip catching practice. I think if first slip was in place, he would have to have moved. Bear in mind, Bethell's left-handed. He would have to move to his left to catch it. So I think that tells you how wide it was from a first slip point of view. And I think the reason why they haven't got a first slip is because Smith skids it on. They're possibly thinking it's not going to carry to first slip, so we'll go with second and fourth because they're getting to get a bit closer.
Southey continues, and for one of the few occasions, Jacob Bethell loses his shape.
Get up, did it?
Just kept a little low, and he was beaten on the pull, Bethell. We haven't seen Bethell score a lot of runs, and this may be to do with the bowlers, line. But we haven't seen him score a lot of runs through square leg, nor mid-wicket. The stats may not back me up there. There's a lot square of the wicket, behind square on the offside, and very, very strong straight. He's a really interesting batter, actually. As that front foot, this is a little bit wafty from Bethell. Squeezes the ball past second slip and away for another boundary. Like to look at this one again. Was it in the air?
I think it was. I think he was in control, though.
Yeah, it was a front foot drive on the up. Oh, I don't know, Harmy.
He's guiding it, yeah.
Do you reckon?
Guiding it, yeah. He's in control of that. It's just run off the face of the bat. I think he's guiding that.
He's run off the face of the bat, but
down towards the fourth slip.
Well, that's going through third slip. That's a shot that Southey's going to try and attempt again, I imagine. Square this time from Bethell, who moves to 49, hit the winning runs. I mean, imagine reaching 50 on debut and hitting winning runs and walking off with Joe Root.
Any better than that, does it? It really doesn't.
It might be about to get better here.
Well, if he gets his first class 100 here, then yeah, that might keep a few people away from the selectors and having a go. You mentioned about scoring. When he has scored square of the wicket on the leg side, it's tended to be over the top. He's gone high, hasn't he? He's picked his bat up and he's gone high. He's had a couple of pull shots, couple of pick-up pull shots, which have gone over square leg for 6. He's not trying to hit them on the floor.
Southey continuing, and it's Duckett who's just getting up onto his toes, and he's taking this first run really quickly down to fine leg. Saw the option to come back for 2. Bethell backed him up, and England have 100 runs on the board and in quick time. It's an ODI score here, midway point of the 18th over, 100 on the board, 1 wicket to fall, that is Zach Crawley. But Duckett and Bethell going well, both in their 40s, a lead of 255. And whoever sat on the remote yesterday in that first over, got this game on fast forward, hasn't sat up, continuing at real pace. Defended this time into the covers, though, Ben Duckett. What were we talking about? We're talking about Bethell, weren't we? Oh yes, all right. Gary Morgan's got in contact with a score up with a few little nuggets. Yeah, just 5 runs square of the wicket on the leg side. I mean, he's taken, yeah, kind of like bang on square leg. He's hit 29 in front of square, like so through mid wicket, but not a huge amount square of the wicket, and then down to about long leg. That's about 27 runs in the kind of arc between backward deep point. As again, Duckett, who's playing really freely here. It's not all action. It's almost like he's taking the singles to get Bethell on strike. Feels that way a touch, and he just nurdles this behind square on the leg side to 43. That's the end of over number 18. 101 for 1. Bethell versus Smith. I was picking out the fact that these two made their debut in the first test of the series. Bethell's hit 72 runs from 59 balls this series. So he's going at a strike rate of 124, but Nathan Smith has dismissed him twice. So it's a really good battle.
It's a little bit like what Manners was saying yesterday about Nathan Smith. Were you happy that you've got 4 wickets, but you've got a 7.5 and 0 as a bowler? You're a strike bowler, so you want to take wickets.
Smith continuing from the Adelaide Road end, and this is pushed to mid-on from the bat of Ben Duckett. So he's 43, Jacob Bethel is 49. A couple of smaller innings from Duckett. Good, decent, getting England off to a decent start, I suppose, or standing at the non-strikers end when wickets were falling in the first innings at Christchurch. But we're enjoying watching Jacob Bethel bat. He's 49, he's at the non-strikers end though. And Darryl Mitchell still at that second slip position as Smith is in. And once again, Duckett, all the time in the world just to come forward and push this ball back to the bowler. We had a discussion at lunch, didn't we, Harmy, about whether England will declare today. You were feeling possibly tomorrow morning. I've just stuck my flag on the hill of a 6 p.m. declaration, maybe 5:45.
500.
Well, they could well have, what is it now? Let's do the maths. 256 they lead by now. You'd imagine they'll be pushing 400 by tea, possibly. Beaten this time. As Duckett comes forward, tries to drive this ball. More of a push, really, but the ball just bounces up a touch more. And there's movement away from Duckett as well. Good bounce and good seam movement from Nathan Smith, who once again may be feeling that, his bad balls are being punished, but his good balls aren't getting rewarded.
The good balls in this game have not really got rewarded. So if you over pitch or you bowl a bit shorter, they've been belted. If you've been bowling from a New Zealand point of view.
Smith again, touch wider. This is driven and hit hard to the right of mid-off. Fields throws the ball back to Blundell, who takes the ball.
I think England want 500.
I don't think 500.
Want 500. I just think the timing of the game. I mean, what a stupid thing to say. Can you see Ben Stokes declaring on day 2? I can.
I find it more difficult to imagine him not declaring on day 2. I mean, he's declared on day 1.
Yeah, not to set the game up though.
Yeah, but it was still an Ashes. Day 1 with Joe Root in the crease. If you can do it then, you can do it any time. At 50 up for Jacob Bethel, his second half century in Test cricket, coming in just his second Test match, pushing the ball from Smith up to mid-off, coming through for another comfortable single, raises the bat aloft, steps down the track, a little handshake with Ben Duckett, and what a moment for the young man. But wow, with 3.5 days to go, more, all the time in the world, a team that are looking a little defeated. Massive opportunity for him to move on past that score as Duckett is squared up a touch by Nathan Smith. Onto the ball a fraction too early, and it pops up a little bit into the offside and is fielded at short cover. No run. 103 for 1 then. 19 overs into England's second innings. It's difficult to see where New Zealand go from here.
Yeah, I said this morning and said last night, I think that they're too far behind the game, where, especially the way England score and England's game plan and the way England go about their job. Positivity on this surface, both England with bat and ball, there's been a marked difference compared to New Zealand. I said before, the way Harry Brooks said to Scott Taylor last night on interview, the best form of defence he felt on this surface, even at sort of 40 for 3, 20 for 3 when he walked out to bat, was to attack. And the ones that have been attacking have been more successful on this surface than the ones that have sort of tried to play for their off stump and trying to survive. There's been one with your name on it. So, positive movements, positive shot selection and execution is definitely the way forward, and none more so than the way Ben Duckett has played, and also the wonderful Jacob Bethel. He really has impressed so much in this short space of time.
Well, both sides have selection issues coming up, didn't they? Pitched up and driven. Williamson, though, scampers across to his right to field. Yeah, England have got some big decisions to make, don't they? Jamie Smith, who I mean, we talk about the wonderful introduction to Test cricket that so many of these players have had, and it's so different for such a long stretch of England's recent history. You know, there was Joe Root came in 2012, and then there was a long period where players came in and really struggled and left the team. What a delivery from O'Rourke, inside edge taken as Bethel comes forward and tries to play the line of the ball on off stump, and that is a thick inside edge which has flown past leg stump and away to find leg for 4.
Will O'Rourke's walking back shaking his head, and it's one of them. It's been one of them fortnights now. He's bowled very, very well against England so far, and I mean, he could have bowled them lines and them lengths of everything he's done from Christchurch to here, and probably won New Zealand a Test match. Possibly picked up more than the definitely picked up more than the wickets that he actually has done.
O'Rourke has replaced him, Southey, at the R.A. Vance end, left alone this time on length and line by Bethel, who got away with one there. I mean, it was such a sharp, it just bounced so much there, didn't it, that actually can't see how it could have gone back onto the wicket. It was but still a moment of fortune, and another good delivery from O'Rourke.
England have got selection issues, but
I mean good selection
issues, and I think they're very good at making selection issues. Sometimes it doesn't make sense before they actually happen, but then once the game starts, it does make sense.
Here is O'Rourke again, and this is on the hip of Bethel. Will take a single just backward a square on the leg side. Bethel moves to 55 here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Ben Duckett 44, and happy to play second fiddle to the youngster coming through. I mean, the list of players who've come in just this year and succeeded: Jamie Smith, Gus Atkinson, you can add Jacob Bethel to that, 250s in
Josh
4
Tongue.
innings. Josh Tongue.
Josh Hull had a good
Josh Hull,
had
Bryden
a good
Cars,
debut, Bryden Cars.
Shoaib Bashir.
Yeah, Bashir.
I mean, that's 8 players.
Rian Ahmed not far off that.
But this year,
this
year, 2024, full and driven by Duckett. Takes it one-handed to his right, bump ball, but fine bit of fielding from the bowler. I mean, what's that? 8 players have come into the England team this year alone, and all have taken to international cricket in a way that is quite remarkable, and that says so much about the dressing room, because they're playing with confidence, they're playing at the top of their abilities, because the pressure has been taken away from them.
It is the dressing room. It's the environment that's been set. Identification is one thing, but if you come into a dressing room and the environment is good, you've got half a chance of succeeding.
2 slips and a gully, and it's going to be another 4 runs from the bat of Ben Duckett. It's going to move to 48. Again, just stepping away from the wicket, flashing at the ball in and around off stump to the left of backward point and all the way to the boundary. 100-run partnership for England. Do I need to say it came in good time? Probably not. The lead now 267, and that environment, the positive environment that we listened to Marcus Trescothick, one of the England coaches, the evening before this second test, just continues to be evident with pretty much everything that England do.
And you take away the environment that you've got, selection you had, and that's in a time frame, John, as John moves out and Manners comes in, as Broad went, Anderson went, Bairstow went. I mean, these are big players for England, huge players for England. So the selectors will always pick and feel who they see as the best option.
Here's Nathan Smith again. Bethel drives and misses outside the off stump. Lavish looking cover drive from Jacob Bethel, but doesn't make contact. 112 for 1, lead is 267. We were talking, Harmy, when you were busy in another commentary box, John Norman and I, at the end of the lunch break, about a scenario in which we could see England declaring at the end of before the end of the second day with a lead of around 400. I said that even using my most imaginative and creative thinking, I couldn't see such a scenario. John said he could. Here is Nathan Smith once again, and Bethel pushes it square of the wicket on the offside. But I'm slightly older than John, and so I haven't got my head round the conventions with which England have been challenging during the last 2 or 3 years.
Got at 5.5 and over at this minute in time. There's
I can see them reaching 400.
59. I can see them reaching 500. 59 overs left. If England won at 45 minutes so you're looking at England batting for another 46 overs, because they probably will lose overs anyway. So another 46 overs.
Here is Nathan Smith again. Short pull, top edge, down towards fine leg, and just drops short of Will O'Rourke on the bounce. So top edge from Ben Duckett, and it's good enough for a single. But yeah, it's just the like 3 days left. Why would you? I don't know. If you should hurry to win, I suppose.
Yeah, but it's a game situation. It's the way you play. I think it's the aggressive manner that England have got. I don't think. I've said this many times. 5 days is just a guide to win a cricket match. I mean, you've got 5 days. It doesn't mean it has to go that far. It doesn't mean you have to sort of take your time and think, oh, I've got 3 days left, I'm not going to declare. You try and win what's in front of you, and that would be to declare at 500.
Forward comes Bethel, playing defensively, straight back to the bowler. 45 minutes was exactly the number that I thought that if they were to declare, give themselves a cheeky 6 overs.
3, I mean, you look at this England team now, 5.52 and over so far for 20 overs. The bat for another 45 overs from here. They won't be going at 5.2. They'll be going at probably 6, at 5.52. They'll be going at 6.52 or close to 7 once the aggressors come in and go a bit further.
Smith in again to Jacob Bethel, who pushes that one straight back to the bowler, and there's no run.
So with 45 minutes to go tonight, all being well from England, and you always look at the best case scenario when you're trying to set up a declaration. Brook coming in, Stokes coming in, and the aggressors after that. I can see England being in a position with 45 minutes to go, having scored a run rate of 6.5 runs and over across that innings. That will be England 500 in front. Simple.
I'm speechless.
Easy
this
game.
Is a bad condition for radio. Driven by Bethel now up towards mid-off, but only as far as Williamson, and there's no run. The over comes to an end. It's just 21 that we've had now, and England are already 114 for 1. England leading by 269. I think that there might be a few administrators based in reserve Wellington cricket who wouldn't be desperately happy about the prospect of
yeah, but Stokes will go, I'm not bothered about that. You heard the way he talked about the over rate in the ICC and the fine that England had, the 3 points docked in World Test Championship. I mean, he talked about that in such real terms of, I'm not actually that bothered, to be honest. And again, it's got to go 5 days, but it doesn't have to go 5 days. This is how long we've got to win a game.
Will O'Rourke's into Ben Duckett, tucks it away out in the onside to bring up his 50. Ben Duckett positively sluggish today, 50 from 59 balls, 4 fours and a 6.
Excellent. Sorry, it was excellent, been excellent from Ben Duckett. It really has. He's turned the strike over. It's not as been as he's fluent. Yeah, and his aggressive manner. I still think he's still finding his rhythm in New Zealand, which is a worrying, alarming thought from a New Zealand point of view. He's played second fiddle to Jacob Bethel, and he's been a very, very good influence on the young man from Warwickshire.
Here is O'Rourke again, and Bethel plays defensively, pushing it straight back up the wicket.
Yeah, I've got one for you then. Is it disrespectful, Ben Stokes trying to win the game by declaring on day 2 450, 500 in front, or going what the conventional people would say, oh, you can't declare with 3 days to go, batting all day tomorrow and say New Zealand were 800 in front?
I think that would be more disrespectful.
Exactly. So 45 minutes, go at them tonight, finish it tomorrow, you win the game.
Here's O'Rourke again, and that one is steered away behind square on the offside, and there's no run. We were talking.
It's again Ben Stokes doing things that is not what's been done for 100 years.
Well, the thing is, are you giving New Zealand a chance by declaring 450? I mean, would that constitute a chance? It's never been done in Test history, obviously. Not to win a Test, anyway. I mean, there have been scores in that region in the fourth innings, but not really. Here's Rourke again to Jacob Bethel, turned nicely off his pads behind square on the leg side, tucked away for another single, and England moved to 116 for 1. The lead is 271.
Yeah, flat. It's going to flatten out, but it's going to have to flatten out something considerable, and there's a few of the New Zealand players need to pick up their form. Unless Kane Williamson gets 200 or 300, then no, I think the way England have bowled so far in this series, the tail that they've got up, even if it is 450, I think it'll be closer to 500, and they give them 3 days to get it. I think England will comfortably bowl them out in a good time.
Here's O'Rourke once again, bouncer, and Duckett goes for the hook shot. Just too big, really. I think that was above badge height. That flew over his head, so best he could have probably have hoped for a top edge over the keeper's head. But he's unconcerned. There's a man out there, Rachin Ravindra, at deep back with square leg. There's also a long leg. That's Nathan Smith. So there are 2 men there for the hook, but it's very hard to play a conventional hook shot at a ball that high. It's above head height. Still, he's 50 not out from 60 balls. Jacob Bethel 57 off 64. Here is O'Rourke again. It's driven firmly, powerfully by Duckett, only as far as Matt Henry at mid-off, and there's no run. The over comes to an end. 22 gone now. 116 for 1. One man out. Zach Crawley falling yet again to Matt Henry. 6th time that Matt Henry's dismissed him in 9 innings. So it's death taxes and Matt Henry and Zach Crawley. He went for 8 from 7 balls, including 2 fours. It was 9 for 1. Now 116 for 1. The partnership moving along very nicely, now worth 107. Just news from the Caribbean. There was a story that we were talking about a couple of days ago during the Christchurch Test. Nathan Smith into Jacob Bethel, steered away, cut away behind square on the offside. The final of the West Indies 50-over competition resulted in a no result. It was raining heavily in Barbados, sorry. When that final was supposed to be played, the match referee Rion King declared that conditions were suitable to start a 20-over game bang on the deadline at after 6 p.m. local time. Here is Nathan Smith once more, and it's played away defensively by Ben Duckett. The players, the captains of both teams, decided that conditions were in fact not fit for play. They both decided that they were dangerous, and so they thought that by unilaterally not arriving for the scheduled toss, they would be able to share the prize money of $100,000 US. Whereas in fact Cricket West Indies decided that there would be no distribution of prize money because the teams decided not to play. Here's Nathan Smith again. Oh, and a beautiful little glided uppercut from Ben Duckett. Wonderfully played. Leant back, steered it literally over the keeper's head and down to the boundary for 4. And John Campbell, who's was the captain of, or is the captain of the Jamaica Scorpions, has been suspended for 4 matches. But no news about a suspension for the other captain. So clearly John Campbell, who's actually only just returned from a suspension for substance misappropriation, has been suspended again for 4 games. He was obviously deemed to be the leader of this rebellious coup, pushed away defensively by Duckett for a single behind square on the offside. So that was a decision that backfired, although must be honest, apparently conditions were very wet, but Rion King was encouraged as match referee to get the match underway as much as possible. Raymond Reefer was captain of the other team, and the statement from Cricket West Indies says at this stage Raymond Reefer has not responded to charges. Should he not respond, the matter would proceed to the disciplinary committee. So, a bit of chaos, Pakistan style, in Cricket West Indies. Here is Nathan Smith once again. Jacob Bethel tries to play it out on the onside, hits him on the thigh pad, and is fielded by man at mid-wicket.
Well, it was raining and they had a lot of time to chat, the captains, and they thought, you know what, the prize money is, what did you say, 100,000? If we just go home and all have a toasted sandwich, we could take home 50 each. That referee
didn't
like
think that through, though, did they?
Well, if we don't turn up for the toss, the game can't happen.
It hasn't worked out for them.
Seems to be following him, though, Campbell.
Ooh, drive and a miss from Jacob Bethel, and taken behind by Tom Blundell, and the score remains 122 for 1. Lead is 277. I mean, there are times, and this is perhaps one of them, where cricketers are made to feel like pawns in a bigger game that's still controlled by administrators, and they wanted that game to go ahead. They wanted that final to be played. And evidently the players felt that that they should have a say in whether conditions were safe or not. And there'd have been times in your career, Grant Elliott, that you felt that perhaps you were being used, manipulated.
Playing in Derbyshire under lights at 50 for 5. That was tough.
Here's O'Rourke, and that pushed away defensively up on the onside. The Global Super League just taking place, the final of the Global Super League taking
Where's
place
that
in
one being
Guyana.
played? Oh, Guyana.
This is a new tournament that's being created, and if anybody's interested in the backstory of why that tournament is taking place and why the teams, Hampshire are one of the teams that were invited, but that is a geopolitical scenario in which cricket is being used to shine a spotlight on a political situation. Immensely complex. Short, wide and cuts. Good shot from Ben Duckett. Only a single though to the sweeper on the deep backward point boundary. That's Devon Conway. But it involves oil, Vladimir Putin, international politics.
This sounds like a bestseller.
It is the most extraordinary story, as revealed by Jonathan Liu in the Guardian newspaper. But it is absolutely incredible. I mean, as a cricketer, you'd say, okay, there's a new tournament. What's it for?
What number am I batting?
How much am I being paid? Actually, would be the first question, I think. And the prize money is generous. It's pushed across the left-handed Jacob Bethel here by Will O'Rourke. Plays and misses, taken behind. $1 million. $1 million
for the winning team.
I think that's a prize pool. But it's 600,000 for the winners. That's decent, you know. And there are fees as well. That's just the prize money. I mean, there are generous fees for everybody involved. And do you know what? If I was a cricketer, Grant, I don't think I'd be saying, well, what are the underlying reasons for this tournament being played? Why? What's it for? I'd just be saying, how much are you offering me? $75,000. Pushed away past gully now by Jacob Bethel for another couple, down to deep backward, wide third. It's Devon Conway once again who does the fielding. And so there's absolutely no doubt that the game of cricket and those teams and the players within them are being used for a greater and not necessarily better purpose than merely playing a game of cricket. But if I was one of those cricketers and they said, yeah, it's 75 grand for 8 days, it's in Georgetown, Guyana, I don't think I'd be questioning. I'd be saying, well, I'm available, I'm fit. That's a bouncer, and it's gone flying not only over the batsman's head but over Tom Blundell's head as well. 4 wides, I hope, will be signalled by Adrian Holstock. They are. Buys would have been an absurd call. Would you? I mean, I think it's fair to say that you are a thinking man, and you know.
I thought you were going to say a mercenary cricketer.
No. I think that you, without it being in any way disparaging to other cricketers, I think that you tend to give things a little more thought than some others. Do you think you would have thought, been interested in why this tournament was being, what the greater incentive and motivation was? Short pulled brilliantly by Jacob Bethel for 4 through mid-wicket. Well, he's got such high raps as Jacob Bethel, just 21 years old. He's been fast-tracked through the system. Actually, they haven't used the system. He's been fast-tracked past the system into the England team. He's showing some... yes or no? Do you think you would have been questioning?
I don't think that there's room for politics in sport. I don't, and I know that politics does get involved in sports. I think that, doesn't mean just because you're playing.
Bethel forward again, plays defensively, no run. 134 for 1, lead of 289.
Just because you choose to play in that tournament doesn't mean that you agree with things or disagree with things on either way. You're just going there to apply your craft. How people tend to use that now, maybe when you're over there and you feel like you're being used for political reasons, taking to events and photos and all of these sorts of things which could implicate you on one side or the other. I don't know what the situation is, but wherever there's oil, there's issues. So, yeah, I'd say yes. 8 days on the beach, batting at maybe 5. I could bowl a few overs as well. I'll be the sixth bowler. Bowl some change-ups. I think Guyana's pitches might suit me as well, just low and slow. Some cutters.
So, a very, very large oil reserve has been found in Guyana or underneath Guyana, and Venezuela are laying claim to that region of Guyana, and they have massed troops on the border to take over. And so Vladimir Putin...
you could have told me that before my decision.
Russia and Vladimir Putin are big supporters of the Venezuelan government.
So there's warships and tanks, and now you're throwing me in at number 5.
And,
well, you could have told me that before I made my decision.
Well, you want me to bowl death now? Here's Glenn Phillips bowling some off-spin, pushed by Duckett out on the offside. Do you know what I mean? So they're using
volatile,
they're using cricket to focus some global attention. So that Guyana perhaps unable to defend that territory, and so they're shining as much of a world spotlight on their situation as they can by staging this tournament. Pushed away again by Jacob Bethel, no run. Duckett 57, Bethel 64. It's pretty eerie though, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about all the volatilities and variables involved in that does... I mean, the first thing we do as well as players is we do ask security about, we can speak to our governing unions, Players Association, how safe it is to travel somewhere.
Pushed by Bethel defensively to mid-wicket.
So you do get that intel, and they'll tell you yes or no. I mean, I was the first New Zealander in 13 years to travel back to Pakistan for that World 11. That was the opening game in Pakistan in Lahore.
Phillips again, Bethel defends, 135 for 1. It was a 3-game series, wasn't it? Rest of the world against Pakistan, the first international cricket.
And a funny story, I saw Baz on the plane. So I was travelling back from Warwickshire, and I saw Baz on the plane. I can't remember. I think he was travelling back from the Caribbean at a broken metacarpal or something.
Phillips again, Bethel defends once more, no run.
And he said, "What are you doing on the plane?" And I said, I'm travelling to Pakistan. I'm going to go play for the World 11. And he looked at me and he said, "It's not a World 11, Grant."
Harsh. Off the back foot, punched away by Jacob Bethel to the fielder. Again, there's no run.
But that
was though.
Well, it was, yeah. But it was scary.
Carry on with the story, because I need to make way for Garth Galloway.
Yeah, so off we went to Pakistan, 3-game series. It was the first. It was to, I guess, show the world that Pakistan can be a safe place to play cricket, and we had presidential security, and I think that security is carried on. Bomb-proof buses and helicopters overhead, and it was some James Bond stuff.
Who were your teammates?
David Miller, Morne Morkel. I wanted a room with Hashim Amla.
You were playing for South Africa, were you?
No, Tim Payne, Ben Cutting, Darren Sammy. I've got a bat signed by all the players, and the only one that didn't sign it, Paul Collingwood, was there as well.
Was he, Justin?
Andy Flower, coach.
Good coach. Did you enjoy him?
Yeah, I liked him.
Here's O'Rourke bowling to Duckett, who comes forward and drives, and this is a good shot. There's a chase for Williamson, and I think the ball's going to win it. It does. Good shot by Duckett. I've just felt after lunch that he's been quite restrained, and that something will give in one way or the other. 139 for one. Duckett is 61. The lead just racing away. The game disappearing from New Zealand. 294. 9 second innings wickets in hand. So what were the games you played over there?
There were just three games. T20s
right
at Lahore, the Lahore Stadium.
Tell us about Pakistan. What was it like?
No, it was great. Well, I mean,
you'd be looked after like kings, wouldn't you, as O'Rourke bowls, and this is played into the gully.
This was the first time, though, Garth. This was the first time a team went over there, so you can imagine the level of security. I mean, you didn't really see outside the hotel. There was a nice swimming pool there, though. Tried the local beer. I'm just trying to think what it was, actually. Paul Collingwood took a liking to it.
A lager, I imagine.
I'm going to find.
Not too hoppy, I suspect.
No, I'll tell you right now, because I do have it. There we go. Murray's Classic.
Lager.
Yeah.
There you are.
It's a lager.
Made with Pakistan hops. Here's this ball. This has gone up and over Phillips. No luck for Will O'Rourke. Shorter delivery. It climbed on Duckett, and it went up and over Phillips' head. He picks up another run, does Duckett. He's 63, 140 for one.
One of the players actually thought that Murray's lager should be on the banned list, banned substance list.
Not Paul Collingwood.
No, but you had to get paid for the World 11. You had to play one game, so one of the three.
And you played all three?
I played the first one.
Yep, that's all that
and
matters.
So it was out the way. But George Bailey had to wait till the last day, and we're like, you know, if he had a bad, bug or whatever, missed out on that last game.
Around the wicket is O'Rourke. He's just had no luck, Will O'Rourke. He's been a big-hearted trier for New Zealand. Bethel picks up a run driving into the covers. He's 65, 141 for 9. So your favourite country to tour and play?
Oh, Pakistan, of course.
Really?
No. We were just talking about it so much.
You like that lager?
I enjoy England, just the traditions of it.
Yeah.
The grounds, the old, change rooms and clubhouses and the members, and just the knowledge of cricket from the crowd.
Yeah, amazing, really. Wonderful place. Here's O'Rourke bowling, and Duckett has cramped up a little bit, pulls the ball around to Ravindra in the deep backward square leg boundary. 142 for one. Duckett 63. Yeah, it's an amazing place, isn't it? Did you play any league cricket in England, or were you just?
I played league cricket.
Where?
So when I was 18, I went over to the mighty Gerrard's Cross, and then I went and played in Ireland for a while for Cliftonville Cricket Club in Belfast. Then I went to Holland for 6 years, and then came back to the mighty Weybridge. Played for Weybridge in Surrey.
Ah, down in the south.
In 2009.
O'Rourke from the RA Vance stand, and they pick up another run. Good understanding between these two now. We saw a few miscommunications before lunch, but not since. 143 for one. Bethel is 66, shadowed by Duckett on 63. The lead is 298. O'Rourke, who really has been a wholehearted trier. 7 overs, none for 40. We saw that delivery that took the top of Duckett's bat there. It really did get bounce and seam again. I can't understand New Zealand's tactics by not bowling O'Rourke, A, at the start of the innings, and B, straight after the break.
There's been a couple of times where I guess we've questioned, Tom Latham and his decisions. The Glenn Phillips 4-over spell in the first innings on a green pitch and cost them 32 runs. I just feel like it is a tough position to be in as a captain when you look at the runs on the board.
Phillips is bowling now, and he drives to mid-wicket. Latham makes a diving save.
I mean, Garth, we're 2 runs away from 300 ahead of the game, and you're looking at Harry Brook coming
We're not
at 5.
And we're not even halfway through the second day as Phillips bowls, and he's cut square of the wicket. There's a man back there. Ravindra is in that run-saving position, way back on the boundary, or boundary-saving position rather. 144 for 1, 67 for Bethel, Duckett 63. I've been really impressed with Duckett's batting after lunch. He's still, by his standards, his strike rate's 87. It feels like it's slow, but he's been a little bit watchful. He's mixed good defence with some attacking shots, and it's feels like a proper cricket innings, if I can put it that way. Not charging down the crease too much. England really don't want to throw this away. They're in such a strong position now. There's to lose as Duckett picks up another couple of runs, driving into the offside. Easy runs for England. 146 for 1, Duckett 65.
Well, Garth, it's just too easy. I mean, you look at this, you look at the field. There's a cover point back, there's a mid-off back, mid-off. This is a one-day field. This is actually a one-day field. There's singles on offer every delivery.
I just think New Zealand look broken. Watching the body language, just going out, sitting in amongst the crowd up in the Vance stand and just watching. And certainly some of the fans are broken as another run to Duckett. And again, it's Ravindra on the boundary at point who retrieves. 147 for 1, Duckett 66, just one behind Bethel now. And they just don't seem to have a plan as to how to pick up a wicket.
And if it's not picking up a wicket, it's how to stem the flow of runs and actually create pressure through dot balls, through maidens.
Well, I think in a way that, I almost feel also that they're missing a top-class spinner. I think, Phillips does well with his talent, and his bowling record's actually quite good. Another easy drive, just confirming what Grant Elliott says, that there are runs all around the place. This time it's driven to deep mid-off. 148 for 1, 303 is the lead. But, top class, even a holding spinner, someone who can really put some pressure on, dip the ball a little bit, maybe get a little bit of bounce. We're just not seeing it. And Phillips hasn't got a field that he can bowl to really and try and prevent runs being taken, as another one's taken off the last ball of his over. Just turned behind square. O'Rourke fields 149 for 1, and Phillips 2 overs, none for 7. So 5 runs coming in that over without a shot in anger.
No, and also, I think that one tool you do have at your disposal here for New Zealand is the captaincy. Now, one of the better captains, most creative captains, well, Fleming was creative. I think he was excellent. But I think Brendan was exceptional in every delivery. Didn't necessarily mean you were going to keep the same field. And what I've seen from, even there, last ball of the over, maybe Tom Latham can go mid-on, come up. Play with the batter's ego, try and make something happen through field changes. He has had a different field to Duckett that he has to Bethel, which most captains would, but he can actually try and apply some pressure by doing something different, bringing in catches.
Here's Henry back into the attack, and not before time, and this ball just lifts a little bit to Duckett. He takes his bottom hand off the bat, and the ball squirts into the onside behind square. 150 for 1, 27 overs and 1 ball have been bowled, so 117 minutes. Gee whiz, just an extraordinary performance again, and this seems utterly sedate. The run rate is 5.51, and we're not seeing a lot of shots played in anger, Grant.
No, it's superior to the first innings, which was just 5.12 off their 54 overs. 5.5 and over.
Duckett joins Bethel on 68, and as Bethel plays the ball back to Henry. Again, just another curiosity for me is that Henry is just in his 5th over. Southey's bowled 6, Smith 8, O'Rourke 7, and Phillips 2. Henry's been the backbone of the bowling attack for the last year.
Yeah, no, he has been. But the other thing, if you look at that bowling attack there and the numbers in front of you, Garth, how many maidens have been bowled?
Yep, indeed.
0.
Yeah, that's the point. There's a TV is just showing a close-up of Matt Horn. Here's an appeal for LBW. Henry going around the wicket. The ball looked like it was going down, and Blundell's got his hand up, the New Zealand keeper, pointing towards the leg side. It was Bethel on strike. So just a close-up there of Matt Horn. The 1999 side is here. having a reunion, the team that beat England 2-1 in England, and that wonderful Test win at Lords where Horne scored 100 was one of his. It was a very slow innings, and one where he was peppered black and blue by the England bowling attack. Came off at the end of the day with bruises all over his body. It was an innings of real courage and set up a first innings score of 358, and New Zealand going on to win that match. Here's another good delivery from Henry, just looking for movement, pitching it up, and Bethel again just onto the front foot, gliding it to Conway on the boundary to backward point. 151 for one.
I'll say with the odd delivery that looks like a striking puff adder coming at you, like the one that Duckett got earlier, you know, the one that wraps you on the gloves and just climbs off a length. With the exception of those ones, and they've mainly been from this end, it looks like a very good batting surface.
Sure does. And it's got more docile, hasn't it? But there's still a little bit of sideways movement. We've seen it, Grant. We've been talking about it on Sport Nation, the New Zealand commentary channel, as another run to Duckett, square of the wicket on the onside. You know, that there has been seam movement, and we were talking about the fact that New Zealand only had one slip, and that it was Mitchell who was really at second slip, trying to cover both options. But really, you know, England, the New Zealand bowlers have been able to get seam movement. Nothing in the air, really. Southey's moved a couple of balls around, but not much to talk about. But there is still a little bit of seam and bounce if you bend your back. I thought Carse was just so impressive for England. And, of course, Atkinson coming in and picking up the first Test hat-trick at the Basin Reserve as Bethel defends into the offside. The end of another over, 152 for one. Duckett is 69 and Bethel is 69. That was a very special moment.
Very special to see that live, and I had John Norman just prior to that delivery. He was talking about Gus Atkinson and what he had achieved as a player and all his achievements so early on as he was limbering up for the hat-trick delivery. You know, he's third in Test matches for the best figures in a match on debut. He's got 105 wickets in an innings. He's got the best figures in an innings on debut in T20 internationals. He's sixth on the list there. Just going through his records here, and then suddenly, you know, hat-trick today.
Well, and you can just see that England are building towards the Ashes, aren't they? There's a very deliberate plan. Anderson out as Phillips bowls, and it's pushed into the offside by Duckett. Carse coming in. I mean, they've got a wealth of fast bowlers they can choose from with injuries. You know, Jofra Archer and Wood, of course. But Carse, Atkinson doing the job for them. Wokes has been impressive out here today and in the second innings in Christchurch. Here's Duckett giving himself a bit of room and really having to force his hands through the ball to get it square of the wicket for yet another single. He's 70, 153 for one.
Now, Garth, you look at this field, nothing changes. Nothing changes. Here's an opportunity for Latham to go, right, boys, come up. Mid-off, mid-on, come up and say to the batter, there you go, you want to have a go. You're already 308 runs ahead. Have a go.
Yeah.
What does another boundary make it if they're going to take a chance?
It is just a runner ball. It's easy stuff, and here's a drive. Past the bowler Phillips for one, 154 for one. Bethel is 70, as is Duckett. The lead is 309. So two singles off the first two balls of Phillips over. It's now Duckett on strike, and he plays this ball with respect back to the bowler. Lovely afternoon in Wellington. Still plenty of traffic flowing around the ground. The ground here at the Basin Reserve is in the middle of town with a lot of action all around it. Hospital not far away, helicopters landing, ambulances coming down Adelaide Road. Always something happening. And there's always something happening out in the middle as well as Duckett picks up run number 71, 155 for one.
Haven't heard many ambulances today, though.
First one was 11:09, so I'd like to just keep an eye on them, just to see, you know, play starting at 11, and the first one came racing down there. Seen a few of your helicopters landing.
My helicopters or Smithy's? Smithy's got his own helicopter, doesn't he? Can he chop it in today?
Probably a Robinson. Here's the ball pushed down to long off. 156 for one. So 3 runs coming from the over. 71 for Duckett. Bethel is 71. and it's 156 for 1. So England's lead is 311. But it is a lovely place to, and you played a lot of cricket here, Grant. I mean, do you think this is the, I mean, I know Wellingtonians get very gushy about it, but is this the capital of New Zealand cricket here?
I think it is. I think the Basin, you've got the museum, you've got the RFA, you've got history. And you asked where I preferred to tour, and it was England, because they have got that rich history and traditions of cricket. I love a white picket fence, to be able to come to a ground where some people are sporting some club blazers. You've got the Wellington Wanderers here, you had Seddon Park in their blazers.
Yeah, there's been a bit of a change in New Zealand. I mean, you don't have to go far in England to see a striped blazer, as Bethel plays a good shot from Henry's first delivery, just slightly over-pitched by Matt Henry, and Bethel comes forward and drives the ball to cover. It's fielded on the boundary there by Conway. 3 runs for the batters, 159 for 1. Bethel is 74 in 150-run partnership in 118 minutes. So just 2 hours. 150-run partnership, 167 balls. Just fantastic stuff. A long time. It feels like a long time ago since Crawley was caught by Conway at mid-wicket. From Henry's bowling for 8, the only wicket for New Zealand, 86 for 5 when they resumed, all up for 125. Atkinson a hat-trick, 4 for 31, Cast 4 for 46, the best of the England bowlers, as Duckett plays square of the wicket on the offside. Picks up his 72nd run. It's 160 for 1.
McGarth, you talk about the striped blazer, and there has been more of a revival in New Zealand. There's the old Tablelands Cricket Club, who I play for.
Very
That's
good.
them there, just hydrating themselves. They've got the marquee.
If you don't mind me saying, quite a dull blazer.
It's just the pinstripe.
Is
classic.
it brown or?
No, it's black. Black
Is it?
and white.
Black
yeah.
and white.
Black and white New Zealand colours.
Okay. I like something with a bit more colour, which might not surprise you, as the ball is squirted into the gully region.
The old Tablelands actually recently toured England and were undefeated in their tour, so probably one of the most successful New Zealand sporting teams.
So are they they're in New Zealand? Where are they from?
They're from Wellington, all over, but we've got Popapino who plays for us, Clive, who's the wine maker of Atarangi and owns Atarangi. He bowls left arm twirlers.
I'd like to meet him. For those of you in Britain, as another run is played to square of the wicket on the offside, 161 for 1.
He's over 70. He's just made the over 70s New Zealand team.
Well, don't tell you what, I think Atarangi is one of New Zealand's premium wineries. And if you're a wine lover listening in the UK, goodness knows what price you'd have to pay for a bottle of Atarangi.
Or Craggy Range.
Pinot Noir or Craggy Range. But
drink responsibly.
Always. It's a fantastic wine from the Martinborough region. Brilliant, the Wairarapa. Brilliant. Here's a ball from Henry which cramps up Duckett, pushing it into the onside. 1 ball remaining in the over, and then it'll be back with Neil Manthorpe.
Now our opening bowler is Steve Chu, ex-CEO of New Zealand Rugby. Very aggressive, as you can imagine.
I can. What I imagine with Steve Chu is a lot of huffing and puffing.
Yeah, and don't drop a catch off his bowling.
But does the ball get down there quickly or not?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Yeah, nibbles around.
Yeah. Here's Henry with number 21 on his back, and Duckett picks out Williamson in the covers. Duckett flicks his bat up and catches it, frustrated that he didn't beat the former New Zealand captain. It's 161 for 1. The lead is 316. Duckett 72, Bethel is 75. And the bowling figures for New Zealand: Southey wicketless yet again, 6 overs, none for 35. Henry 1 for 34 from 6. Smith 8 overs, none for 40. O'Rourke 7 overs, none for 40. And Glenn Phillips 3 overs, none for 11. 161 for 1. Crawley was out caught by Conway from the bowling of Henry for 8. The score 9 for 1, and since then we've seen a partnership of 152 between Duckett 72 not out, Jacob Bethel 75, and as you heard, that 150 run partnership coming in just 118 minutes. Fabulous batting, and it's all seemed very sedate, even though the run rate is 5.36. Steve Harmison's joined me. He's got a pad full of numbers and letters and black ink, and I'm going to let him, and quite a few blank spaces as well, I might add. I'm not sure what he's going to say.
You're looking into my head there, Garth. You're looking between my ears.
Yeah, I would not say I respect you far too much to say anything disparaging. I'm going to let you, though, enlighten, keep the audience awake over in the UK, and then I'll let you say something, and then it'll be our friend Neil Manthorpe.
Well, for the audience in the UK, they will definitely be awake because of the partnership between Bethel and Ben Duckett. It really has taken England into a more commanding position here in the middle of the afternoon, the drinks break. Bethel looks as though he's been playing international cricket for a long, long time. Ben Duckett is just a joy to watch. It really is. I wouldn't like to, the bowling at him at times has been very, very good, and he's been able to combat it in so many different ways. He's also played and missed it quite a lot as well, and I think that's the beauty about this England cricket team. They can always look forward. Very, very rarely do they dwell in the moment. If a good ball's bowled, they respect it, play the next one on its merits, and that's what they've done for what feels as though I've been commentating on this test match for about 3.5 days, Neil Manthorpe, but we're actually only halfway through day 2, and the scary thing is, the game's closer to its finish than it is to the start of the test match. So a good positive session again for England, and another chasing one for New Zealand.
Yeah, I don't again mean to be facetious, but we have had 3.5 days worth of entertainment. I mean, honestly, Harmy, in the 350 odd or episodes of this form of the game that I've seen, I have seen less entertainment in 3.5 days than you've seen in a day and a half.
Oh, absolutely, and I played in a few of them where sometimes you want to shout from final leg, well, this game does wake up, or look at surfaces and go, come on, give me something. But there is something for the bowlers here, not so much for Glenn Phillips, but there is something for the seam bowlers. But England have combated that brilliantly. Like I said before, respected the good balls, played it on its merit, and then when it's been slightly overpitched or a bit shorter, or they've fancied going down the wicket, England have put bad balls away.
We just had the mid-innings drinks break, or the midday, halfway through the day, halfway through the afternoon session drinks break, and that Phillips continues with his off-spin, and Jacob Bethel drives it straight back to the bowler, and he remains on 75 from 90 balls, 161 for one. The lead is 316 as Phillips is in again. Bethel drives down the ground to long on. Tim Southey does the fielding. I'm interested in lots of little subplots, one of which is if Jacob Bethel gets to the 90s, he's 21 years old, and yet we saw him play carefree innings, unbeaten 50 in Christchurch with absolutely no pressure at all. He got to 50 and enjoyed the moment to score the winning runs. This one is pushed straight back to the bowler, but if he gets to the 90s, I will be curious to see whether the landmark plays a role in the way he plays, and whether he is just a little more cautious. I mean, he's playing quite sensibly at the moment, playing very sort of orthodox cricket in many ways. Duckett now tucks this one from Mitchell away through square leg. Or will he remain the carefree, stroke-making person who doesn't care about the scoreboard and doesn't care about personal milestones, and it's all about the team? That's fine for the senior players, the older players, guys with Test hundreds to their name already. Here now, Bethel plays defensively once more, straight back to the bowler.
I think he's only human. He is, as much as he's looked superhuman sometimes. He is human, and he will have that in his mind. It's only natural to have them sort of feelings.
Down the wicket, Bethel actually took a step down the wicket and then picked up the length and retreated into his crease and forced it off the back foot through the offside for a single. I hope he does. I hope he does. I think it would be something slightly eerie if he didn't feel the desire to score 100.
He's got to, hasn't he? But I think the beauty about it, and what you'll have if he does get probably another 18 more runs here, 16 more runs. That takes him to 93, 95, where you would think he's one hit away. But he'll have a Ben Duckett, or he'll have a Joe Root, or a Harry Brook at the other end, depending on England's wicket loss. If Duckett's there, he's been with him for such a long time. If Root's there, he has such a calming influence.
Just a slip in the gully for Matt Henry now to Jacob Bethel, and once again opens the face of the bat, steers it away to the sweeper, Devon Conway at deep backward point. 165 for 1. England took the last 5 remaining New Zealand wickets this morning in about 45 minutes. Just a shade under 45 minutes, as New Zealand were bowled out from their overnight 86 for 5 to for 125. And the highlight of the day, seems like a long time ago, Matt Henry in again to Ben Duckett, flicks it away out towards deep backward square leg, Rachin Ravindra fields. Gus Atkinson became just the 10th player in Test history to be the proud owner of a century and a hat-trick. Gus Atkinson finished the New Zealand innings today with a hat-trick. He had Nathan Smith clean bowled, Matt Henry caught by Ben Duckett in the gully, and Tim Southee trapped LBW, steered into the gully on the bounce to Glenn Phillips, and there's no run. That's a club, eh? Century and a hat-trick. That's a club.
That is a club. That is a proper club. That there'll be some names in that club. Wow, especially from the century bit. But no, he was excellent. Really pleased for Gus and what he's achieved so far this year. Not much more to go, to be honest.
Driven down the ground, but straight to mid-on. I'm just going through that, or I'm looking for that list because it is worth repeating, and there are some names in it, Harmy. But I need to back page. Page back through the list. Here we go. Johnny Briggs played his cricket a century ago, just over a century ago, and that one is a very, very good quick delivery from Matt Henry, and it hits Jacob Bethel. It's angled in, hits him on the pad, and just for a moment he's a little hurt. So Johnny Briggs, I forget you. I know you'll know the name. Okay, here we go.
I thought is Johnny Briggs not Mike Baldwin in Coronation Street?
That's another one.
Not him then.
Wasim Akram, Harbhajan Singh, James Franklin, Abdul Razak, Irfan Pathan, Moeen Ali.
Last one to get one for England.
Sohail Ghazi from Bangladesh, and Stuart Broad.
Stuart Broad was 2013, something like that.
The
2016
the
was
100 or
Bowens.
the hat-trick?
The hat-trick.
Here's Henry again. That one is driven out towards extra cover where Kane Williamson fields, and there's no run.
His roller skates on by 2013 with a bat, didn't he? I mean, when was that? Oh, it might have been before. It might have been before that. When did India play England and Stuart Broad got hit by Varun Aaron? I think that might have been after 2013.
2014, wasn't it?
So Stuart might have been batting properly then. But he was another hat-trick. Moeen Ali last hat-trick. I was here in Hamilton when Ryan Sidebottom got the last one against New Zealand. That was a special bit of bowling as well. Like Sid had the ball swinging it. I remember he had the ball hooping on that trip.
Well, Glenn Phillips is continuing with his off-spin from the Government House end, and Duckett drives it down the ground, long on and long off, as well as deep backward square leg, and a man sweeping on the cover boundary. Third Englishman to take a hat-trick against New Zealand. The first was Maurice Allam at Christchurch in 1930. That was the first Test match New Zealand played, and England's Maurice Allam, who bowled medium pace cutters and swingers. He took a hat-trick. He took 4 in 5 balls, actually. That's driven down the ground by Jacob Bethel down towards long on. So he took a hat-trick, dot ball, another wicket. 4 in 5, Maurice Allam. And, as you say, Ryan Sidebottom at Hamilton in 2008.
This has been exceptional batting from Duckett and Bethel. Phillips come on to try and give the seamers a bit of a rest. England are just doing a good job at just milking him, not looking to take too many risks, hitting him down the ground.
Here's Glenn Phillips, and that's just pushed really by Ben Duckett down towards Tim Southey at long on. Easy runs. It's very, very hard for New Zealand. I mean, Tom Latham knows that if he brings mid-on and mid-off up, then he still hit it over the top. So he's got to keep him down, which means easy singles. He's done a tidy job though, Glenn Phillips. Short, pulled by Bethel, and over the top to Southey, who turns with slumped shoulders to go and fetch that, because it sailed over his head and kept sailing into the distance, and in fact into the scoreboard for 6.
Yeah, brilliant shot from Jacob Bethel. He did bring Southey up. Southey came in from long on. He's just looking at his captain. What should I do? He's gone back 3/4. The minute he brought him up, Jacob Bethel, not looking to come out of his crease, just give him some depth in the crease. A beautiful pull shot straight down the ground.
Driven now once again by Bethel for another single. So 6 and a single. It's very, very clever batting. 5th ball of the over. Phillips had actually bowled tidily before this over began. 4 overs for 16. He's now just about to complete his 5th over, 24 at the moment. Bethel into the 80s. Can sniff it. He can, if not taste it, he's certainly aware of it. That 100. 50 not out in his maiden test match, debut test match. Now 86 not out as Duckett defends the last ball of the over. 86 from 101 balls. Ben Duckett 76 from 90. It's 176 for 1. The lead is 331, and Barmy Army are having a great time.
Barmy Army are just starting to... They've had enough lubrication of the vocal cords, and the trumpeters, Finchy's giving them a little rendition, and all of a sudden they're livening up. Be lovely over there now, man. It's starting to get cold in here now from yesterday. Yesterday was freezing. It's just starting to drop the temperature. Sun's gone all the way around the ground, but on the bank where the Barmy Army are, they're still eating ice creams, shirts off. They're in the sunshine, and boy, are they enjoying themselves. And why wouldn't you? It's been a great partnership between Bethel and from Ben Duckett.
Matt Henry continues now, and it's driven out towards mid-wicket. There's no run. You've been in this situation. You were in this situation on both sides when you were completely and utterly on top, and the game was done and dusted, like a game of chess, when you realise that your options are. I don't know. Did you play chess?
Me.
It was
the odd time, yeah.
Horrible when you know that you're going to lose. Pushed away defensively, square of the wicket on the offside. But cricket is a bit different there, because you never actually know with Test cricket. I mean, New Zealand have to keep believing, but there is a sense of inevitability about this, isn't there? I mean, do you remember when I was a petulant kid when I first started to play chess, and I realised that I was going to lose the game? I just knock the pieces off.
I know, I've done that a few times. Bear in mind, I shared a room with Andrew Flintoff for the best part of 10-15 years. He was Lancashire under-13 chess player.
Forward comes Ben Duckett playing defensively. 177 for 1. A number of our listeners and viewers wouldn't know that.
Yeah, he was. He played chess for Lancashire as well as play cricket for Lancashire, and obviously for England. But there was a few times when I felt as though he was teasing me. I mean, the board was a triple somersault, and board went triple somersault off the table, and pieces everywhere.
Here's Henry again. That's driven. That's a lovely on drive from Ben Duckett. Just a single. Southey bends down to his left at mid-on. It's quite an all-rounder, that. Yeah. Cricketer, chess player.
Cricketer, chess player. Big fella's birthday. I mean, I don't know whether it was today or yesterday. I know he was 47, either today or yesterday. Was Andrew. I think it was yesterday. I'm just never work out what sort of day it is here and then the day it is back there.
Yeah, well, that's exactly the problem. Forward comes Jacob Bethel, opening the face of the bat. Runs coming at a steady trickle at the moment. Not boundaries, not a flood of boundaries as there was earlier.
Yeah, it was yesterday. So
is that yesterday there? Is that today here, or is that today yesterday?
It would be yesterday in Africa. He'd be in Cape Town. He's in Cape Town with the Lions, I think. He's the big man. Great to see him back. He did another TV. He did Bullseye a little bit before he came out.
Matt Henry in again. Short, bunted away by Ben Duckett. Short arm jab through square leg. Rachin Ravindra does the the tidying up there on the deep square leg boundary. 34 overs gone. Talking of bullseye, what's the score?
Bullseye, the score 180.
It's 180 for one.
It was Perth yesterday, 47 years old. He did bullseye. It was a Christmas special. I think it airs on Christmas Day, I think. Just a one-off episode. Brilliant to see him back on TV for what big fella's gone through. He's now at the moment educating our next best young players, not on the art of darts, but the art of cricket. And alongside the likes of Graham Swan, Glenn Chappell, Neil Killeen, Sarah Taylor, I think, Neil Mackenzie, Dale Steyn, them young players, them young lions are getting quite an education.
Glenn Phillips continues from the Government House end, and forward comes Duckett. It's a very optimistic shout of catch it from Glenn Phillips as Duckett, that one just spun and bounced a tiny bit, hit the splice of the bat, did pop up in the air momentarily, but there's nobody. I don't know who could possibly have caught that. No, but there's nobody in close. So there is a slip. Sweep shot from Duckett from a long way outside the off stump. That would have been a fetch. I reckon that's 2 foot outside off stump. He's missed it, not surprisingly.
Missed that by a long way. It's actually bounced over the top of his bat. Bounced over the top of the... I don't think it was over the top of off stump, but good work from Blundell. Duckett lost his balance, but he didn't. He kept it and his foot behind the line.
Man at 45 on the sweep as well, as Duckett backs away, gives himself some room. Slaps it off the back foot out to Ravindra on the cover boundary, and there was some good decisive decision making there, because Duckett wanted to come back for the second, and Bethell rightly and loudly said no.
Yeah, good call from Bethell. Duckett was a little bit head down, wanting to sort of turn as quickly as he could, turned against what you would say the conventional way. He wasn't looking at the ball, trying to get in and out as quick as he could, but Bethell was a good early call, because he would have been in trouble if he had come back.
Here is Glenn Phillips again, and Jacob Bethell forward playing defensively. The young man is 88 not out from just 105 balls, 9 fours and 3 sixes. Ben Duckett is, well, you get the impression that he's playing the junior role, but their strike rate's almost identical. Duckett 79 off 96. That one pushed away again by Bethell for another single down towards long off. I'm now beginning to review my decision, or my inability to see the possibility of a declaration before the close of play. I'm reviewing that on an ongoing basis. I keep looking at how quickly the score is moving. That's pushed away. Another very optimistic cry of catch it from Glenn Phillips, who may have been perhaps referring to his imaginary friend, because there was nobody at extra cover where that ball was pushed in the air. 35 overs gone, 183 for one, lead of 338. Yes or no? Do you think there will be?
Tonight? Yeah. I think there will be tonight. I think there will be. I'm also reviewing my thoughts and my comments on a thanks for coming for Shoaib Bashir, because Glenn Phillips has got a couple off the straight there. Shoaib might get a bowl here. So, yeah. I think England, they don't see time. They see game situation. And I think once England get to a point where they feel as though that's it, we have got enough runs and we feel as though we can bowl them out and take 20 wickets to win this contest, I don't think it really matters to Ben whether it's on day 2 or day 3 or on day 5. I think he just sees the game situation and where they think they can win from. Might be tonight.
Tim Southey is back into the attack, replacing Matt Henry, and Ben Duckett pushes defensively up towards extra cover. But is there an element perhaps of karaoke evening about this? I mean, England are having such a good time. The beers are metaphorically flowing, the runs are flowing. They've got all this glitzy playlist behind these two. Will they not just be tempted to sing another couple?
No, I don't think they will. I think Penny Arcade will come out very, very quickly, and they'll, once these two get, if they do.
Southey to Duckett, pushes it away. The backward point sets off for a single and makes it in the end. Is that Devon Conway fielding in the gully? I think it is, yeah. Anyway, 184 for one.
Yeah, I mean, I think once one off both of these go past the 100, then they're going to start accelerating, and we've seen what happened in Christchurch. I mean, they've got 104 and 12 overs to win the match, the way they go. So I think if they do get to that point, then the game will go even more fast forward.
Southey again to Jacob Bethel, who drives only up towards mid-on, fielded by Matt Henry. The England supporters definitely having a great deal of fun. I don't know, Harmy. I mean, it's just a number. Then there will be no other considerations. Just the number, or the time left at the end.
Time left at the end of the day. Does that come? That will come into consideration. But I think if the numbers are where Ben Stokes wants it, I think he will go.
Here's Southey again, short and wide and cut powerfully by Jacob Bethel for a single. And he now enters the 90s.
Good. Yeah, he's been excellent. He really has. He's gone from 75 to 90 in such a responsible way. Hit the ball down the ground when the spinner was on, taking too many risks. There's singles on offer. Game slowed down a little bit. Now at just under 5.2 and over. It's slowed down a little bit because players are getting close to that, as well as New Zealand bowling better and setting fields accordingly.
Here's Tim Southey once again running away from us from the Bob Vance stand. R.A. Vance, Bob Vance, a famous administrator of New Zealand cricket, played 41 games for Wellington. 186 for one. Reminder, New Zealand were bowled out for 125 with Gus Atkinson taking a hat-trick. Just the 15th Englishman to do so, to finish with 4 for 31. Bryden Cast 4 for 46. Lead of 155. England have lost Zach Crawley for 8, but they have not lost Ben Duckett or Jacob Bethel, who are on 82 and 90 respectively. Tim Southey to complete just the 36th over. He's in, he bowls, and Bethel defends out towards mid-wicket. And there's no run as Captain Tom Latham does the fielding. Do you like whitebait?
Whitebait. What's whitebait?
If John Norman is coming in, and he'll tell you all about whitebait. If I'm to associate two food items with New Zealand, it would be cranberry and whitebait. More from Harmy. You don't know what whitebait is, honestly.
Is it battered?
Yeah, mostly.
So obviously it's a fish.
Carry on, Harmy. John Norman will take over for the next 20 minutes.
Looking at that, you're looking at me quizzically again. I mean, that vacant look on my face suggests that I've got no idea what whitebait is. But yeah, Will O'Rourke's back, something I know a little bit more about. Whether they go down the short ball route, the go aggressive route, which it looks like it is, then it's just testing whether the England players, fancy going after the short ball here. No slips. Then Phillips at gully. Darryl Mitchell's gone down to deep third, deep point. Square leg, Kane Williamson inside what would be the ring, and everybody else. Tim Latham at wide mid-wicket is just outside the ring, everybody else on the leg side boundary.
And it's O'Rourke who's really impressed in this series. He's going to bowl a very short delivery from Ben Duckett. Even Zach Crawley wouldn't have bothered trying to take that on, but not given as wide. 186 for one then. Harmy's off for a bit of whitebait. I can't believe that Neil Manthorpe didn't say Kumara. Kumara must be above cranberry. And also, what about beetroot? Beetroot comes above cranberry. What was the other one, Manners? Whitebait. Whitebait's up there, yeah. Whitebait, I'd say whitebait and Kumara. Short delivery on the body of Duckett. He'll take a single on the pull. 186 for one in England. If you're just joining us here on TalkSport 2 or via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, it's got the kind of feeling, if earlier on was a power play, now it's a mid-innings section of an ODI where 5 to 6 runs every single over are milked. Boundary here or there, singles wherever you look, and no real feeling that a wicket is about to fall anytime soon. So there's the commentator's curse laid out for everyone to hear as O'Rourke is in, and this is cut on the bounce straight to Tim Southey from Duckett. No run. 90 to Bethel at the non-striker's end. He seemed pretty unflappable at the start of his Test career. Only he will know whether that is a mask that he wears or one that as he's stepped up through the game. There was a terrific comment from him actually ahead of this Test match. Essentially said, the better people I play against, the better I play. He is taken up the challenge. Short delivery again, and Bethel for a second thinks he's going to try and take on a heavily populated leg side field, but at the last moment realises it's way too high, doesn't even bother ducking, aborts the shot, and he remains at 90 not out. I asked our scorer Gary Morgan for the instances where a player has reached his first class century in a Test match, and I suppose unsurprisingly it would have happened a lot back in the day, late 19th century. Has actually happened a few times. As up on his toes and fails to keep this ball down. Silly point would have been very interested, but I don't think I've seen a silly point all series. So Bethel remains 90 not out. 46 times in the history of Test cricket, 4 England batters have done so. And actually what surprises me is 3 of them have done it relatively recently. Jack Russell against Australia in 1989. Stuart Broad and Gus Atkinson, of course, bowlers are going to hit a century. There's every chance they haven't done so in first-class cricket beforehand, and we saw it this year. Gus Atkinson. Short again, and Bethel is certainly discomforted here. Shapes to pull, and then suddenly the ball is on him so quickly. This taken the outside edge, but travels safely just in front of backward point, or gully. No run. So another good over from William O'Rourke, who's gone wicketless, but has been New Zealand's best bowler in second innings. At 41 from his 8 overs. Tim Southey, 7 overs, no wickets for 38. Neither has bowled a maiden so far. That's not really a surprise. England are in complete and utter control. Lead by 342. 187 for 1. 37 overs gone. The Glenn Phillips experiment has been brought to a temporary halt, and actually England didn't go at Glenn Phillips in the way that we possibly expected, as this is pitched up from Southey and driven to the right of Kane Williamson at extra cover. 3 runs added to the score. Katie Martin is alongside me in the commentary box, former New Zealand international, and well, I think that the one thing you can say about this 150-run partnership is it's for 181-run partnerships, which has gone at a strike rate of what my maths would probably suggest about 85. It's been unremarkable. It's been quite comfortable. Down the track is Bethel, and it just seems like Tim Southey coming back into the attack. Suddenly England want to take advantage of this. Inside edge on the cut, down into the turf, and bounces up and fielded. Good afternoon to you, though.
Afternoon, yeah. There's only been, a couple of flashes through slips, a half opportunity of a diving Daryl Mitchell, but other than that, it's been comfortable. It's been a nice balance between attack and defence, but it's not been reckless attack by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, it does seem like England have been in complete control. That may change though. Bethel's down the track. He's got a top edge. There's a run for the New Zealand fielder station at mid-off, but not for the first time. The opportunity hasn't gone to hand, literally though, on this occasion. It's not a dropped chance. Matt Henry just could not run down the distance that he needed to do. Couldn't get to the ball. It just popped into the outfield at mid-wicket. But I tell you what, Katie, for a guy that is 8 away now from what would be his first Test century, his first class century, that is selflessness of the highest regard from Jacob Bethel. 92 not out, again goes for the big shot. This time tempting cut square of the wicket, but it inside edges back past his stumps. And suddenly England are going for it.
You almost feel like he wants to get this 102 shots Unfortunate, the pull shot that was actually into the wind as well. So it just held up in the strong breeze here at the Basin Reserve, and then just that angle back in from Tim Southey, looking to play it square. That was so close to chopping onto off stump.
Yeah, forgive me, I've just stirred my tea using my sunglasses. Couldn't find a stirrer. Wide of the crease is Southey, and up on his toes is Bethell. He's going to get 4 through vacant 4th slip. Moves to 96 with the boundary, and it does seem like he wants to get it done in this Tim Southey over. 196 for 1, England. Jacob Bethell, who hit the winning runs whilst reaching a half century on debut for the first time in the first test match, is 4 away from 100 in just his second test here at what I've been calling the spiritual home of cricket in New Zealand. The Basin Reserve, he's been caught behind. Jacob Bethell, flat-footed drive, trying to pierce extra cover, and Southey struck. Oh, Jacob Bethell, I tell you what, you should be so proud. He has played for the team, despite being just 4 runs away from 100. He hasn't tried to get there in singles. He hasn't tried to play for himself. He's continued to play his shots. And whilst he will walk off 4 shy of 3 figures, he should walk off a proud individual. What a knock from a guy playing just his second test match. Success for New Zealand, yes. But Jacob Bethell will take the applause of his team high up in the dressing room and the crowd here at the Basin Reserve. A brilliant little knock of 96. His day will come again, but Southey has struck. He's taken his first wicket of the innings. England lose their second, 196 for 2. But the lead, Katie Martin, up to 351.
And that's a tick for Stokes and McCullum, saying they had belief in the youngster, but more importantly, he had belief in himself. He felt like that when he played better teams, he got even better, and we saw that today. Just a selfless act. You feel like that just sums up the way that this team's playing. Any sense of opening for New Zealand was going to be when there was a milestone, and that over there was plenty happening. 1 half opportunity to mid-wicket, a beautiful layoff through third to go to 96, and then an expansive reaching shot away from his body to pick up the edge. To think the control throughout his whole innings to get nicked out, to find the faintest of edges as well.
Well, success in New Zealand, but I tell you what, I am so impressed by Jacob Bethell. That I'm not sure I can put into words. Just, you know, he essentially was ticking along, right? And then Tim Southey came on, and everything changed. And it wasn't about the batter; it was about the team. It was about putting pressure on New Zealand, putting pressure on, you know, one of their greatest ever bowlers. And he's lost his wicket, but boy, that is impressive. William O'Rourke is set to continue from the Adelaide Road end, bowling short to Ben Duckett, who just rides a bounce and pushes this to short cover, no run. I mean, if you're New Zealand, though, you celebrate the success, but then you see Joe Root walking to the crease.
Well, you've got Root, and then you think you've got Harry Brook, hundreds against New Zealand. Then you've got Stokes, Pope, and then the rest of the bowlers down the back end have had some success, some slight success with the bat. It's probably going to be at a number for me, I think, in terms of what they want New Zealand to be able to chase.
O'Rourke again, and this is a back of a length delivery which Duckett clips to mid-on for a single. I mean, he's going to be eyeing up a century himself. He moves to 88, and the score 197 for 2 here on TalkSport 2. The field, by the way, is set for short pitch bowling, which I'm not sure if we were on together earlier on, but I don't know. I mean, I get it, but I kind of feel like it's a bit of a waste.
You reflect back on the fields that England set with their short pitch bowling, and they were good 15-20 metres off the boundary. They had sort of a staggered field where they had a deep fine, one a little bit further in front and one behind.
Field, it isn't set for a short pitch delivery. And William O'Rourke has gone up for a caught behind here. He's beaten Joe Root past the inside edge. Latham looks way more interested than the bowler. The bowler's already turned his back and is slowly making his way back. But Latham wants a fielder to say to him, yes, skipper, review this. And he's done it anyway. I'm not sure he got anything from Blundell that suggests that they should go upstairs. But it's Joe Root. It's the game. They've got a couple of reviews in the bag. And they've gone upstairs.
We have a player review for caught behind. Original decision is not out. I have checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
So we're watching it on the big screen with the TV umpire. Ozan Raza. No. And the New Zealand fielders are already turning to go back to their marks. So I'll tell you everything. It's clearly hit the jumper of Joe Root just above the midriff, and it seems to be, well, there's a clear gap between bat and ball.
Well, Tom Blundell, actually, he was sort of walking around fine leg, and Tom Latham was looking in beside him, and he said, no, it's flicked he just indicated with his hand that it flicked the
Still
top.
waiting on pitch.
Clear and obvious. You think that it has. There's probably, a good couple of centimetres between the bat and the ball. He's got his woolly jumper on as well.
Is coming up. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. I can see gap between ball and bat. Keep rolling.
Well, New Zealand are about to lose another review here, aren't they?
Yes, satisfied. No bat involved. Can you go back on field, please? Rodney, stay with your original not out decision. You're on screen. Make a signal, please.
I understand it to a point, but nobody wanted that apart from the captain, and it was desperation as Rook continues again, left alone by Joe Root, who's yet to get off the mark and hasn't scored a lot of runs in this series so far, which would be a concern when you're losing against an England team where Joe Root isn't scoring. What's going to happen when he does? Because he will.
Yeah, and I wonder if Nathan Smith, who's got him out twice, first in this innings, first innings in this test, sorry, and then the first test as well, bowled a way swing to him actually in this game, and the wobble ball in the first game, so he's had his number.
Yep, good shout. O'Rourke continuing over the wicket. That's again a really good delivery from O'Rourke. So lift, pace, bounce. It's gone past the outside edge of Root's bat. That's a good take from Blundell diving to his left. Problem for New Zealand is they've only got one review left now. I don't know. It seemed pretty evident up here that the bowler didn't fancy it, the keeper didn't fancy it, and Latham was just asking his slip fielders or someone just to agree that he should go upstairs. Nobody seemed to agree. In fact, it seemed quite clear that he shouldn't, and yet he's gambled and lost. 197 for 2 then here on TalkSport 2. William O'Rourke is getting a change of shoe. He's got one sock on and one boot on, and he's just walking.
The amount of shoes that get ruined by fast bowlers, whether they cut the toe or the top of the shoe out so their toe can poke through on the way on the follow through, there's so much pressure that goes through bowlers' feet. I always love when new equipment gets requested, because you see the amount of shoes that get run out or the amount of bats get run out, and you know that maybe if your name was Joe Root there's 10 bats, and if your name was maybe Nathan Smith there's 2 bats.
Well, you know, there is a famous moment where essentially Harmy, I can't remember what tour it was. Where is he? He's not here, unfortunately. And essentially, he was sat at home and he was faced with either bringing his batting pads or a dartboard to India, I think it was, maybe for a white ball tour. And he opted for the dartboard, figuring he wasn't going to ever bat. And then, of course, he did end up having to bat. I think he might have had to borrow Michael Vaughan's pads. So that's the other end of the ridiculous spectrum.
We actually had Chris Martin, who was a famous fast bowler for New Zealand, and he used to bike to games and training, and so he felt like he couldn't fit his pads in, his batting pads, so he'd usually just have his bat and gloves and extra protective equipment in his bag, and he'd bike to the games and then have to borrow someone else's pads when he needed it. I think he got most ducks ever for a New Zealand batter. Definitely the worst number 11 in the history of the game.
I remember reading a brilliant little nugget about Chris Martin, who now operates a grocery store, doesn't he? Around here, actually, here in Wellington. I'll mention it after this delivery from O'Rourke is going to finish his over with a new boot on, and this is fired full down the leg side. Root can't connect. Blundell collects behind the stumps. No run. 197 for 2 then on TalkSport 2. 39 overs bowled. England's lead 352. Jacob Bethell has been dismissed for a first-class best of 96. Caught behind from the bowling of Tim Southey. Duckett's still there, 87. Joe Root yet to get off the mark. So there's a website here in New Zealand called stuff.co.nz. Is it Stuff?
Yeah, stuff.co. Yeah, it's a news website in New Zealand, yeah.
So Chris Martin, I think he reached double figures maybe once in his career. It may have been away in Pakistan or somewhere. I'm not sure exactly where it was. But such was the news. It's Daniel Hop-McCarty about to come in. When he managed to reach double figures, it was the most read. This is pitched up by Tim Southey and defended back to the bowler. Most read story on stuff.co.nz that day. So,
wow. Actually, Coldplay has just played at Eden Park in New Zealand. There's a lot more concerts that are now being played at Eden Park. And Chris Martin, the lead singer for Coldplay, and there were a whole lot of pictures and memes that went around. It was a picture of Chris Martin, the cricketer, bowling standing on stage singing to the audience. And then Chris Martin's reunion back at Eden Park.
Short by Southey, and Duckett comfortably on the pawl, front foot, takes a single to deep square leg. There was a Barmy Army song as well, which still is in my head, which was sung throughout the 2008 tour when Chris Martin was still playing, which I will not sing here. But it obviously draws a comparison between the two.
Give us one little line, one line.
I'm out of here. Daniel McCarty can sing it if he wants.
I'm going to have to search that up. The only one I know is Jimmy Anderson. I don't know if I've added enough Jimmys into that part, but I think there's nothing better than the crowd just chanting and singing songs, and there's just a hum about Test cricket.
Hey, Katie, good to see you again. 192 for the loss of 2. England is Southey. Got rid of Bethell, bowling to Root. He leaves alone outside of off stump. The lead is a very significant one. 353 and late wickets available. And so much time. After this over, I think 39 overs available through to 6:30. The way they're going at 5 runs and over, there or thereabouts still. Yeah, 5.01. Another 200 ahead if they want to bat all that time. 2 slips in a gully away to Southey from over the wicket, short and wide, and Root will get off the mark here. Cutting the ball away, wants 2. Long chase in for Ravindra. Throw to the non-striker's end. It would have been tight. Duckett sent Root back. Southey, I don't know, is shouting at Rachin Ravindra about something. How about Timmy get back to the stumps? I don't know. Crazy idea. Is standing in the middle of the pitch. But it was going to be a tight one. They didn't take it. No, I'm not going to sing. Chris Martin, I love Chris Martin. The real Chris Martin. The best Chris Martin. He'll be looking after his full square in Eastbourne right now. Part of the Sport Nation family he has been. What a man. What a bloke. 199 for 2. Root off the mark. Duckett on 88 though. The left hand awaits and he plays and misses outside of off stump, trying to play the square cut. Do you know what whitebait is, right?
Yeah. Well, my auntie actually lives in the Nelson area, so there's just one thing that grates me about whitebait. Like, you don't want something staring at you while you're eating it. Like the 2 eyes of the whitebait in a paddy. No. Does that not put you off?
No, I try not to make eye contact with my food, generally. The immature fry of fish just tend to go. Had upishly almost to cover. Williamson had an outstretched left hand, parries it down. A single will be taken. Duck at 89. 200 is up for England, 200 for the loss of 2. Well, we found out earlier here on TalkSport 2, TalkSport YouTube cricket channel, that Steve Harmison didn't know what whitebait was. So I know. What?
What do you mean? Well, is he more of an oyster man?
We could have forgiven him for not knowing that. We're out of whitebait season on the mainland. Yeah. Of course, you would know this, Katie. If you went to the Chatham Islands right now, it's still whitebait season from the 1st of December onwards. That's common knowledge to every New Zealander. This
Most
New
people
Zealander
freeze it
definitely,
though, don't they? So
this
I'm
New
sure-
Zealander definitely didn't look that up on the internet in the back of the room. Absolutely not. That's common knowledge. New overseas O'Rourke charging in from the Government House end. Slashing cut stroke this time down towards third man. Cries a catch it, landing nowhere near Ravindra. A single, 90 to Duckett, 201 for the loss of 2. But Steve Harmison said he didn't know what it was. But then, I don't know what has happened in the space of 5 minutes. Your colleague, Steve Harmison, now doing television commentary, has claimed he loves whitebait. So,
What?
whitebait gate. I would like to know who has smuggled in whitebait, given it to Steve Harmison on his way down to the television commentary position, fed him. He obviously didn't make eye contact with the food, and now he loves it. Amazing stuff. Full delivery into the pads of Root, clipped away nicely through square leg, just backward off. That's going to be his first boundary. Lovely stroke. Tries a Root, ring around the Basin Reserve. He moves to 5, 205 for the loss of 2. The lead's 360.
Well, sitting upstairs, David Gower was doing some TV work here. Lord Gower, as we refer to him. Actually, when I first met him, I said, well, what do I call you? Do I call you David? DJ? I thought, DJ, that's disrespectful for someone royalty of cricket. And I said, Lord Gower. And he said, yeah, no, that works.
I'll accept that. 2 slips and a gully weight. Full of length from O'Rourke, just outside of off stump, pushed into the cover reach, and there's no run. So the police are on their way to find out about the whitebait scandal of 2024. This will be the lead story on stuff.co.nz within minutes, I'm sure.
I do think Gower's probably had something to do with it. I was sitting upstairs, and then this bloke walks in yesterday with a brown box, and you can tell a wine box from a mile away, and he says, David, I've got a few wines from the Hawke's Bay region, and he opens it up, 3 really expensive wine. David Gower says thank you. So I think he's probably the classy one.
Root waiting on the crease line, opening the blade, guiding into the gully, no run.
And he's got the connections. A lot of visitors get free gifts around here. Do you guys get some free gifts?
I'm a nobody, so no.
What about Ian Smith?
Oh, he's bound to get a freebie or two. Don't tend to last too long, do they? So I try to catch his eye. Where is he?
The greatest piece of cricket commentary.
He's down there.
Yeah, he probably have.
Excellent. He can't
he'd
hear.
be having some whitebait. Greatest piece of TV cricket commentary last year when he was working for Fox Cricket and Ravi Sastry.
O'Rourke bowls. Short, wide of off stump, cut away down towards the third man ropes. Devon Conway needs to put away the slide tackle. I'm not sure any EPL club is going to sign him with that sort of technique. I think he's kept it in the field of play, but I think they'll review this and they'll find out he's touching the rope as the ball is touching him. Does the man trust his hands that little that he won't even dive for a cricket ball?
How often have you seen studs get stuck in the ground? He's literally gone feet first, trying to kick it back in with his left foot, sliding on his right knee.
That is 4.
That is 4. Yeah, so Ravi, Smithy,
Skull.
Kerry O'Keefe. Kerry O'Keefe talked about Afridi's 7 brothers, I think.
Dropped into the offside. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. When he went on a 28, was it the brother goes on
48
a
hours.
48-hour fast.
Yeah.
When they lose, was it?
When they lose, they have a 48-hour fast, and then Skull goes to Ian Smith. Well, you've been on a 48-hour eating phase when New Zealand's lost a game. Oh, that was in the first 5 minutes of that Test match.
That was a bounce between the eyes.
Welcome to Australia,
Yeah.
Ian Smith.
But there's a long memory. He'll get Skull when he least expects it. And they get back into the commentary box together, I'm sure. End of the over, it's 209 for 2.
Intrigued on your thoughts, probably 9 minutes to go until the tea break. I think if England can get a 400 lead, it gives them an incentive, New Zealand.
Short ball from Southey, continuing from the Vance stand, pulled away to backward square. Should get to Will. Duckett moves to 92. 211 for the loss of 2, right? So Katie is 366. I don't think they need a psychological blow of 400. I think New Zealand are shot. The body language doesn't. And I know it's fraught with danger trying to play amateur sort of body language expert, but there's not much chat out there. There's a lot of hands on him. You look at Daryl Mitchell, he looks pretty grumpy at first slip. They know they've missed their opportunity to get back into this game because they batted poorly. 125 in the face of, yes, very good England bowling. That cannot be denied. But the surface, as Duckett chops on. 2 go in the 90s. He's trying to run it into that area backward of point where he's so good normally. But Tim Southee accurate enough to get the inner part of the bat. And unfortunately for Duckett, it's gone back onto the stumps and he will trudge off. He is walking very, very slowly. Wide of his body he was trying to play. Another fine knock though, 92. Despite the loss of the 2 established batters, England still a mile ahead of this game. 211 for the loss of 3. And Southee picks up Duckett for 92. He'll get a nice ovation from the Basin crowd despite falling 8 short of another Test match 100.
Batted beautifully. We saw a little bit of invention and some attacking shots, but his partnership with Bethel has really set this challenge for New Zealand. It does epitomise the Brendan McCullough, Ben Stokes era in the way he plays. Second highest run scorer behind Joe Root in the last year, and he just has a simplicity about his play. That time just maybe slightly late in terms of moving his feet. The bat above the ball, which meant it caught the bottom edge. The least amount of footwork we've seen from him all day. And then that brings...
Yeah, just what you want to see.
Harry
When the opposition is 366 runs ahead, you've just got 2 established players out. Harry Brook comes out. Well, let's hope there's a run out without facing a ball from a New Zealand perspective, like there was in the second innings of that extraordinary test when they last played.
Where's Nathan Smith fielding for a start? He's had the only run out opportunities really in this test. The thing if I'm in England's camp, and you know Brendan McCullum and his mindset, he'll want to go, okay, let's maybe dangle the carrot for New Zealand. I mean, it's more than dangled at the moment. It's such a tough ask. This would be a record run chase if New Zealand were to chase it down. He doesn't probably want 500. I think he wants maybe 45 minutes at the end of the day, maybe half an hour to go, okay, let's try and break New Zealand's hearts. Couple of wickets, 3 wickets for the close of play. So whatever lead they get, whether it's over 400, whether it's 500, we know how quick they score anyway, England.
Well, it's deal with this at the current rate of 5.1, so 10 overs 51, 102 and 20. So you add another 102, that's 468. That's probably enough. Wide down the leg side, shout of an appeal, more hopeful from Blundell. No one else was
We're thinking
interested. Although
they want to bat today, England.
Do you think there are any scars of the last test here? I know everyone talks about the amazingness. I said it at the time. I talked for it. I thought it was a needless declaration in that test. It only batted 87 overs, and it came back to bite them. They were thinking we're the smartest team in the world when New Zealand were bowled out for 205, and didn't make the follow-on. There's still so much time. Do they need to dangle the carrot? How many international sides can bat out 2 days these days? Southee wide of the crease. Yorker dug out by Brook. Pushed into the mid-wicket region. There is no run. In all seriousness, Katie, let's put runs to the side and, let's put declaration to the side. Let's say England bat all the remaining 37 overs beyond this. It's another... It's close to 500, right? Could you see New Zealand lasting 2 days?
No, but if you look at the weather forecast, there's some scheduled rain tomorrow.
Oh, Katie.
I know.
It's the Wellington forecast. 2 slips in a gully. Back and defending. There is Aaron. Could New Zealand bat a day and a half?
Well, they batted 34 overs today, so I think, a good 180 overs, I'm not sure. But when I look at the wicket now, I don't know what your thoughts are, but you feel this is more of a day 3 wicket because it's dried out a lot quicker than Norwest has dried it out today. You sort of feel like there's just going to continue to be better batting conditions for New Zealand, but because of those runs, I always think when you've got Kane Williamson in your side, as a captain, you think, oh, he could hold an innings together.
Southee again wide of the crease, back of a length. Brook trying to push the ball into the offside and steal a run. Tidy over from Southee, who has who was expensive in his opening spell, has been able to at least apply some scoreboard pressure and now starting to get some rewards. Firstly, it was Bethel. Big drive, thin edge taken by Blundell, and a little bit of luck for Tim Sally, bowling in a good channel. Duckett playing away from his body, trying to roll it down through the Point Gully region, which is generally his happy place. Chopping on and gone for 92. Wickets falling at 9. Seems a long time ago. Crawley was caught at mid-wicket and well by Conway off the bowling of Henry. 9 for 1. 187 run stand for the second wicket. Now 211 for 3 England. Root is 9. Brook yet to get off the mark. If they do go 5 runs and over, it could be a declaration tonight, which would be salt into the wound of New Zealand, wouldn't it? It'd be like kind of... It's day 2, remember? Day 2, so it could... Pushed by O'Rourke. Pushed by Root straight back to O'Rourke. That's my point. Like, could you see New Zealand batting 2 days, chasing 500? That includes a rain out. That includes a rain.
I can't see them batting that long, but I think for England you go, okay, when's the best opportunity to get wickets? So is it back end of the day, New Zealand on their feet all day, they've only batted 34 overs, so the bowlers have had to go out. They've had some time out in the middle. O'Rourke, 26 deliveries or something, facing as a night watchman.
O'Rourke in again, pushing up into the northerly now, drops it short, gets around ribcage height. Well played though by the right-hander. Root.
Do you not think there's just, it's so hard to understand the question marks around when Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes have declared in some games? I remember the Ashes where they declared on day 1 and that bit them in the buttocks a wee bit, but they do like a sporty declaration to say, okay, we'll give you a slight sniff because that opens up the game for them. I think that if New Zealand win this test match, it would be probably the greatest test match victory outside of the last one here because of the conditions and because of the score that they need to get.
O'Rourke nearly gets a wicket here, inside edge, that bounces over the top of the stumps. I'm sorry, Will O'Rourke could have 20 wickets in this series. He has been so unlucky.
The amount of
he
times
is not fun, and the feedback we're getting from England, they're not enjoying facing him. They can't pick him up. They find him very difficult to pick him up. And unfortunately, in life, you don't always get the slices of luck you deserve. Hard length, late, very late on the defensive stroke. Is Root, who is a special player, hurried up.
Actually, similar type dismissal to Nathan Smith. I think New Zealand have pulled their length back to Root, trying to get him on the crease.
O'Rourke, short wide, cut away. Conway uses his hands, hip hip hurrah, keeps it in, returns, and doesn't break a finger, which is a bonus. For, as his former Wellington teammate Grant Elliott used to call them Poppadom hands. 212 for the loss of 3. Root to 10. But to answer your question through the lens of Stokes and McCullum, of course they're thinking of a declaration tonight, aren't they? Because those points are that annoying 40-minute period before. But you want to do what's best for your attack, and generally what the opposition doesn't want to do. And the new ball is always important here at the Basin Reserve. 3rd, 4th innings wickets can be difficult. Remember, we haven't even reached tee on day 2. Brook is beaten with pace, bounce. He's trying to pull square, forward of square, which is where he's very good at. But is that off the bat then into the chest? So New Zealand are learning every time they face him. Slow learners, because he's certainly... That's really put him in a tangle as we check on the replay. Has that gone past the bat into the back hand? Hard to pick up what that has hit.
Yeah, it looks like it. Well, I think this is definitely a short ball plan. New Zealand has moved that mid-off that's going into sort of a wide gully. Got a guy short mid-wicket, short square leg, and then 3 back on the boundary.
Because he can pull in front of square, in fact, pulls. Then he backs away and smashes you through cover. High on the bat, not the sweetest timing we've seen from this player, out to the long boundary, sliding, keeping it in the field of play, and they'll come back for 3. And that's the thing, he's so brave. Backs away. O'Rourke couldn't adjust and follow him. And that's an eventful way to end the session. Brook getting off the mark. Heavily efficient. He's 3. Root is 10. And it's 215 for the loss of 3. And that is T. Is it? It is T. Yeah, the bail's dislodged. Never quite know, do you? The New Zealanders slow to leave the field in this day of, all those New Zealand fans on the back, it's been a day of torture because England have just flexed, bowled beautifully up top, and the top order, the two left-handers, Katie, have done a splendid job.
Yeah, they have. Different partnership for England in the second innings. It was Pope and Brooke in the first, and now Bethel and Duckett in the second. Again, over 200 within 40 overs. That just shows how quick this England side has pushed the game forward.
So 215 for the loss of 3. Crawley 8. Bethel made 96, and the last to go was Duckett, chopping on off the bowling of Southey for 92. The wicket takers for New Zealand. Southey has 2 for 52, and Henry has 1 for 40. The lead is 370.
Steve Harmison alongside me, Harmy. Whitebait, you could tell the listeners all about that very shortly as Nathan Smith is in from the R.A. Vance, the Bob Vance stand. But it's incredible that a guy that only found out about the existence of Whitebait towards the back end of his radio commentary stint here on TalkSport 2, within, I don't know, 1 over, was suddenly extolling the virtues of the very same dish to TV audiences up and down this beautiful country here in New Zealand. So we await to find out what it is about Whitebait that impresses you so much, as this is pushed to short cover before Neil Manthorpe will come back on full commentary at the start of the evening session on day 2 here at the Basin Reserve.
I'll be honest, John, I've still got no idea what it is. Little fish with eyes. As opposed to a normal fish, a big fish with eyes. That's a shark, isn't it?
Here's Nathan Smith in bowling a Yorker, looking to bowl a Yorker to Harry Brook, who drives it down to mid-on for a single as Devon Conway does the fielding. We're going to have to go and get some. There's a sign down there, you can see it just on the edge of the museum stand. A little flag, it says Whitebait.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, oyster. Does that say oyster platter?
Oh, there'll be an oyster platter down there, I'm sure.
Whitebait, yeah. Question mark, it says, yeah.
We may have filled up with mini pies and brownies for this tea time, but maybe tomorrow. Here is Nathan Smith again, bowls, driven down the ground, a beautiful shot, wonderful shot from Joe Root. Got 4, deserved 4, got 4. Lovely, lovely straight drive from England's greatest. Moves on to 14, 220 for 3. 375 the lead now. I just still can't bring myself to see a declaration. And I know that it makes sense, and I know that there probably will be one, but it's like being in an escape room. If you can't find your way out, you can't find your way out. You can't force the issue. I can't see this declaration coming, because I lack the imagination of Ben Stokes, and I'm too conventional in my thinking as Root plays defensively and there's no run.
I just can't see it not coming. I really can't. I really can't. I really can't see it not coming. So all this Whitebait stuff. I've seen a picture. Mark showed me a picture of it before. Just looks like a Bush Tucker trial, doesn't it? I think, was it I'm a Celebrity just about to finish in England? I mean, it just looks like a Bush Tucker trial.
It's delicious, and you can't taste all the head bits. It just all tastes the same. Driven now by Joe Root out to Kane Williamson at mid-off, wideish mid-off, and there's no run at the end of the over. 44 overs gone. England lead by 375. I can actually, but I think it would need to be 500, and I can see that. I mean, it's a 2.5 hour session, right? I can see it, Harmy, but not 450. I think that gives New Zealand 0.5% chance.
No, I don't think it'll be 450. I don't even think Ben's got a number. I don't think Ben would have a number in mind. I just think
40 minutes.
He's got 45 minutes to go, so he'll get itchy feet about 5:30. Start thinking about, right, this is the right time. And then by the time he's gone round and spoke to a couple of people, gets to, I think, 5:40, he'll make the decision. And then whatever over the rain, the end of that over, I think he'll wave him in come in if they've got 450, 470, 500, 520 on the board, because you just never know. He might actually be out there in the middle himself and having a good time. But I think it will be tonight, and it will be with about 40 minutes to go.
Ultra defensive field now in many ways from New Zealand. Down the leg side from Matt Henry. Sprayed that from Will O'Rourke, sprayed that one. And Harry Brook, he wants to play at everything, but he wouldn't have been able to reach that one. When I said ultra defensive field, I meant predominantly defensive, because of course the boundary fielders are also in catching positions, and there is a fly slip, and that's an attacking position. That's Daryl Mitchell. He's at first slip, but he's on the boundary.
Yeah, he's on the boundary. I think, fine leg, even squarer, and third is on the catching positions.
Yeah, well, exactly right. Short, pulled away by Harry Brooks, hit that very, very hard, and a little bit of tag team work from Nathan Smith and Rachin Ravindra. Nathan Smith at the finer of the two. Well, he's at fine leg, and then there's Rachin Ravindra at long leg, and they're both behind square for the catch on the leg side boundary. Also a deep square leg boundary. He has to be in front of square, of course. Can't have three men behind. But Nathan Smith, good diving stop, and he's parried it, knocked it on to Rachin Ravindra, who got the throw in.
Brilliant bit of field. He is a proper athlete, is Nathan Smith. Good all-round cricketer. He's definitely saved 3 runs there.
2 slips in a gully now for Joe Root. Completely different field to the one that's been set for Harry Brook. Beats him outside the off stump. Joe Root hasn't been quite himself. He hasn't made a meaningful contribution in the series so far. Although he was at the crease when the winning runs were scored by Jacob Bethel at the Hagley Oval, finishing 23 not out. But I'm imagining it. He's just seemed a bit off.
Yeah, a little bit. I get where you're coming from the summer he had. I mean, the summer he had was unbelievable. I didn't think he could continue that on. It's nice when other people contribute as well, which is always helpful to Joe Root.
Yes. Here's O'Rourke again. He now opens the face of the bat, steers it into the hands of Glenn Phillips all the way along the ground in the gully. I am, of course, judging him by the standards that he has set for himself, which is probably a bit unfair. But what other standards are there to judge him by?
I was going to say, what other standards are there to judge somebody who's got 12,000 Test match runs and counting? I don't think Joe would be too worried about it. England are winning, other people are scoring runs, contributions are coming from all round the team.
Here's O'Rourke once again. He tries to play the jumping uppercut now, does Joe Root. He was airborne when he tried to hit that. There is a wide third fielder. No fly slip for Joe Root, but if he'd middled it, it would have gone straight over that fielder's head.
If he connects with that, that's 6. They're not looking to keep it down. They're looking to go aerial, looking to go over the top.
The jumping uppercut, not something that you'd have thought associated with Joe Root.
A little boxer.
O'Rourke in again to Root. And it may have hit him on the thigh pad. They will take a single. It's deflected away behind square on the leg side. No, in fact, glove. Yeah, glove.
It's hurt him as well. I think he's just shaking his hand there a little bit. Right hand. I think it might have got him on the index finger of the right glove. Just nip back. It was a good one again from O'Rourke, nipping back. Will O'Rourke is going to manage. Will O'Rourke in the next Test match, the next Test match after this, where whoever New Zealand play, or at some point over the course of the next 3 or 4 months, he is going to bowl an absolute load of tripe and get 5 wicket. He is, because he's bowled brilliantly and he's not looked like getting a wicket.
Nathan Smith now continues from our commentary end, the Bob Vance stand end.
Saying not look like getting a wicket, I mean not look like getting a chance, because getting a bit of luck. He's bowled beautifully, I think, in these 2 Test matches. There's a 5 wicket haul around the corner, and I can guarantee he won't bowl as well as this, getting that 5 wicket haul. He just hasn't had the luck that either other people have or the England players have been the ones that are getting the rub of the green.
2 slips in a gully for Joe Root as Nathan Smith is in once again, and it's full and it's leg stump and it's clipped away for a single out to wideish mid-on, and fielded by Matt Henry, who has a shy at the stumps and then cowers as he almost hit Joe Root, who completed the century. He completed the single at the non-striker's end. He's sort of holding up his hand apologetically. No problem, I think Joe Root would say, if he noticed. 223 for 3. The lead is 378. And it's now Harry Brook on strike, and again the orthodox field remains. 2 slips in a gully. Brook plays defensively, pushing it out on the onside. No run there.
Good from Smith. Really good length, good line. He's not given Harry Brook a chance to get his hands free. Brilliance of that first innings was all about getting himself some room to get his hands free, whether he was trying to hit it through the leg side or the offside. His initial movements to give himself some room to get his hands to access the ball was fantastic. There, that's better. Into the big drift, into the body.
Here is Nathan Smith once again. Forward comes Brook playing defensively, and there's a loud but singularly unconvincing appeal for leg before wicket. They reckon that's hit him on the pad first, and I think Tom Latham is trying to confirm that. There was definitely bat involved, definitely. Tom Latham has in fact decided that he's going to ask the third umpire, Ahsan Raza, to have a look at this. Sounded pretty clunky to me.
Was it pad first for me? So he's getting out of the line. I think it's a great shout. I think it's a great shout. But now they're about to burn another one. I think this is their last review. Yeah. So unless this is hitting umpire's call, then the reviews are going to go. Unless obviously it's out. I think it does hit pad first. Yeah. For me, that's pad first.
In which case it's out.
Yeah,
in which case that's very, very close.
Now roll forward.
Yeah,
please to confirm.
It definitely looks like it hits pad first. We just go look at the side-on view now on Ultra Edge.
Yeah, I think this is close. I really do think this is close.
Pad first.
I think it's hitting the top of middle.
When ready, please.
I think it's hitting off stump. I don't think it's hitting middle, but I think it's hitting off stump.
Oh yeah, quite right.
Well, we're both right.
Impact umpire score.
Yeah. John Norman was more right, standing behind us.
He
was hitting the stumps, but umpire's call. At least to keep the review.
You're on screen, make a signal, please.
That's one of those ones where the batsman is lucky. I think that's out. I mean,
I think it is out.
Honestly. Impact umpire's call. By what percentage of the ball? Not very much.
A little bit more than 50. But not much more.
A very little bit less than 50. Here's Nathan Smith steered away by Brook into the gully. I mean, I'm a massive fan of the umpire review system, and I'm a massive fan of Ultra Edge and Hawkeye and all the other technology, and I think that it has improved the game, and I think that but I think it can be improved further, and one of those improvements would be to have decisions like that overturned.
I think if the bat is just slightly further behind, I think the umpire gives that out.
Yeah. Short and pulled by Harry Brook out towards deep mid wicket. Fielded out there in the long pastures by Devon Conway. And they go through for an easy single. England lead by 380 now at 224 for 3. No, actually the scoreboard is ahead of me for once. 224 for 3. Its lead is 379. I feel for Devon Conway. He's really struggling. He's averaged 24 in his last 13 test matches, having averaged 54 in his first 12 test matches. He's been a lean time. He made one really impressive score in India, didn't he? But otherwise he's had a thin time of it, and he's spent both test matches on the boundary by himself, nobody to talk to. Short and pulled away by Harry Brook down towards deep backward square leg. Nathan Smith does the fielding. It's a lonely game. you can feel very isolated, literally and emotionally, and Devon Conway seems to be a man alone. A lot of time to think about his form.
A man in his own thoughts. Man in his own thoughts, and that's what cricket can do for you. It is a team sport, but for me it's not. It's an individual sport played by a team. And you are isolated quite a lot, whether you're in the middle, ball in hand, or out on the boundary.
Forward comes Joe Root playing this defensively again, just not looking quite as fluent as Joe Root at his very best. So when you went on junior tours, under 19 tours, Lions tours, you always had to share a room, didn't you? You always had a room with a partner. When you began your Test career, did you move into the grown-up single room to everybody?
Moved into the grown-up single room with everybody, but we soon went down the interconnecting rooms, just for one person.
Here's Will O'Rourke once again, and Joe Root pushes it up towards mid-on and sets off for a single and makes it quite comfortably, as Will Young, who's on the field as the 12th man, does the tidying up.
Yeah, most of the time it was, I mean, trying to think, Air Tour. Spent a lot of time on Air Tour National Academy room with Rob Key, and then went into the main team, sort of interconnected room with Andrew Flintoff. I needed somebody around me just to keep me company, and Andrew Flintoff was scared of the dark, so we kept my best bathroom light was always on, just to make sure that the big fella wasn't too scared.
Here's Will O'Rourke down the wicket, top edge, flying edge. So on the charge, Harry Brook there. He's looking for his favourite. Well, he's got lots of favourite areas, but one of his favourite areas, I think he was looking to hit that over extra cover, and the flying edge has disappeared over the top of the slip cordon.
What on earth is that?
Oh, well done, Scott Taylor. He's just gone and bought a white bait fritter.
White bait fritter. It looks like something that's. I mean,
squeeze with lemon.
It's like something I brought up on a Sunday morning after a good Saturday tea time.
Oh, that's a terrible thought.
I know, so that's a terrible look.
Driven out towards extra cover, fielded by Kane Williamson.
Look, I mean,
so the little fishies. They're whitebait.
Little fishies. I feel as though Anton Decker waiting for behind me. I mean, this is like a bush tucker trial.
It's absolutely delicious. White bait fritter. You squeeze with lemon. It comes on a slice of bread as well. It's a sort of a baby fish omelette.
Yeah, it's just an omelette.
It's eggs. It's with little baby fish, whitebait. Flicked away now through the onside by Harry Brook, and they go through for a couple easy runs. Brook moves on to 13, Joe Root 17, 232 for 3, leaders 387. Okay, you talk now. I'm going to test.
Yeah, I mean, if you were a sort of a big fish in the sea, and you were looking for little fish to eat, they're not going to fill you, are they? Oh, white baits. You're going to take a lot of white baits to keep me going. I'm sorry, they're not.
Try a bit without the bread. You really get a proper taste of the whitebait. Absolutely delicious. Love it. 232 for 3. Lead of 387. England completely dominant today. They were completely dominant yesterday as well, but New Zealand at least had the consolation of bowling England out for 280. But today New Zealand bundled over for 125. Nathan Smith continues from our commentary end. A hat-trick from Gus Atkinson. I feel like we haven't maybe made enough of that. Gus Atkinson took a hat-trick. Gus Atkinson took a hat-trick today. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in case you need reminding. I'm reminding you anyway. He finished the innings with a hat-trick when he had Nathan Smith, he clean bowled him for 14. Matt Henry caught in the gully with an excellent bouncer first ball, and then Tim Southey trapped LBW. New Zealand went for 125 for 7 to 125 all out, and it's Nathan Smith in once again, pushing this one out on the onside. Atkinson finished with 4 for 31. Bryden Carr's 4 for 46. England with a lead of 155 have lost 2 men in the 90s. Ben Duckett for 92 and Jacob Bethel for 96. And on a day full of entertaining and quirky statistics, I think my favourite is that Gus Atkinson became the 10th player with a century and a hat-trick. I love that.
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, the names, brilliant names that are in there. You keep eating that, man, as I'll suck the lemon in a minute. I think I'd rather go with a lemon than go with a whitebait omelette.
Fritter. Here's Nathan Smith again, steered away behind square on the offside.
I know one thing, you're talking about sort of roommates and that. If we were in our room during an England Test match and I brought that in for tea, big lad from Lancashire I think I'd have been wearing it. I think he would have ended up on my forehead.
I think he might have objected.
He would have thrown it at me. Yeah, what on earth is that?
I really, really do love the taste of it. It's not like olives where I go like, yeah, take it or leave it. I think that's delicious, and it's being shared amongst the rest of the commentary box now. So you're in the minority. Another short one from Nathan Smith, pushed away defensively by Harry Brook.
What a surprise in the minority. That's not a surprise. But yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of talk about how England have played, what this Test match means, and the way Brook and Pope played the first innings, the game plan, the match situation, how well Carter's bowled. But it should be remembered and it should be marvelled that they finished the innings a hat-trick. I mean, taking a hat-trick in, I think just tells you the very few hat-tricks that are taken in international cricket. So for Gus to get one, it was brilliant today.
Here's Smith once again. A glorious, glorious drive from Harry Brook. Well, sometimes we sing the praises of his unorthodoxy, his inventiveness and creativity, but sometimes it is the sumptuous simplicity of a classic cover drive that just, I mean, he was showing off there.
Speaking of brilliance, that was brilliant. It was a beautiful shot. Just a check drive. He didn't go all the way through it. Just nice check drive. Hit it back from where it's come from. Kane Williamson had no chance at extra cover.
Nathan Smith in once again, and that one is hit up in the air and it falls just short of mid-on. Matt Henry, I think it was one of those frustrating ones that you know immediately that you have to make an effort, but it's always dropping short. And it did drop short. The over comes to an end. Just 48 gone now, 238 for 3. England's lead is 393. More from Harmy and the whitebait fritter, and then it'll be John Norman.
You can take the whitebait fritter with you. It's just making me even more and more uncomfortable. One thing it isn't comfortable. Bowling for New Zealand. Nathan Smith going away, walking down to fine leg, shaking his head. When is the luck going to turn? Both Will O'Rourke and Nathan Smith. Infancy of their career. This is Smith's second Test match. O'Rourke bowled beautifully in India. And they both bowl well here in Christchurch and in Wellington, I think, for a little bit of luck, an umpire's call. The rewards could have been a lot better, but that's what happens, the brilliance of England.
Rook to continue, short delivery, dug in on the pull, and wow, that's quite a shot from the bat of that man again, Harry Brook. There was a fielder just in front of square on the leg side, and then it's Southey, and Rashid Ravindra is backward of square, and Harry Brook has hit that so cleanly and so powerfully, despite the two fielders being, I don't know, 15 yards, no, maybe more, 20 yards apart. They actually gave up. They knew that it was going to be reaching the boundary. So here we go. Brook 22, Root 18, 242 for 3. England's lead pushing 400 as O'Rourke continues over the wicket and pulls again from the glove, and it sails over the head of Tom Blundell, who just stands rooted to the spot, watches it. Daryl Mitchell running around from fly slip. Collects, that's another run. 243 for 3. A lead of 398. It didn't actually hit the glove, did it?
No,
it hit the back of the bat.
I think if I was in the middle of the wicket now, John, I would be laughing. I'd be laughing at the top of my voice thinking, what else am I meant to do? I mean, it's a ball gone down leg side. Harry Brook's gone to try and pull it into the leg side. It's in the back of his bat and gone over first slip.
He scores him with all parts of the bat route this time. Trying to get onto the front foot, riding the bounce, drops the ball down by his feet. Glenn Phillips scampers in from backward point, gully. 2 slips in place. There's a catching cover mid-on and a wider mid-off. Third and also fine leg for Joe Root, who was out cheaply in first innings in both test matches. Walked off with Jacob Bethel after England's new number 3. He'd hit the winning runs at Christchurch, but it's Root facing, bat high up in the air, and it's Phillips called into the equation again, running round in fields. 243 for 3. So where are we? How many overs have we got left today? Well,
31.
31. Obviously, we're not going to get.
We'll get 27 in, I would have thought, 26.
It depends a little bit on whether there's a change of innings as well.
Down to 24.
I think 100 runs. I don't know. I just think time. I think they want half an hour at New Zealand tonight. This is hauled around the corner by Joe Root. It was short and wide, and he's dragged it to the right of mid-wicket, and deep square leg comes round to field as well. No real timing, and that tells you everything you need to know. England are going for quick runs here.
Yeah, absolutely. The ball was there to go at. He's pulled it in front of square, knowing that there's 2 men behind square on the leg side. Just think Joe Root's struggling, well, I think, with the bounce of the ball, the consistent bounce of the ball of Will O'Rourke. Big man from the Adelaide Road end is getting the ball, but inconsistent bounce, and I don't think Joe and Harry Brook are quite trusting it to be aggressive towards it.
Here's O'Rourke again, and this is cut high over backward point from Root, leans back. Conway coming round from deep third, or just backward a square on the offside. Fields, another run to the score, so a lead now past 400, 401, with both Root and Brook in the 20s. 246 for 3. See some powerful shots from Harry Brook, obviously in first innings, but also in this second. New Zealand are in no great hurry. I think that they are trying to put off the declaration until tomorrow. There is a bit of bad weather forecast for day 3, but that's not exactly going to make batting any easier, is it, Harman?
It's going to be a hurricane, so I think they might need it for.
Well, it's a hurricane every day.
New Zealand to feel as though they can get out of this test match at this moment in time. England's so far ahead, so much time left in the game.
Root facing as Smith continuing, clips to mid-wicket as the former England captain. New Zealand needed a miracle to win the last time these two teams met. Here at Wellington, we've mentioned that a few times, and say that I don't know what's bigger than a miracle. Is there anything?
Don't think there is there? Miracle's a miracle.
They need another miracle.
They need a double miracle.
They need back-to-back miracles. Here's Smith again with Joe Root, this time seemingly a little bit more comfortable against Smith, coming forward and just pushing this to the left of point for a single.
I think England have got so much variation in their bowling attack. I think even if it flattens out, I still think England have got enough to force the result, even if it does flatten out. Where I think last time, when it flattened out, I think our bowling attack was a bit toothless on a flat wicket. So I just don't see how England can't get them 10 wickets.
Yeah, it wasn't a huge amount of pace in that bowling attack for England last time, was there? As this time Brook is forced to defend a ball of good length on off stump, tries to clip it leg side, but it hurries onto the batter a touch, and he pushes it to short mid-wicket. No run. It's beautiful though here, isn't it? Yeah. In Wellington. I mean, crowd haven't gone anywhere. I mean, why would you? It's been sold out for months. I mean, I know that a lot said about how many English fans are here, but that roar when Kane Williamson was reprieved yesterday just showed that it is primarily or largely New Zealand fans here. There's a lot of English, but there's more New Zealanders. This is pushed into the offside. The ball travels maybe 5 or 6 metres from the bat towards point. There's enough time for the batters to cross, and another run is added to the score. 247 for 3, England lead by 402 here on TalkSport 2, TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
A lot of members in the members enclosure, in the sort of the stand that we're in here. I think there's a lot of locals in that. I think the predominant England fans are over in the sunshine on the left-hand side and the grass banks and enjoying themselves.
There are
Kiwis there as well, but
Smith again. This is pitched up. Hits the pad of Joe Root, who comes forward outside the line though, possibly an inside edge onto the pad, fielded at short mid-wicket. You reminded me of a moment actually yesterday because of the banks at the back of the grassy banks here. It's a familiar tree. It's a protected tree actually. Yeah. New Zealand Christmas tree, the Pahuta Kawa, which I've always struggled to pronounce, but Mark Kelly has given me a thumbs up. Pitched up again, and this is pushed to the right of mid-on for another single from the bat of Harry Brook. But if you're unfamiliar, just go on Wikipedia and type it in. Essentially, it's known as the New Zealand Christmas tree because it blooms over the Christmas period, which is summer here in New Zealand, obviously. Bright floral red. It's a brilliant red, and it's protected. You're not allowed to knock them down or chop them down to build anything, and you're also not allowed to climb them if you lose a flip-flop up there.
Yeah, bloke, how was either his mate or he kicked it himself. Kicked his shoe, wasn't it? He kicked his shoe into it last year, so security was like, no, you can't go up there. And about 4 hours later, we're in the bar, and this bloke walks into the bar with one shoe on and one shoe off. So he didn't get it back.
2 slips and a gully in place for Joe Root, swivels and pulls his short delivery on the body to Rachin Ravindra at deep square leg. Harmy's off. Maybe it was a wicket celebration. I remember watching Harmy bowl actually. Harmy was playing at Adelaide in 2006 in that test. And late on day 2, Justin Langer was caught in the slips. England had 550 on the board. And it sparked the most ridiculous wild celebration on Clem Hill. And a friend of mine, the Barmy Army friend Danny, lost a flip-flop in the celebrations. And I'm not sure he ever got it back. He didn't end up in a tree though. A rook to continue from the Adelaide Road end. And Harry Brooks steps away and carves this up and over mid-off. Didn't get hold of it, so it won't reach the boundary. But England continuing. Lead 407. Grant Elliott has stepped into the commentary box here, high up in our position, and declaration batting here, Grant, do you think?
No, I don't think they'll declare today. If they do, maybe 10 minutes before the end, but I don't see the point of it really. Not yet.
Exciting cricket.
It is exciting cricket.
That's the point. That's what it's all about. Fuller from O'Rourke. Good delivery, but a better shot from Brook. Jabs the bat down on the ball, steers it past mid-on. Chasing for the fielder, but Brook comes through for the third. 410 the lead. I mean, what's the point? No team in the history of Test cricket has ever successfully chased down, what was it, 418, is it? 423?
Okay, well then
4-2-3.
13 runs away then.
14 runs
make it
maybe.
Exciting.
I wouldn't put it past him. I mean, no, actually that would be even for England.
Well, no one had ever scored 400 in a one-day game, and you know, Australia got 434 and South Africa beat them in a one-day game, didn't they? Records are there to be broken.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. O'Rourke is in, and this is played back to the fast bowler who's had little luck in the series so far. He has picked up some wickets. None today, though. It's going an economy of 5.5, or pushing 5.5. I mean, that just does not tell the story of how well he's bowled in today and over the course of the last 2 Test matches. 255 for 3 then. I mean, England might just be feeling, Grant, that they can get 500 and we'll give you 3 days to chase them down on this track with that batting lineup. England will be heavy favourites. Beatson, the batter this time, O'Rourke. Root playing defensively, covering the line of off stump. It's another good ball from O'Rourke, but he trudges back with England 255 for 3, a lead of 410.
Yeah, I mean, listen, New Zealand are unlikely to win this test match. However, you always have to live in hope. You know, whenever I played this game, you always had to believe. No matter what position you were in, you had to believe you could win. Brendan McCullum scored a 300 on this ground. The wicket's getting better. You know, 140k wins tomorrow. Someone's got to bowl into it. A tired bowling attack.
Here's O'Rourke again, this time. Gets Root playing forward, but with a straight bat, hitting it back where it came. End of the over, 255 for 3. Certainly the conditions for batting. Actually, that's quite interesting. Have you seen that? The 4 New Zealand fielders, including the keeper, Tim Southey, have just run up to William O'Rourke and patted him on the back and just given him possibly a little G up. They're just recognising the shift he's put in today and across the series. He's bowled, you know, he's toiled away. He's not been given the new ball. He's been switched ends. He's been asked to bowl short. He's really played for the team. He's bowled without reward, and I think they're just realising that he might just need reminding that he's doing a great job for his team, even though the scoreboard may suggest otherwise. Another man who's impressing is Nathan Smith, and he's running in here from the R.A. Vance end, and it's defended by Harry Brook, who's going at a runnable 29.
I think what's been really impressive with Smith and O'Rourke is that their pace hasn't waned at all throughout the 2 days. I know we're only in day 2 yet, but you look at O'Rourke, I think he's bowled his most fiery spell now today. In that last over, his second delivery was 145 k's an hour, which is as fast as I've seen him bowl the whole game. So definitely putting in a shift.
Smith again, and Brook tries to run this through the gap between Gully and Whitish second slip, Whitish first slip, second slip, but it gets a little bit too much on it. It's fielded by Phillips, but not before Brook comes through for another single. 256 for 3. England lead 411.
John, I was talking to Neil Manthorpe about believing.
Yep.
And there was a game in Wellington, a first-class game. 445 was set for the last day, and they got it 1 down, Central Districts against Wellington.
Was that the game? I think that I heard Daniel McCarty talk about that in the back of the commentary box. Jamie Howe.
Yes.
That game. And dug in by Smith. And this is pulled from the meat of the bat from Joe Root. Goes to it backward, deep backward square, and fielded on the boundary for another couple. 258 for 3.
Because I think that the one thing that leans towards this being more of a batting deck as time goes on is that it doesn't turn. It gets variable, but that's more because of the scalloping, and that's what they've done over the winter, is that they've reclayed it and they got the 6-ton roller on it, so it's harder now. Doesn't scallop as much from day one. So you'd think that this batting surface won't have spin. Never really has at the Basin. Bounce, yes.
That's Smith again. Clip to the leg side, fielded at mid-wicket. And Joe Root is sent back by Harry Brook, no run. Lead 413. Yeah, you've always got to believe. And actually, it may free New Zealand up a touch, because they'll come out and, you know, they've got... It's not like a draw will be in the equation. They're not going to bat time. They're not going to see it out, are they? They're not going to be batting on the 3rd session of day 5. The game's either there to be won or lost. I mean, it's going to be terrific. Whatever happens, it's going to be entertaining. There's a Root forward on the drive, and a Pearce the cover field. There's just 2 fielders there, mid-off and extra cover. Nobody on the boundary, so get the ball through those 2 experienced campaigners, Williamson and Southey. 200+ tests between them, and that's a boundary shot from Root. Have you felt that, you've seen a lot of Joe Root play, Grant, have you felt he's battling just a touch with his game?
Yeah, I think that ball, the length between waist and chest height, for some reason.
Smith again, and will take a single just in front of square on the leg side this time, Joe Root. He moves to 27, Harry Brook is 30. End of the over, so Root will face the first ball of the next over, which is it going to be William O'Rourke continuing to bowl? We'll just have to wait and see. But 414, but the point you were making, Grant?
Yeah, I think that
Daniel McCarty just about to come in.
You look at how Joe Root got out to Nathan Smith in Christchurch, chopped on, it was that length in between that sort of chest and waist height, and then again to Nathan Smith here, the first innings, just prodding at one at that length. Doesn't look comfortable, but he has been facing Will O'Rourke. And I think if there is ever a sign as to the intent to, there's been a lot of chat about declaration, and I don't think it's going to happen tonight. I'll be very surprised if it does, but the intent that they show against Glenn Phillips, who's coming on to bowl now, will probably be the sign as to their intent on what they want to do tomorrow, whether it's to carry on batting or bowling, because they were very aggressive towards Glenn Phillips, and let's be honest, the Basin Reserve is not really a spin haven.
Good afternoon, Grant. 259 for the loss of 3. England, the lead is 4-1-4. You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the Test series between New Zealand and England on TalkSport 2. And the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Phillips from the Government House end, the southern end of the ground, pushing up into the northerly breeze with the slip, catching mid-wicket too. From over the wicket, reverse sweep by Root straight away, just backward of points for comfortable run. He moves to 28. Brook 30. 260 for the loss of 3. Thought at times Root looked a little bit hurried. Will O'Rourke, who's probably cursing his luck in this Test series. 1 for 79 off 15 overs. So you're expecting, Harvey's keen on the declaration tonight, aren't you?
He loves it.
As much as he loves whitebait.
Even though
leg stump turned forward of square for a single into a gap. There's a run there, 31 to Brook.
I did say to him, I said it was the eyes, wasn't it? It was the fact that you could see the eyes on the fish.
Looking at you. 50 partnership, that's what the applause is for. It's come off 66 balls. The lead 406. So did we get to the bottom of whitebait game? He's had some now? Yeah.
Just a bite, not a fan.
Not a fan?
No.
No. Yes. Leg side. Delivery spinning further right. Bales taken off quickly. Not even between white bread with heaps of butter, salt and pepper.
No. Walker's crisps.
No. Rubbish. Something like that. Yeah. You prefer your Garage Project beer, don't you? That's much nicer.
Rubbish. That's rubbish.
It turned to a forward square leg. Well, it doesn't sound like boycott. It was proper rubbish. It was proper rubbish. Straight in the bin. That's white gold, my friend. You cherish that. I'll have your head in these parts. 261 for the loss of 3. Phillips continues with right arm off spinner. Gets leg side. Trying to pull was Root. Under the bat, well taken by Blundell. It's enthusiastic to whip off the bail. So Harmy thinks declaration tonight. You'll be expecting that tomorrow. England will be bowling tomorrow. Unless something extraordinary happens. But tomorrow, have you heard the forecast?
140k wins.
Oh,
someone's bowling into it. Bashir, I think.
Phillips, very quick, swept away, backward is square, top of the bat, so just trickling out towards Rachin Ravindra in the deep for a single. 262 for the loss of 3. So someone is going to love bowling downwind with that.
Oh, yes.
Shoaib Bashir might bowl 45 overs unchanged from the other end. We don't know. You played a lot of cricket at this venue. We all know Wellington is windy. Even the people listening around the globe understand Wellington is a windy place. How bad does it get out there?
Oh, but you know what astounds me though? The umpires will go out there and they'll let the bails fall off 3 or 4 times, and then they'll go, heavy bails. Just come to Wellington and put the heavy bails on from the start.
Or maybe this time they'll stay on for the next 6 hours.
It used to irritate me almost as much as people that get up in the aeroplane behind you and try and push in front of you before they get off the aeroplane.
Yeah, those who stand before you've...
Pet hates. Yeah, heavy bales. Just put them on.
Just
140k wins. Prepare yourself now.
Sit down. They're not opening the plane door just because you've stood up. And they're not going to do that. Short pulled away comfortably, uppishly, but into some space down towards O'Rourke at long leg. Root moves to 30 with that single. It's 263 for the loss of 3. Lead 418.
Daniel, for yourself, I don't know if you know, and all those statisticians out there, the people that love their stats, those proud England followers with the ball leaving the blade. England on 249, 14 runs ago, they just passed 500,000 runs from the bat in Test cricket, of which W.G. Grace has 0.22% of those.
Okay, I want you to list all English run scorers from 1 to about, I assume, 600 odd, pushed backward a point for a single by Brook, who moves to 32, who's climbing that chart relatively quickly. 264 for the loss of 3. Who's won?
Number 1. Oh no, don't play this game. Is it the chef? Is it Joe Root? Then the chef?
Well done. It helped me pointing at him.
Yeah, but everyone watching YouTube knows that. Thanks for the help.
Number 2?
It's got to be the chef, doesn't it? I thought he was number 1, so he's got to be number 2.
Short wide of off stump. Rootmas is out here and he knows it too. Body language is sort of sags as he gets to the other end. Only a single. 265 for the loss of 3. 420 for those who don't know. The chef.
Sir Alistair.
Yeah.
Is he still playing for Essex?
Did he finish this past season?
Just retired.
Yeah. Awesome. The year before that. 2 seasons ago. How incredible.
Too early. Went too early.
Number 3. I don't know, how far do we have to go down to get to Harmy's name? Back of a link from Henry from over the wicket. Turn to mid-wicket, no run.
It's either maybe Andrew Strauss or Kevin Peterson. Graham Gooch.
333.
Gucci.
And 100 in that test, didn't it? Graham Gooch. Great moustache. He'd certainly make your moustache 11.
All year round,
Yeah.
November. Him and Gerry Coetzee.
Wonderful pronunciation. Dab from Brook to backward point. There is our signals. Marnus Lavashakni not out overnight? Or do we have to Australianise everything for Australians? Looks down the camera. Makes awkward eye contact with them. Labuschagne, mate. Your boy Gower, mate. You're great mates with Gower. David Gower. He's 8,000 plus.
All through the cover.
Glorious play. Turned away by Root, who is top of that list. Into the mid-wicket region, fielded by the New Zealand captain. That is the end of the Henry over. 266 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit more intent out there, Daniel. I don't know if you feel that, but I felt when Duckett and Bethel were going, I didn't feel that New Zealand had a lot of intent in getting wickets. They were almost waiting for it to happen, and Tom Latham's game plan almost had a split field. There were people square and only 2 catches. Nicks went between just the one slip, which was Daryl Mitchell. He was wide when there should have been 2. You feel like they've got a little bit more intent now with these 2 at the crease, because maybe they think, well, this is a huge partnership. Then you got Pope, obviously, but this is a big partnership, this one. It's particularly Harry Brook, and you have to always show that intent. And I think that it doesn't matter what format of the game you're playing, as a captain you walk to your bowler and you go, how are you getting him out, is the first question. What's your game plan of getting him out? Not how are you going to restrict runs, it's how are you going to get him out. Now look at Glenn Phillips's field here. He's got 5 on the leg side and just 4 on the offside. 2 men catching. So Tom Latham's in a catching position at short mid and the slip.
Bowling for a mistake, are they, Grant? Brook turns the ball to the man on the 45 behind the wicket on the onside. There's no run.
Well, I like what Latham did to Bethel. He brought mid on up, mid over. So he said, come up, you know, playing with the ego. And then Bethel went bang over mid on for 4. It's a great shot. But at least he's trying to force the stroke.
No cheating, Grant. No cheating. is a sweep from up. So down to up. The ball's ballooned up over the man of the 45. His long chase. I look through our screens and I see the ball has hit the boundary. 4 runs to Brooke. Surely not the most in control stroke we've seen from this wonderful player throughout this prolific Test series. He has contributed deliberately from down to up, down to the fence. 270 for the loss of 3. Your mate David Gow's 5 on that list, number 5. Who's number 4?
Looking at the list,
he could do a lot. He could do a lot of things. He was very handy for a cricket side, not only runs.
Yeah.
Think of spinning the bat. Oh, that's what I always remember him, twirling the bat.
Kookaburra Bubble, Alex
Open
Stewart.
stance, yeah.
Statues of him outside Surrey, aren't there?
Shorter this time, straighter though, and punched off the back foot by Brook to mid-wicket. There's no run.
Always had a good tan on him, Alex Stewart, found. All year round tan.
Harmy, I found where he's on that list. I must have, not as far down as I thought. So, I want you to give me a ballpark figure where you think Steve Harmison is on the all-time run scorer
As a
list.
shareholder of the 500,000 runs.
500,000 Test runs. Swept away. Fielding is Will Young, who's on the field. No run.
There would be a lot of players that haven't played as much Test cricket as Harmy. There'd be a lot of players in that English list.
He was handy with that. Terrible night watchman, from what we heard the other day. Terrible night watchman. Oh, I can hook that one. Over the wicket, Phillips continues. Stump line pushed into cover, no run. It remains 270 for the loss of 3.
Top 200?
Yes, I'll give you that. 158th. That's all right, Harmy, you're right. It is all right. Not rubbish. Not like a white bait fritter.
Proper rubbish.
Not like a white bait fritter at all. You're like a steak and cheese pie, my friend. Here's a drive through mid-off for a single. 271 for the loss of 3, brought to 38.
Packet of Walker's prawn cocktail crisps any day over the proper rubbish.
The lead at the end of the over is 426. Still 24 overs remaining in the day's play. Prawn cocktail.
Yeah, why
chips.
don't we get prawn cocktail crisps?
Because they sound terrible.
No, they're good. We're comparing seafood products here, and the Walkers
How many prawns actually go into those chips? Let's be honest. I'd like to take that to a scientist to forensically examine, and I tell you, is a play and miss, slashing cut, stroke, keeping a little bit low. There has been a bit of variation of bounce today. That's the only noticeable, discernible change to the surface I've seen, Grant, as
I
we bring this back to the cricket.
From both sides, actually. I think, there's a couple where Root's gone back and it's hit the bottom of the bat, and I mean, you expect that on almost, day 4, middle of the way through day 4. Not so much on day 2 now. Though yesterday we saw a couple of edges that just fell short, but that was more soft hands in the pitch.
Henry from over the wicket. This time cuts him away down towards deep backward point, 272 for the loss of 3.
There's also been a couple that have actually risen sharply. Duckett got one from Southey, little 3/4 seam that hit the shoulder of the bat, and O'Rourke, you kind of expect that from his style of bowling. Bangs it in at good pace. So yeah, there has been a bit of variable bounce. But nothing too extravagant, I don't think, Daniel. Nothing to worry about.
Henry, very straight route, taking him to the onside. There won't be any addition. What was that set? 500,000 runs, and who's contributed 0.02?
0.22%. I asked when I was here yesterday in the studio as WG Grace. I said, what percentage is he? So he's a 0.22% shareholder of those 500,000 runs.
Backing away at the very last is the right-hander Root. Apologetic to Henry, all smiles. Do you think there's more prawn in the prawn cocktail chips? There's more than 0.22.
No, I think you haven't tried the prawn cocktail. Unlike Harmy, Harmy's prepared to go out there and try the...
Well, Harmy can fly home now because this game's done, isn't it? He can fly home and bring some back in time for the third test in Hamilton. Then I might be excited to go to Hamilton.
I'm actually going to source a packet for tomorrow for you, Daniel. I think there's an English confectionery store here in Wellington that I might find some. Treat our English studio to some prawn cocktail crisps.
Short of a length, Henry pushed into the coverage. So if Harmy flies back, comes back with them, is he allowed to sneak them in, or does he have to declare those being food product? Sneak them in? I'm sure, Grant, you're willing to pay the $400 New Zealand fine border. Biosecurity take things very seriously, being the green paradise that we are. Pure New Zealand, 100% pure, you might say. Nothing pure about those prawns. Here's a non-pure shot, intended scoop. Oh, they go up for an appeal. I didn't hear anything. Did you, Grant? He's trying to ramp it over, scoop it over the cordon from just outside of off stump. It's very full. They've got one review remaining.
He got out like this at the Basin last year, didn't he?
They're going to have a look. They're going to have a look. Hallelujah. The listeners say cricket wins the chat. 272 for 3. Root on 31.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. On-field decision is not out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
It's the voice of umpire Raza, the third umpire. I'm just delighted the TV umpire's been moved out of the toilet he was suffering through yesterday. Through a megaphone. It was terrible audio quality. Does it hit the back leg, Grant?
It's gone past the blade as well, though, Daniel. So we'll have to see. It could be bat before leg.
I think he's missed this. And it's maybe... So here we go. This is ultra edge. This is the important one.
Keep rolling.
There's
nice
a gap
and
between
slow.
bat and ball.
Nice and slow. Keep rolling.
No.
Keep rolling.
There's nothing there.
Keep rolling. Flat line. Keep rolling.
Flat line indeed.
Yeah.
Back to where you were, gentlemen.
Tie, please. Roll forward. Forward. Flat line. Flat line. Yeah, satisfied. No bat involved. Can you go back on field, please?
No bat involved there, Daniel.
Not out decision. You're on screen. Make a
good decision.
Was indeed.
Good decision, and a review which was probably clutching a little bit.
Adrian Holdstock made the right call. He waits as Henry now bowls to route turn 2, forward square leg. There'll be no runners. Latham's around quickly, smartly to his right, prevents a run. End of the Henry over. Henry has 1 for 45 off 10 overs. The other wicket taker for New Zealand, Southey, 2 for 52. England, 272 for the loss of 3 wickets. The lead, 427. As we hit nearly 5 o'clock local time, so we have an hour and a half as far as time remaining in the day's play. 6 o'clock is the scheduled time if the side can bowl 90 overs. These two sides, it seems, utterly incapable of doing that. The over rates, what were they pinged for? I think they're about 12.1, between 12.1 and 12.3 in the first test. The over rates for England's by New Zealand, 12.5. England bowled at 12.2. New Zealand up to 13.4.
Yeah, decent.
That's just, there's no... The only real hustle I saw between the overs was the second to last over last night when they wanted to get one more in and have a crack at the night watchman.
Well, 6 on the leg side here now, Daniel, to Glenn Phillips.
From over the wicket, Phillips bounces it, drags his length down, cut away to the point fence. Long chase for third man, Devon Conway. He keeps the ball in the field of play, preventing 1 run because the English pair have come back for 3. 3 more to Brook. 42 of 43. With only 4 fours in that. Roots on 31. The lead is 430. Partnership is 64. Slip. Deep backward point. He's come a bit squarer, Conway, from third man. Cover, long off, long on. 2 mid wickets. 45. The man at deep square leg and nudged calmly through the vacant square leg region out to the deep square. Rachin Ravindra is into field. 276 for the loss of 3.
There's only one player that's moving here, and that's Daryl Mitchell. He's had slipped for Joe Root, and then he was around the corner to Harry Brook. He's actually coming out of slip now. He was catching with a helmet, but he's going down to just a fine-ish player just around that fine leg region on the 1. So 6 on the league side.
Rolling in the sunnies as Phillips driven up towards long off. 2 is the call immediately. Southey got in quick. A good throw to the non-striker's end. Well judged by Root. He said, no, Harry, you stay there.
Yeah, Daniel, he's bowling to 6 on the league side to Brook, is Phillips, and if there's one thing that the captain would want, it would be to be hit on the leg side. Please don't get it through the offside. Both deliveries to Brook, he's hit it to mid-off and point.
And now backward point off the bat of Root, and danced outside of leg stump, just gave himself an extra room, moving his score by 1 to 33. 43. The tempo for which they're batting tells you the declaration's not coming.
I don't think so.
They've already got 433. They've already got enough.
Think of the gears that Brook can go through if there was going to be a declaration. I think that he'd be playing a lot more aggressively than he currently is.
Phillips bowls very straight, well bowled. Turn to mid-wicket, no run. Well, we know his gears. He plays and misses a couple of times, and he almost has a pressure relief valve. I'm gonna come at you. I'm not going to allow you to dictate terms. I'm going to charge you and smack you somewhere on the offside. Turn to the mid-wicket region, and there's no run. But it was really interesting having the chance to speak to Matt Henry about how difficult a prospect he is. Scores so well through the offside, pulls strongly through the onside. But with all those strokes, he's a batsman, Grant. I'll get you to just carry on some comments as John Norman's coming out. He's a batsman who also trusts his defence. He has a complete game. New Zealand have, well, no answer for him.
Yeah, such a good point. These players that can trust their defence. So when they do get through a tough spell of a Will O'Rourke or Cass, someone like that bowling pace and in good areas, don't just try and attack the bowler and put a little bit more risk into your game. It's more about actually seeing through a spell and maybe respecting the odd spell here and there. And Brooks certainly does do that while he's going through the gears.
Yeah, we kind of expected absolute peak carnage when Phillips was brought on to bowl, but that hasn't actually occurred, and credit to the bowler as Root can't beat short mid-wicket. First ball of Matt Henry's 11th over, he's gone for 45. He's, as customary, picked up the wicket of Crawley, 4th time in the series so far. England's lead 433, and I suppose if they are to declare, and I was quite forceful, staking what little reputation I have over on Sport Nation when I suggested they'd do exactly that in the morning session. On the pull is Joe Root. He'll take a single just in front of square, deep square leg. I suppose they want to be up by 500. I envisaged the declaration would give them about half an hour to bowl at New Zealand. They can easily, well, not easily, but they, with Root and Brook at the crease, you can certainly see a passage of play which could see them up to that 500 mark with about 10 minutes to go before 6 o'clock here in New Zealand. Then we shall see. But saying that, I do agree. I think the tempo suggests that maybe the declaration, as this is forced to mid-wicket from Brook, suggests that maybe they England are just quite happy just to play out today, come back tomorrow. I mean, look at that as the cameras pick up the England dressing room. That is a picture of calm, isn't it? Joe Root, or rather Ben Stokes, with one knee over his little single couch. Ben Duckett with the shades on. And out on the field, Harry Brook, 43 not out. New Zealand, as he props forward and pushes this to mid-on. New Zealand don't seem to know how to get him out.
John, the interesting thing about that view of the change room is Ben Stokes. Doesn't have a thigh pad on. He's not padded up, and we're 2 wickets away from him. So, you know,
you're saying
there is a chance. Well, I'm just saying that's strange.
This is pitched up and driven to Southey. He's quite deep at mid-on, and it's a good bit of fielding actually. throws the stumps down at the non-strikers, but Harry Brook is in.
I'm
I'm still saying there's a chance.
Yeah, he's looking comfortable, and he's probably saying, yep, maybe Pope goes in, but then that's it. I don't need to have a bat.
Yeah, Pope is down to come in at 6, and then it'll be Stokes at 7. Partnership of 69 between Root and Brook. New Zealand have burnt all 3 reviews now. And Henry is in over the wicket, and Root just pushes this to point. There's no backward point now, it's just a Ghali fielder, and it's a deep backward point. Rashid Ravindra about 20 yards in from the boundary. And so the singles all around the field. 281 then for 3, 58 overs in. And England's lead is up to 436. We shall see. We'll find out. We'll find out probably in about, it's 6 minutes past 5 here in New Zealand. If you're listening in the UK on TalkSport 2, just pushing past 4 a.m. We have had thousands of people tuning in, taking advantage of the fact that in the main they don't have to get up for work over the weekend. So yeah, we'll find out, I reckon, in about 40 minutes time.
Simulcasting.
Certainly if England start to up the
Simulcasting
tempo now for the next 20 minutes, half an hour, then that will give us a big indication. But if they continue going as they are, then maybe we will come back tomorrow. Pretty severe conditions expected tomorrow, by the way. I wouldn't like to be batting or bowling in it. Phillips continuing over the wicket and down on one knee, helping this ball go fine is Root. He'll certainly get one, come back for the second, and Conway mops up just below us at fine leg. 2 more runs to the score, lead of 438, and we're pleased to say that listeners on TalkSport are joining our broadcast, which has been going on throughout the night on TalkSport 2. The last half an hour of play plus following on will be broadcast on TalkSport as well, and that'll be going out live and on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Glenn Phillips is in. This is pitched up and driven to long on. Another single. If you're just waking up and just turning on the radio, wondering what's occurred overnight, well, you've missed a lot of action. New Zealand bowled out within 43 minutes of day 2. A hat-trick for Gus Atkinson. What a year he's had. I think Wisden's 5 Cricketers of the Year has been sorted. Certainly one of the participants next year as Brook pushes this into the offside, no run. And it was an incredibly action-packed start to day 2, as day 1 was. England then came out to bat with a massive first innings lead. Lost Zach Crawley early, but a big partnership for the second wicket by Jacob Bethel, as Harry Brook just comes forward and defends this delivery from Glenn Phillips, which is on and around 4th stump. Jacob Bethel and Ben Duckett both falling agonisingly close to centuries. 96 is first-class best, as this ball on the body of Brook is just clipped past mid-wicket for another run. And then Ben Duckett, for the 3rd time in his career, perishing in the nervous 90s. So disappointment there, although credit to Jacob Bethel. It's not like he played for himself in the 90s. He went big. He tried to take on Tim Southey. Southey nipped out both batters. Perfect riposte, perhaps. Since then, Joe Root and Harry Brook have combined 74 from 105 deliveries. England's lead has swelled up to 440, and they find themselves in a completely dominant position. 285 for 3 as we approach the close on day 2 here. The question is, as another single is taken to long on from the bowling of Glenn Phillips, this time from Joe Root's bat, is whether they will declare tonight or not, and really set the game up and maybe give the fans who are still here in good numbers some exciting cricket towards the back end of the day. Jeremy Coney has sat down in the commentary box here on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. You're of the opinion that England will bat throughout the day and come back for a little knock around tomorrow morning before putting New Zealand in?
Well, I'm not sure what they're going to do. I tell you what I would do. I would certainly come back tomorrow. There's still 3 days left in this match. There's 9 sessions. So there's plenty of time for me to bat I mean, if we worked out vaguely what the total might be ahead tonight.
Henry continuing from our advance stand, and this is pitched up and steered to square leg for another run.
Well, it says at the bottom there, John, overs left on the right-hand end of the board down the bottom. Overs left, 20. Don't think we'll get those, do you? Would we until...
Well, I suppose...
We might with the spinners keep going, mightn't we? Now, the run rate is nearly 5. It's 4.9. That's there. It's at the top of the right-hand side of the board. So let's call it 5. That makes it easier. So 100 more.
Defended again from Harry Brook. I mean, the run rate's actually dropped a touch. It was
It
over 5.
It was, yeah. Well, New Zealand pulling it back strongly, John. You know that.
2-horse race.
So, whatever they were overall, it's 442, isn't it? So another 100. That's 540 at the end of today, ahead. Now, and give New Zealand 3 days to get that.
Here is Henry again, and Harry Brook just steering this ball to Ravindra. Comes in from the backward point boundary. Another run to the score.
I'm sure there's loads of listeners back in the UK using their mental abacuses, and they will have worked out, you know, how many runs over 9 sessions, how many overs to get that 540 that I've just mentioned, how many that would be per over if they batted it out.
Here's Henry. This is short, very short, and it's route swivelling, playing from up to down. Takes a single, fielded at fine leg by O'Rourke.
It'd be somewhere between 1 and 2, or it's two runs and over. It wouldn't be very many. But of course the question is how long can New Zealand bat? They didn't even bat 2 sessions in the first innings, so there's no real thought at New Zealand. You know, if they give it the thing would be from me if they give it a good shake. You know?
Absolutely. Pitched up a touch, and this sees Harry Brook just open the face of the bat, steer the ball to the right of backward point. There's a misfield by Rachin Ravindra, but Harry Brook was coming back for a second. Anyway, 289, 91 for 3. The lead 446.
I don't see any play that tells me they are after heavy runs quickly tonight in order to get 20 minutes at the openers. I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, I agree on that, and you know, I was very surprised when England declared on day 1 at Edgbaston, but Jason Gillespie watching on, he picked up on the increase. This is steered up and over first slip by Harry Brook. He's going to reach 50 again against New Zealand. This was a decent bouncer by the bowler, Matt Henry. Essentially, the batter just clipped it up and over and away for 4. Drinks have been called as well. 295 for 3. England's lead 450. And for all the mental arithmetic, the abacuses, the abaci, the abacus. I mean, Ben Stokes isn't an abacus kind of guy, is he? He's all about the vibes.
I couldn't tell you. I haven't listened.
All about the vibes. I think Stokes is sitting there, and maybe Stokes would just make his decision on the fly. Maybe he's just sitting back and he'll just suddenly think, okay, let's call him in.
He may well do. He kind of took a bit of a gamble in the last match here, didn't he? That he had here.
He did indeed, and what a finish!
It proved a pretty good match.
Up. And he's never openly or privately or publicly suggested that if given the chance to change his opinion back in 2023, he would have done so. He said no, it was a fantastic game. Second time Harry Brook has scored 150 in a test. That was against Pakistan in Rawalpindi last year. That was ahead of... England went to Pakistan ahead of their last tour of New Zealand as well. And the 10th player to do so. 10th England player to do so. Joe Root's out there. He's one of those 10.
Yeah, I think... I mean, look, we've got, as I say, 19 overs to go tonight. Is there time for... There's time, you would think, for Brook to get to 100 here tonight. the way that we've seen him play so far in this test match with the pace of the pitch and so on. I'm not sure Root is in quite such good nick. He's certainly working his way there, but you know, whether New Zealand want to slow this down a little with the, you know, at the moment they're bowling Phillips, and it's not really a surface for spin bowlers. There's not a lot of purchase, there's not a lot of sympathy for the spin bowler on this surface, so he's going for 4.6 runs and over here. So I can't really, as I say, sometimes when you're getting close after getting big totals, you're getting people to maybe the batsman, I'm thinking of, to 80, 85, and you're having to think, oh well, I think we'll keep going, we'll get this guy 100, give him a chance. I'm always a fan personally to not do those personal things, but send somebody out and say, with a towel or whatever, and say, look, we're going to declare it such and such after so many overs. If you want to have a crack, we're going to be declaring then.
Yeah, I mean, there was a famous incident which Mike Atherton, who's here in New Zealand, gets reminded of many times. Graham Hick, stranded, that's the word that's always used, stranded. They were called off with Graham Hick on 98, but you know, the message had gone out there, right? So I think it depends on the batter as well. It's not like a Joe Root needs a milestone in the same way that maybe a Jacob Ethel would.
No, that's true.
Harry Brook, of course, who's hit 2 centuries on this tour already.
Well,
greedy.
Pope wouldn't mind 100, wouldn't he? Wouldn't he mind 100?
Yes.
Stokes wouldn't worry about that quite so much, I wouldn't have thought now. No, I don't know many number 7s who are 6,500 runs and more, but I would have thought Pope actually wouldn't have minded. Sort of, he's done quite nicely here, hasn't he, in the innings that he's had so far on this tour, but 100 would sort of cap it off very nicely.
Yeah, he's had 2 innings, isn't he?
And it might be defining for him in the future. So from that point of view, but I think all the English players generally know they have a licence, so it's not going to be costly for them if they get themselves out in trying to push the run rate up. That's not an issue, is it?
No, absolutely not. Joe Root facing up then. We've had the drinks break here at the Basin Reserve late on day 2, and Glenn Phillips is going to continue, and Joe Root just comes forward, plays with a really straight bat, but pushes this to the left of mid-on. Tom Latham has just dived and saved a single. Phillips again, this time on the pads of Root, who comes forward and just places his ball to the leg side. Both batters just walk to the other end of the strip. Another run added. The lead 451 now, 296 to 3.
But this is just building, John, isn't it? This is manipulating the ball around, not taking huge risks, just knocking it into gaps, taking singles, running a 2 if you can.
England essentially like to do the complete opposite of what you expect at times. Once again, Brook will take a single this time.
As I think you said, this feels like the middle overs of a 50-over match.
Doesn't feel like there's any real threat of a wicket anytime soon.
No.
The team aren't. They're quite happy just to take maybe a boundary and over and a single.
All it's missing is the white ball.
All it's missing, and a ring. And some fielding restrictions. Again, another single to the leg side. 298 for 3. England pushing 300. They've gone past their first innings score. 280, and much like that test match of 23, the conditions and for batting seem to have eased as the test has progressed, but of course having that massive lead does help things and takes the intensity out of the occasion. As this time Brook comes forward and hits this straight and hard and true, fielded at long on, very straight long on, and it's another run. Here's a question for you, Jeremy, before I am replaced.
Far away.
Forget the match situation, okay? Put that to one side. But tomorrow we're expecting some pretty healthy wind and some grey cloud and a little bit of rain. But the wind, it's going to be up there. and England are going to be bowling, of course, at some point. Another single to long on, wide-ish long on this time. Root moves to 44. How difficult is it going to be to bowl in those conditions? And actually, would it almost be more difficult to bowl rather than bat, especially if you're not used to the conditions? 300 run for England, 300 for 3 here on TalkSport 2.
It's uncomfortable and difficult for both, for everybody. So batsmen even are blown off their balance in their. I mean, it depends how fast you talk, what the spin, the velocity of the breeze, but it can get very, very windy. Usually from the north, coming from behind the Vance stand, going down towards Adelaide Road, and they will certainly use lignite bales. They'll put on the big heavy bales, and then it tugs at your clothing. It's quite tiring and fatiguing because it's constantly at you, pulling at all parts of you, and making concentration after about sort of 2 sessions very difficult. Harder for bowlers, obviously coming up into the breeze.
First ball of Tim Southey's over, single taken to deep point, Ravindra coming in.
Can't remember the name of the Sri Lankan on a very windy day, coming up from the southern end of the ground, the Adelaide Road end, into it. I think he started at 5'3", but towards the end, he was moving better because he'd lost a lot of his hair. And I think he had gone to about into the 4'8". That's that kind of area, and just dug a trench. So a pretty difficult time if you're not used to it.
Southey again, and it's Harry Brook down on one knee and trying to scoop this over his shoulder. No connection.
It's not. The other thing is that the velocity isn't constant.
Gusty.
So you get into your. You get into your drive, you're ready to drive through your action, and you get hit at that point and it blows you off balance. So a lot of deliveries, hard.
I'm not sure if you were on commentary when Tim Southey brought him, keep thinking he's the captain. He's not the captain, but he essentially came on to bowl, and it seemed like it flicked a switch. Suddenly England went really hard at him. I wonder if they're going to do the same thing again. This is played behind square on the offside by Harry Brook. Another run to the score, 302 for 3. 457 the lead. You would have thought that's enough. I mean, whatever. I know there's a lot of time left. I understand why you wouldn't declare, but surely that's enough. Just bowled New Zealand out for 125. And got bowlers in form coming up against the New Zealand
Well,
top
as I say,
7.
I don't know what Stokes, I don't know how he views these sorts of things. If he wants to move it on and...
Well, he does.
And play his golf the last day or whatever, I don't know.
Root forward, no timing on the drive, trying to play this through extra cover. It's fielded at mid-on.
It would be a great surprise if New Zealand got into the 5th day, wouldn't it, really? Even if he did declare tonight, they would still have to bat day 2, day 3, day 4. So I haven't seen anything to suggest, other than Williamson. I think the top order, the openers, both look vulnerable, very vulnerable, really.
Here's Southey, slow delivery, and this is cut beautifully, steered past backward point, and there's a race on for Ravindra. He's not going to win it. 4 more runs to the score. Southey's being targeted here. And the score's moved up to 306 for 3, a lead of 461.
Yeah, well, you can't get away in the 120s, just keeping it wide outside the off stump. I mean, these two players, Brook and Root, are just too good for that. So you're right, a steering stroke and a very, very useful one to the boundary.
Last ball of the over then, Tim Southey, who has picked up 2 wickets, 2 of the 3 wickets to fall today.
Yeah, that might get him to Hamilton.
It may well get him to Hamilton, as defended last ball of the over by Joe Root, who's 1 away from another 50. Harry Brook has gone past at 50, a 50 and a century in the Test match. Partnership of 95, a lead of 461 here on TalkSport 2. And after a word from Jeremy, it will be Neil Manthorpe.
Yeah, well, if they are going to declare tonight, then certainly Brook 55, Root nearly on 50, 49. They both have an opportunity to get 100 if they get a ride on, get a move along, and see how they go. But there's no indication of the switch going down for me yet.
Thank you, Jerry. I've got some breaking news for you.
Good work. They're declaring. Are they?
Don't know about that. No, it's bigger than that. It's bigger news than that. That's down the ground from Harry Brook, out towards long off. Good catch. Will O'Rourke has hung on to a skier, and a wicket for Glenn Phillips, and he celebrates with a couple of clenched fists. It's is it a consolation? I'm not sure how much of a consolation it is, but Brook has gone, and it is wicket to wicket in Test cricket. You know about that, Jerry Coney. I won't, but people have told me a wicket to wicket doesn't matter how they come.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Perhaps a slightly slower delivery from Phillips, and Brook going down the wicket astride, moving down, wanting to use the straight blade and the stroke, trying to go inside out. A ball that, if anything, if it was turning, would be turning to leg stump. That was the line of the ball, and in other words, on perhaps middle and leg. And he tried to get it to the offside, but he didn't succeed and got more loft on it. And it gave, I think it was Will O'Rourke down there at long off. He shimmied along to his right and got underneath it and got there sufficient time to get two hands to the catch, and it was a fairly comfortable one, even though it was a flyer. So Brook goes. He's not going to get his 100 in the second innings, but Root's still there to be able to do that. And here comes Pope.
You want to know what the breaking news is?
Well, come on then. What have you lost?
Steady yourself.
Yeah.
The Rangpur Riders have become the inaugural Global Super League champions. Are you underwhelmed?
No. I'm delighted for them.
Tremendous achievement, isn't it? The latest, biggest, most important tournament on the T20 calendar, the Global Super League. You do know that was taking place.
I didn't have a clue.
Oh, in Guyana.
Not a clue. Guyana.
Yeah, Georgetown.
Yeah, I've been to.
It was a big upset when the Guyana Amazon Warriors were knocked out in the semi-final.
Right.
You'd have been aware of that.
But they've got a new ground there, haven't they? In Guyana, it's not the old one that we used to play on.
Providence
that's for sure.
Stadium.
Yeah, well,
not the border.
No, not the border ground. It used to be the tennis area. That was
pushed away defensively by new batsman Ollie Pope
with the wooden stand where you changed, and the
right.
old wooden stand. And when you went in over the ground, there was the moat around it as
well.
It
had to be.
And fishermen, yeah, of course, because it was below sea level.
Well, the only international ground in the world below sea level. That's off the back foot, punched away by Pope to get off the mark with a single to long on.
And fishermen, commercial fishermen, used to be fishing in that moat.
And do you remember they used to source the ground? Yeah, that's right. They used to source the ground staff from the local prison.
They did that in lots of grounds in the West Indies. Yes, they did. Coming over in their little striped uniforms.
The proximity of the prison
they were
made it handy, and obviously fairly cheap labour.
Absolutely.
As well. Short and pulled out towards deep mid wicket for a single, and Joe Root goes to his 50. 23 not out. Christchurch was at the crease when the winning runs were scored by Jacob Bethel, who made 96 today. But that's 50 for Joe Root, and it's difficult to keep track of how many he scored. It's a lot, I'll tell you right now. It's his 65th Test match half century to go with his 3500s. Punched off the back foot again by Ollie Pope, down the ground for another single. 309 for 4, lead is 464.
Very impressive book you have there, obviously, to get that. Do you update that at the end of every day or any night, or when various personal milestones? Obviously you do.
Well, Harmy does, and I copy his note. I'm a cheat. I'm an exam cheat. Harmy's a little OCD about his stats and research. Yeah, no, brilliant. Incredibly hard. Oh, you and him, that's pushed away defensively to mid-wicket. Honestly, of all the expert summarisers I've worked with, you and him do the most research. I bet you didn't know you had that in common with Steve Harmison.
No, well, no.
Good, isn't it?
Strength is another thing, I'm thinking, that we have in common.
Just don't try and match him pint for pint. After.
Okay. No. Well, I don't. I'm more of a wine, an enophile, rather than the beer man.
Well, Harmy and I went wine tasting with John Norman at the invitation, the facilitation of the New Zealand Tourism.
Where'd you go?
Tussock Hill in the Port Hills of Christchurch.
Okay.
And it was
up on top of the North Hill.
Fabulous experience, honestly, really. I absolutely loved it. It's not Harmy's thing, he's a beer man. So the compensation as a new over begins from Tim Southey outside the off stump, left alone. The consolation for him is that New Zealand Tourism took us or facilitated a real ale tasting afternoon.
So you had to go through that, did you?
Yeah. Well, I don't mind a drop of either, but I was more tasting. Harmy was doing a lot less spitting of the beer,
right,
because of the wine. But not much spitting of the wine, actually. Southey in again and driven out to extra cover. Williamson Fields, lead of 464, hour to go. Still speculation about the declaration. Can't see it.
Well,
I just can't imagine it.
Don't know with 3 days to go. I mean, I don't see any real need to, frankly. I mean, the forecast has changed from original rain to more wind. Yes, that will be unpleasant.
Tim
But
Southey
it's strong.
Up to the crease now again, and nice looking drive from Ollie Pope, but only as far as cover, and there's no run. England over the years have set New Zealand a target in excess of 500 3 times, and New Zealand have actually, I mean, they lost, but they made scores of 431, 451 at Christchurch 23 years ago. Bowled out for 451 to lose by 98 runs, and 345.
Ah, yes, that was the Astle effort, I think. Yes, the double 100 there, 220, a very quick 200.
Short and wide from Southey, and politely left alone by Ollie Pope, new to the crease. That would have been uppercut by, I think, anybody else in this England team. England have completely dominated the day, having bowled New Zealand out for 125, resuming at 86 for 5. The last 5 wickets clattered for a couple of minutes short of 45 minutes in the morning, with a hat-trick for Gus Atkinson. Southey is in once again. This one is driven late drive, a steer drive, if there is such a thing, down towards wide third, and Rachin Ravindra Fields. It'll be another single. Do you know why? Any idea why the Global Super League was inaugurated and played?
None whatsoever.
It is absolutely fascinating. I'll give you the précis version.
Yeah,
it really will
do.
be the short version.
Yes.
You know, there was a massive oil reserve found in Guyana, discovered.
Yes, I knew that.
And Venezuela, which borders it obviously, has claims on that piece of Guyana. They claim it to be theirs, and they've been massing troops on the border in order to
get access
to the oil
by a variety of means.
And Guyana feel a bit outmuscled, particularly because Venezuela's biggest ally on the international geopolitical stage is Russia, and Vladimir Putin has expressed his support for Venezuela, and Guyana are feeling a bit outnumbered and worried about losing this massive oil reserve, which could change the economics and fortunes of the people of Guyana prolifically. So, in order to shine an international spotlight on the country and its predicament, its looming predicament, they thought, let's stage a cricket tournament, and that will focus the attention, and there's plenty of prize money. I was talking about this with Grant Elliott a little bit earlier. If you were a cricketer, would you be concerned? There's $1 million prize fund, 600,000, which the Rangpur Riders have just walked away with. But
and to what extent are these players the labour for this Super League?
Well,
where do they get those players from? a wide variety of places?
6 teams were invited, including Hampshire, because they are now part of the Delhi Capitals global franchise. So they were involved as well. Glenn Phillips starts a new over. That one is pushed away defensively on the onside. No run. Root 51, Pope 3, England 311 for 4, leading by 466. Here is Phillips once again. It's pushed again firmly, but firmly enough just to beat the dive of mid-wicket. There would have been times in your career when you and your fellow players would have felt like chattels at the mercy. Chess pieces in a game that you didn't necessarily have a
not a lot.
vested
We're
interest.
Pawns, really.
Pawns. Yes, exactly. Not even the other chess pieces. No, just the pawns. But
no, we've noted that things have changed.
They have. Here's Phillips again. Forward comes Ollie Pope, pushing back to the bowler. It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, I wonder how many of the players on the 6 teams that were involved gave any thought to why this tournament had been created. No, of course they wouldn't. They're being paid $75,000 each, apart from the prize money.
Month long?
Would you? Oh, no, 10 days.
10 days long. Not bad pay for that time.
Not bad, is it? Do you think you would have given it any thought? Do you think you would have been, somebody said, hang on a minute, you want to think twice about getting involved in this tournament? Would you have done?
I think I see the players nowadays, not only they sometimes get in rather an awkward position there, and they're playing in League A.
Flicked away, no run, straight to square leg.
And if their team doesn't do as well as anticipated, it comes to the last group match, there's a temptation to say, and then you get an invitation to play in League B, to slide away and lose the match and move off to the next one. It happens.
Nudged it straight back to the bowl. Now then, we're not insinuating, are we? We're not
Never.
throwing nasturtiums.
Wouldn't think that. Look, we're already showing me away.
We're not casting nasturtiums on anybody, but there have been players who have moved from league to league before the conclusion of League A to League B because they've been made a better offer. But no one's suggesting that there was anything less than 100% commitment. The over comes to an end. I still can't see the declaration coming, and there's no sign that it's looming. There's no activity in the England playing area. I can't see Ben Stokes, who's next in, stripping the pads off and getting ready to lead the team out onto the field. But the lead is 468. Joe Root is 52 from 82 balls. He's played proper cricket as Joe Root, and I mean that again in the most respectful way. I'm not suggesting that anybody else doesn't play proper cricket. I should perhaps have said traditional test match cricket. There's much discussion at the moment between Tom Latham and a group of senior elders in the New Zealand team about what the plan is now. Matt Henry has got the sleeveless sweater off. Is he going to bowl the next over? Or Nathan Smith is also lurking and limbering up and stretching his quads and hamstrings. So perhaps Matt Henry's. Katie Martin's alongside me. She's much better placed and more authoritatively experienced to tell me what might be going on out there. Katie, hello.
Hello. Yeah, well, Joe Root's just getting some running repairs on his bat. The amount of equipment that umpires actually have these days in their little bag, their little bum bag, whether it's little scissors, but yeah, Matt Henry, he'll take the ball again.
So he is going to bowl the next over. He is, yes, right, okay. Here is Matt Henry then. Joe Root's had his bat fixed, steered away very nicely indeed by Ollie Pope for a single behind square on the offside. I was just telling Jerry, and he was blissfully unaware of the breaking news that the Rangpur Riders just won the inaugural Global Super League, and that look of recognition on your face tells me that you're right on top of that story.
Oh, well, I know a little bit about it. I have seen it's actually on our TVs at the moment, but I did hear you talking about Guyana, and I had the pleasure, some would say, of being able to spend a couple of weeks in Guyana at the Men's T20 World Cup, and it is actually one of the richer countries now by the amount of money that's going through there.
Pushed away by Joe Root for a single. scampers through that is reached by, fielded at backward point. Well, that's why Venezuela want to invade, take that piece of Guyana with the oil reserves underneath it.
I did actually see some comments yesterday, I can't remember who it was from, it was suggesting maybe the West Indies Cricket Board should actually go back to individual countries rather than a collective of islands as such, rather than having one West Indies team, which have obviously made up of those countries.
Pushed away out on the onside towards mid-wicket and fielded by Tom Latham. So, I mean, the West Indies are so strong and so thriving as a cricket entity that they could actually afford to break up into 6 different parts. And,
bizarre. I know, bizarre, wasn't it? Well, the West Indies team couldn't even make the men's ODI World Cup last year in India because they had to go through qualifiers and that didn't work out, and you feel like they're continuing with a little bit of pain in terms of their country and how it's going.
Here's Matt Henry. He's a wholehearted trier, Matt Henry, and he's certainly not waving the white flag. Not literally, anyway.
Yeah, we could probably talk for hours about, you know, how the money is dispersed between the different playing countries, and I guess with the West Indies and the fact that they've got those different islands that make it up, there's different controls and those boards at each of those islands. So how you get sort of any consensus and any, I guess, funding that gets distributed appropriately.
Open face of the bat here from Ollie Pope, and steered it straight into the gully, fielded by Glenn Phillips.
Would be challenging, wouldn't it? So there's just different challenges in different countries around how they're set up. I think New Zealand's had such a nice relationship with India, and interestingly enough, being so close to Australia, last year was the first time Australia's come over for quite a period of time, like 3 or 4 years, and to think the proximity of our countries, it's a shorter flight to fly from here to Sydney than it is from Sydney to Perth. That's how close we are.
Here is Matt Henry again, and Ollie Pope this time contents himself with a nudge to cover. Kane Williamson fields, and there's no run. 66 overs gone, 315 for 4. I didn't know that your next test series, next men's test series against Australia is going to be 3 tests. Big brother.
Is it 4 tests? 3 tests? 4 tests.
4?
Yeah, 4 tests.
Oh, well, tell us more about that. Garth Galloway will take over from me, and I should be a keen listener. I didn't know. I thought it was 3.
No pressure. Boxing Day test. Last time we were there was maybe 3 or 4 years ago. We really struggled in terms of that test series. Got blown away from Australia. When Lockie Ferguson actually was playing test cricket. Got a calf injury in the first game at Optus Stadium, and then he was out for the rest of that series.
Yeah, Kane Williamson got injured as well, didn't he? And I went to the Boxing Day test with my 2 sons. We went over there and watched a few days of it. Tom Blundell got 100 for New Zealand. That was really the only good thing about the series. You know, Australia have got the wood over New Zealand, haven't they? And this is one of the frustrations, I think, for a lot of people watching this New Zealand side here, that changes aren't being made. The squad remains the same. You look at the New Zealand side bringing in players, the England side bringing in players like Bedford, Cass. I mean, they're forced to make the changes through injuries, but and Bashir, they're looking to the Ashes series. They want to win the Ashes series next year, and you know that seems to be the difference between the culture. New Zealand go to Zimbabwe next year for 2 tests, and then they've got 3 against the West Indies over here, and then they're into a 4-test series against Australia. You've got to bring in new players early, blood them, give them an opportunity if they're to compete against Australia. Australia really have, and actually it'll be interesting, Katie, the sort of side that New Zealand will play. Australia, you know, with Labuschagne and Smith and a few others, starting to look like they're getting towards the end. We'll see how they go today. Here's Phillips bowling to Root. Forward, turning the ball into the onside, as he has done many times in his innings. 54 for Root, 316 for 4.
A few teams go on cycles, so I guess looking at the England side, they've probably gone, okay, the World Test Championship, they aren't able to compete for that or make that final, so therefore they'll use the rest of the cycle to go, okay, what does our next group of players look like? Where do we bring some in?
Phillips bowls, and this is pushed back to the bowler.
And I guess they've got selection dilemma. I think Jamie Smith comes back in as wicket-keeper. You've had Bethel 96 today, and then obviously his 50 not out in the first test as well. So you say, okay, does he stay at number 3? Does Ollie Pope jump back to number 3 and Bethel falls out?
You've got to get Smith into his side, haven't you? He's a terrific keeper, and his batting has been a real find for England. This ball is pushed to Williamson at cover. Did you see, were you talking about, I just came in here a moment ago, Tim Southey was hobbling at the end of an over. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see that.
I think he may have. I'm just seeing if he's still on the field. Santner's on down at backward square leg, isn't he? So I just saw he just hobbled at the end of his last over. Here's a dropped chance, is it, by Latham at mid-wicket? See if it carried, diving away to his right. Pope really trying to get some energy through the ball. It was uppish to mid-wicket. Oh, bounced just in front of Latham. Not a chance. 3-1-6 for 4. Here's Latham bowling again. And it's not Latham bowling again, it's Phillips bowling again. It's driven down to mid-off. 3-1-7 for 4. Yeah, so he just hobbled. And I thought I then lost him. But I think he's off the field at the moment.
Yeah, I'll find out. I haven't. There's been so many rotations of bowlers off the field today. Will O'Rourke spent a bit of time off. Seen both Santner and Will Young, both reserve players today, be on the field for extended periods.
Phillips bowls, and it's turned into the onside again by Root. He's 55, 3-1-8 for 4. Well, what do you think New Zealand has to do to be competitive against Australia in 4 tests? If you look at the makeup of what's out there at the moment, can you see it?
I reflect on the test series here last year, the 2 tests, and I remember that day 1 and New Zealand had Australia 9 down, and that's where Cam Green got that brilliant 100. He put on a 100-run partnership for the last wicket with Josh Hazlewood, and they just seemed a little bit searching for answers, New Zealand, and that moment just really killed the game for them. They had opportunity with the bat, and the one thing when you play Australia's side, whether it's the men or the women, if you're not performing at 100%, or you're not winning those moments, then they just can take it and they just dig in and they just run away with the game. And I think when you're playing in Australia, the hard, bouncy wickets, no doubt it'll be Perth. There might be a day-nighter pink ball test in Adelaide, the historic MCG, and you'd assume SCG as well when they get announced. So there's different challenges at each of those grounds, and I guess New Zealand at the moment perform really well in India on spinning wickets, which was probably surprising. And then in their home conditions, they haven't actually performed as well as they would have liked. So they're starting to lose that record that they've had such a strong hold on in terms of winning test matches, test series in New Zealand.
They look a bit more vulnerable, don't they? The Australian, then they played that the second test was in Christchurch, wasn't it? And they needed, what were they chasing, 270 or 280 to win? And you just felt that, I remember saying in the commentary box, Jerry Coney saying, New Zealand on day 5 have to take their catches. And you'll remember they dropped Travis Head. Was it Head or Marsh? Dropped one of those two. Here's a ball played through the onside, and good diving save by Smith. And one more run. Root is 56. I think, I'm sure it was Head, and he then went on to get runs.
Then you look back in the first test, Harry Brook dropped 9 times and a number of opportunities, and that could have been a different story. You don't the feeling or the confidence that he's been able to gain from that.
Yes.
That he's been able to then find form and understanding and flow against the New Zealand bowlers, which has aided him in the 100 and then another score over 50 today.
I've often said with New Zealand, and one of the criticisms of the current camp has been, as we see, and this is before the Indian series, but we see it now as well as this ball's driven back to Henry, is I just feel for New Zealand teams, we're a small nation, we don't have a lot of resources. I think at times, and this is what we saw under McCullum a lot, we've got to be innovative and take risks, and I don't think we do enough of it. And this is something that I think has been a feature of this squad. And if you take those 3 games in India out, the test record since they won the World Test Championship in 2021 has been pretty average, really, by New Zealand. Here's a defensive shot from Pope.
Just looking at that next tier of players, you've got someone like a Zach Folkes who's been outstanding in white ball, and he made his Black Caps debut. So I guess the question marks will be around Tom Blundell, 34, 35, I think, in age. So who's the next wicket keeper? Would they go someone as young as Mitch Hay, who's also debuted for the Black Caps in the ODI series?
Henry bowls again, and another run as the ball's turned square of the wicket on the onside. 320 for 4.
do you then say, does Tom Latham as the captain take the gloves again as a wicketkeeper? That's a tough job for him as well, isn't it?
I don't think so. Well, I think, if he was scoring hundreds of runs, he's not. He's under enough pressure as it is, I think, with the bat, Tom, and that's the problem. He's averaging something like 23, 24 over the last 12 months or so. Conway a bit less than that. This is a short delivery, pulled nicely by Root behind square. Chase for Conway, who's had a lot of work to do out there on that boundary behind square. And good running from the England players. They run a couple, 322 for 4 it is. Root is 58. But when you were talking about, you mentioned Scott Kuggeleijn coming in and playing in a test last year or this year. And, Kuggeleijn, Tickner, those sort of players who have been picked. You've got other players like Sears, O'Rourke, these guys, when they come in, they perform. And I just felt they've gone for players who are good first-class players, but not test match quality. They've always taken the safe option rather than taking risks. This ball is short and no shot offered from the batsman.
Sometimes you inject someone different within a side as well, and I was talking to Brendan at the start of play, just picking his brain around how he operates within that support staff and around the players, and how do you know when maybe you need a stronger word, and what's his approach. And he said, look, I just get around the guys, I know that the odd things that I need to say to them to allow them to be their best, but he said, why would I want players playing at 60%? I remember back in the day you used to play with so much fear of getting out, and it wasn't even your job then, but it was they go, we want our guys performing at 100% of their capability, otherwise all they're doing is stifling themselves. So how do they create a nice positive environment? He's kept 3 basic simple philosophies as part of their team, and that's what you feel like this team has that real clarity on.
It sure does, and this is Pope that's driving to mid-on. He's 8, 323 for 4.
I think then people will say, okay, well actually you look at their World Test Championship results, they haven't been successful, they struggled in Pakistan on the spinning wicket, but I still think it's a long-term focus for them. It's next cycle. You talk about the Ashes, that is in their next World Test Championship cycle, so it's not about necessarily now, and they're creating a great depth of their squad.
I think they're looking a long way ahead, and I think it's admirable, and I'm absolutely certain it's the right strategy to think about the future. And I have to say that the players they're bringing in is another runner scored, turning the ball square of the wicket on the onside. Root now 59, 324 for 4, the lead 479. I've just seen Ben Stokes on the players' balcony. He's got his whites on and he's leaning, just looking, and the cameras have picked them up. I just wonder if he's teasing Latham, Conway, who's had a lot of work. Steve Harmison made an interesting point about Devon Conway as they pick up another run square of the wicket on the offside. Pope is 9. That he spent the whole day in the field pretty much by himself, roaming around the boundary. And there's a lot of time for bad thoughts to get into your head when you're out there on your own. He's been, riding solo throughout the entire innings.
Player that didn't take a New Zealand contract this year.
Well, there you are. Well, you can tell. We might explore that a little bit further as another run to, because you can't just say that and then hope that the conversation dies. Root is 60, 326 for 4. Your point?
Hang on, what's all these reactions? It was like the most controversial thing I've ever said.
Well, it might be.
Well,
not as bad as what Neil Manthorpe was saying about a lift and things through in our commentary box. We had a wonderful time with him this morning as he freed himself in the New Zealand box. Here's a shot from Pope playing down the ground for 1. So, no, but your point being?
Well, you talk a little bit about loneliness, and I remember Trent Bolton. He was quite outspoken when he didn't take a New Zealand cricket contract, and then New Zealand cricket said, okay, well, we're not going to focus on you because you're not contracted. But you've got Kane Williamson, who's not contracted, picked in the Test team. Devon Conway, not contracted but selected in the Test team. So quite a shift in terms of the mentality from New Zealand cricket.
Yep. It's a thing that faces a lot of sports now, isn't it? As Root drives into the offside. No change to the score. 327 for 4. We're just looking down onto that balcony. No sign of Ben Stokes. They rotate for another over. 327 for 4. Root is 60. Pope is 10.
And one thing that Trent Bolt had to do was very much, you lose, when you don't take a contract, you lose access to New Zealand cricket's medical staff, access to facilities, and I'm assuming now that But when Trent did that, he installed an artificial net at his own. He put his own gym in this massive shed that he's got in his home in the Mount Maunganui, and so it can actually be lonely when you're not a contracted player because you have to motivate yourself. I think the likes of Colin Munro, Jimmy Neesham a wee bit as well. And so whether Devon's getting a little bit more support and Kane from New Zealand Cricket under their casual agreement that they can go to camps, they can get access to facilities. I think in the last year or so things have really shifted in the mindset of supporting players that don't take a contract.
You've got to, if you're going to put them into your test team. Here's a catch at Mitchell's taken a catch. Pope is out. A ball from Henry, which he just spared at really, and it was to the right of Mitchell. He fell over in taking it, but it was comfortable all the way. England lose their 5th wicket with the score at 327. Pope caught by Mitchell at first slip from the bowling of Henry, just diving away a little bit to his right, but snared in both hands.
Well, Play New Zealand's worked away on Pope, that slightly wider line. Knows he likes to play his hands at the ball away from his body. This time the thin enough edge, maybe a little bit more of a straight bat, but still that guide through, rolled the wrist over it, got a thick edge. Daryl Mitchell made no mistake then. A little bit more comfortable than one-handed screamer that we've seen previously, but there's just been those little contributions throughout. Another good partnership with Joe Root as well to push that lead up to 482.
I'm happy Ben Stokes is coming to the crease. I love watching him bat. Love everything he does. This fella has a real presence about him. The lead is 482. 5 second innings wickets in hand. And Ben Stokes coming out to bat for England. So no thoughts of any declaration. 33 minutes remaining in today's play. Feels like we've been here for a month. We've been here for 2 days.
Well, the other mindset maybe is there's still one more test to go. Can they, I guess, put New Zealand bowlers in the pit? They've had limited time, 34 overs. They've had their batters out there. Now they've been out there for 69 overs, which is not a nice period of time. So one more test to go. You say, can you sometimes in these positions really ruin a team for the next game?
Well, surely that's partly the thinking. I mean, they've got enough runs now. Although, bearing in mind, it is only day 2 of a 5-day test. Only the most optimistic New Zealand fan would say that 483 is chaseable, particularly in current form. But I think there's a high degree of that, Katie, that they want to just tire New Zealand out and wear them out and knock their confidence. And why not? They go to Hamilton, 2-0 up, and they want to take a clean sweep. It's Henry who will bowl to Stokes. 1 slip, 1 gully, and a bit of a ring field really, trying to stop runs being scored. And Stokes comes down the pitch and hits Henry loosely to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Just a charge down the pitch, what you do first ball of a test innings if you're Ben Stokes. He's 331 for 5. I've woken up.
Oh, here we go. England of old. Come on, what have you been doing for the last hour? Oh, he got stuck on the crease in the first innings and he said, you know what, I'm going to make a statement first delivery. That, when I think Ben Stokes, I think that trademark, just load up and rip it into mid-wicket. That nice, beautiful swing through the ball.
Quite a little bit of golf, perhaps. He likes a bit of that as well. No, that was a great shot. Love it, just down the pitch. All right, what will Henry do? He wasn't collared in the first innings. People find it hard to get on top of him. And here's Stokes playing the ball to Rushan Ravindra at square leg. 332 for 5. Stokes is 5 from 2. The lead, 487.
The other aspect in terms of England bowling to New Zealand when they do get an opportunity to bat is how many overs that Ben Stokes will bowl. Bashir, he didn't bowl at all. Whether he might pick up a little bit of load from Ben Stokes. We know he still has that back issue. He's got a few things strapped up, as you do when you get older.
Yeah, it doesn't. He never shirks the load, though, does he? And I thought he bowled really well with Cass in New Zealand's first innings here. He held up an end, but he was better than that. That makes him sound like he was defensive. He wasn't really. He was still trying to take wickets. Another run for Root, square of the wicket on the offside. 333 for 5. Root 61. I thought he did really well, but notwithstanding that he's had niggles and injuries and so on, it's hard to get the ball out of his hand when he starts.
I do love those follow me type leaders, because there's just something about following someone that has confidence, that you know that has your back, and failure is such a big part of cricket because that's the sport.
Who are the leaders that you've followed as, or there might not have been any, as Henry's bowling, and
As we welcome listeners from
Stokes
TalkSport.
has hit that ball over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. Nothing wrong with the ball. It's like a right-handed Harry Brook as he gives himself a little bit of room and then heaves the ball over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. Stokes is 11 from 3 balls. They're not going to declare today, but it suddenly looks like he's after something. He's only going to play one way. And all those people who have left will be disappointed. 6 years ago today. Hang on, we're just having a look at something that's been put in front of me. Here's the next delivery, pushed into the offside, and Stokes will pick up a run. He's 12 from 3, 339, 340 for 5.
And tomorrow. I'll join you again tomorrow.
You're off, are you?
I'm off.
All right.
I'll answer that question tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to have, I think, also Neil Manthorpe coming on shortly. 340 for 5 it is. Root is 61, Stokes is 12. Phillips has bowled. If we just look at the bowling figures for New Zealand, not particularly flattering. It's been comfortable batting for England this afternoon. Southee, 12 overs, no maidens, 2 for 60. Henry has bowled 15 overs, has 2 for 76. Nathan Smith, 13 overs, none for 60. O'Rourke, 15 overs, none for 79. And Phillips, 15 overs, 1 for 64. Here's Steve Harmison coming into the commentary box. It's going to be Glenn Phillips who'll be bowling from the Government House end, and now we're going to have a very smooth changeover as we untangle cords here, and it's Neil Manthorpe and Steve Harmison. I'll leave them to you.
Thank you very much indeed to Garth Galloway. Half an hour to go. Welcome to our listeners on TalkSport as well, who are going to be with us for the next hour, which is great news. A little bit longer than the usual simulcast time. Down the wicket comes Ben Stokes, slice driving this. I think there was a suggestion of an edge about that, to be honest, and there's a good chase on from Matt Henry. Overhauls it just before the ball reaches the third boundary, and Ben Stokes, well, he's on the charge. He's 14 off 5 balls with a 4 and a 6, and England will bat on, and Joe Root is 61 off 92. He won't yet be contemplating a 36th Test 100, surely, but there might be a thought if he's still there overnight in 27 or so minutes time. Glenn Phillips bowling his off spin from the Government House end. Down the wicket comes Stokes, hit it straight back over the bowler's head, long on and long off. Look at each other, as in who's going to fetch it, because it's cleared both of them. It's gone straight back over the bowler's head. I told you Ben Stokes would want some fun at the end of the day.
He's having some fun. Hang on to your hats. Here we go. I mean, this last half an hour is going to be epic, whichever way you look at it. Ben Stokes is coming out to swing, trying to get England obviously some quick runs. I do think if he gets out, I think, especially in the next 5 minutes, I think he will. I still think England will have 10 minutes at New Zealand. I really do. I don't see the point of him carrying on with what's left to come. So he either goes and bats for the next 25 minutes, and I mean, that will be so exciting, so enthralling, or the minute he gets out, then I think he'll think, right, if we can have 4 overs and pick up one of Latham or Conway, then I think it might be something worth doing.
That 6 brought up the 500 lead for England. 503 ahead now, as Glenn Mitchell is in once more to Stokes, and he crunches. He's giving himself some room outside the off stump, and he's just thrashed it all the way along the ground to Daryl Mitchell, who is no longer fielding at first slip. He spent most of the series standing next to keeper Tom Blundell, but he's now down on the long off boundary. And Stokes is 21 off 7 with a 4 and 2 sixes. So it's the 4th time that England have set New Zealand a 4th innings target in excess of 500, and twice New Zealand have been bowled out for over 400. So they've scored some runs in those. They've lost all 3 times, As Mitchell is in, Phillips is in once again and pushed away by Joe Root on 61, just easing it out towards mid-wicket where Tom Latham fields. Here is Phillips again, bowls to Root, drives it all the way along the ground. Also to Daryl Mitchell at long on to the right-handed Joe Root, and he's on to 62. So for those listeners who may not have been following the action ball by ball on TalkSport 2, on TalkSport, just to tell you that New Zealand were bowled out for 125. They resumed this morning at the start of play on 86 for 5 after a 15-wicket first day of this second Test match. They lost those last 5 wickets in just under 45 minutes. There's another short one from Mitchell, is clubbed powerfully by Stokes, who was looking to hit it over mid-wicket, I think, initially, but it'll just be a single down to Mitchell once again. And so much has happened yet again in this Test match, but really the overriding story should be Gus Atkinson's hat-trick, the 15th by an Englishman in Test cricket. The last 3 wickets to finish off the innings. Gus Atkinson becoming just the 10th Test player to be the proud owner of at least 1 Test century and 1 hat-trick. Others you may be familiar with, Moeen Ali and Stuart Broad, a Test century and a hat-trick. And England with a lead then of 155. Lost Ben Duckett for 92 and Jacob Bethel for 96. 2 men out in the 90s for England. 8 for Zach Crawley, 55 for Harry Brook, and 10 for Ollie Pope. They are currently 5 down for 351, leading by 506. And for New Zealand, it's head scratching and chin scratching time, and wherever else needs scratching.
Yeah, whatever. Well, while they're contemplating scratching something else, they're doing it from the boundary. I mean, this is a picture. Last night we watched Bryden Carse bowl with 2 leg slips, 5 slips, a short leg, nobody in front of square. At this minute in time, I don't think we're going to see anybody other than possibly Tom Latham, who's New Zealand captain at extra cover, not on the boundary. Ben Stokes he's here for a good time. New Zealand have spread out.
They have. Scatter, boys, and they have. There's a short one from Nathan Smith, who's paddled away off a bottom edge from Ben Stokes for a single. I think at some point Joe Root might just think, hang on, you I didn't know there was a party. I've got a bottle. Can I come too?
He's a designated driver, isn't he? He's our Scott Taylor.
But I just think that he might be contemplating an Uber and joining in the fun. Maybe not. We've got 20 minutes, just over 20 minutes to go. Nathan Smith in again, short, and it is pulled away by Root behind square on the leg side. It's big Willow Rourke who does the fielding down there in the deep. It's a apparently hopeless situation, but these are times, and it is an era in which more records, particularly batting records, have been broken in the last decade than ever before in the 145 odd years of Test cricket. Totals and individual scores. So maybe New Zealand are saying, hey, we can chase 508. The trouble is it's going to be more than that, because England aren't finished yet. Nathan Smith in again, bowls. Stokes hits down into the ground. Again, backing away, giving himself some room, looking to hit over extra cover. There is a gap there. That extra cover boundary is not guarded. Tom Latham, the skipper, is 35 yards away, maybe 40 yards away at extra cover, but he's mistimed it.
Good from Smith, really good from Smith. He's taking all the pace off to Ben Stokes. Last 2 balls have been a slower ball, which was a short one, and that one a little bit fuller. He's taking all the pace off it here.
Nathan Smith in again, bowls. Stokes swings and swings hard, maybe a little too hard, and that's why he missed it, and it goes through to Tom Blundell. But Tom Latham, Stokes' opposite number, is all too well aware of where Stokes is aiming, and he's backpedaling. You noticed he's gone from about 30 yards away to 40 to 50.
He is. Nathan Smith is trying to get a hold of I think it's Will O'Rourke down there at third. I think he's trying to get him finer because he knows that the harder that Stokes swings, the more chance it's going to go fine.
Well, he is fly-slip now, almost, really, isn't he? That's a slower ball, I think, unless he's just really tired. And it's tucked away off his hip by Ben Stokes for a couple. And it's very cleverly played, just nudging it, not trying to hit it too hard so that he could come back for the second. I think Stokes is quite happy, as is Root, for to take the majority of the strike now before the close of play.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're now. I think that is it. That's cut-off point. I think Ben Stokes now is here for 20 minutes, coming back tomorrow morning. By the time if there was a declaration, I think would have happened just before now.
Nathan Smith in again. That's a very, very wild and woolly delivery, and it's been called wide, short and very wide of the off stump. And Tom Blundell had so much time actually to see the ball that he took 4 steps to his left and took it in where second slip might have been.
Yeah, just rubbing that one in there, Manners.
Well,
kick him out while he's down.
He's got reason to be tired, as Nathan Smith. Here's Ben Stokes cutting this one, and a little bit of width, not quite as much as the previous delivery for a single. And it's the isolated Devon Conway lurking on the cover boundary, man alone all day today. 72 overs gone. It's the end of that one. 357 for 5. England's lead is 512.
512 now. England back for another 20 minutes. Just say Joe Root gets another 10 runs, 10, 12 runs in the next 20 minutes. Overnight, 75. 25 away from what would be was that 30? It would be his 36 Test 100.
Yep,
36 Test 100 if he was to get to that. I think if he gets to 75 tonight, coming back tomorrow morning, England will give him a chance to get to that milestone, and then all of a sudden we're into the ridiculous. Then England would be the best part of nearly 600 and more in front, especially if Stokes lets loose. Now we've got 15 minutes of Tim Southey, so England's lead could, by the time the declaration comes to tomorrow, be well over 600.
It is Tim Southey. He's back into the attack. Stokes drives out towards backward point, and then a valiant effort from Glenn Phillips, sprinting in, diving forward, full length, hands trying to get the fingers under the ball, just didn't carry to him.
Nearly a dentist required there for Glenn Phillips.
Oh, yeah.
He nearly was. Oh, just bounced just short of him.
And then he's landed on the ball.
On the top, yeah.
How sore was that? Oh,
it's all right. He's a big lad, so he landed on his chest, so it's not too bad. If it bounced up and hit him in the face, it would have spoiled his good looks.
Field scattered, men all over the boundary, and a man at backward point. Stokes swings hard and crunches it out towards extra cover. It's tidied up in the deep out there by Kane Williamson. The man who captained more Test matches than anyone else was also an opening batsman, and he said that when asked what are the 3 things that you would change about Test cricket, he said, make the gap between innings 15 minutes. Second, make the gap between innings 15 minutes. And third, increase the gap from 10 minutes to 15 minutes. And that was Graham Smith, South Africa. He hated that 10 minutes with an absolute passion. And he said it was just not long enough, whatever you did. Here's a attempted chop down from Joe Root towards third man. And he misses it. Through goes to Tom Blundell. So he would routinely, in a situation like this, always bat on the next morning, even if it was just for 10 or 15 minutes, because he knew how irritating it was for the batsman. That's why we see them run off the field. And Smith actually used to rehearse, practice.
Off the field?
No. Getting dressed as quickly as possible, getting ready, putting the thigh pad on, etc., etc. He never practiced running, didn't Graham Smith? He wasn't a keen runner. He's a big man, and he thought he'd do enough. He'd put pads in, give him a bat, and then he'd run, but otherwise not so much. 3:59 for 5. So there is that. There's the irritation factor.
but if you're doing that and you've only got sort of 15 minutes as well, 20 minutes is at the end of play. I mean, I don't know. I don't know where you sit on declarations before play or just before the end of play and giving somebody a nervous 25, 40 minutes. You get them back out there tomorrow morning, let them go through the fact that the declaration is coming.
Here is Tim Southey once again. Ben Stokes is on the charge. Tim Southey knows what's going on, and it was a very early charge. It was just lacking a trumpet, and Southey saw him coming and has just bowled it full and wide. And Ben Stokes couldn't reach it. He remains on 27 from 16 balls. Joe Root 64, 359 for 514 runs ahead.
It's hilarious, Tom Blundell's had to take the wicketkeeper glove off there to get the ball in his hand with the inner on, to throw it to Tim Southey because there's nobody around to throw it to.
Again, Southey very, very wide of the off stump, and indeed, Rod Tucker says you can't bowl there, son. Sorry, he's called it wide.
That's a bit harsh. I've not seen it. Actually, now, Tom Blundell's thrown the ball to Ben Stokes, who's now thrown the ball to Tim Southey. Yeah, that was a wide. I mean, I'll give a bowler some leeway if a batter's coming at you to throw it wider or throw it higher, but I think that was wide when you watch the replay again.
So, that extra run on the extras column takes the total to 360 for 5. Here is Southey once more, and Stokes here. He's just waiting for a hittable one, and he couldn't hit that one, so he just pushed it down to long on and took the single. Both players know what the game is. Ben Stokes wants to have a swing. Southey's going to do everything he possibly can not to bowl him a ball that he can have a swing at, and all of his experience shone through there. Crowd has thinned out, Harmy. A lot of people have taken the opportunity to catch a bus back into town or wherever they're heading and go for a little quencher, a little sundowner, although it's a while before the sun goes down.
Yeah, it is a while before the sun goes down, but at least the sun is in a position to go down. Yesterday they went home because they were freezing cold. We were sitting shaking up here, shivering. So it's been a warmer day, it's been a good day, it's been a great day. If you're an England fan, a great day for the England players. I mean, Gus Atkinson started the day. Jacob Ethel, so pleased for him. Disappointed that he didn't get to 100, but I think you'll get more and more chances.
Swing from Ben Stokes and thick outside edge, and it flies away to fly slip, where Will O'Rourke does the fielding. It was all the way along the ground, or mostly along the ground. England now certainly within clutching distance of the Crowthorpe Trophy, the first time it's been played for, and it's a thoroughly beautiful object, actually, crafted by artist Richard and Garava from 2 bats that belonging to Martin Crowe and Graham Thorpe, both of which they used to score hundreds against New Zealand and England respectively, or England and New Zealand respectively. So it's been crafted out of willow with jade in between the 2 blades. It really is an object of some beauty. Alistair Cook described it, well, he said that's steered away behind square on the offside for another single. Alistair Cook, he's presenting the television coverage from probably
London.
Is it London or is it Stockholm? Or
No, they're in London, I think.
Okay. Well, when he saw it for the first time, he said it's very rare that you get a trophy that immediately hits you, and he said that is absolutely beautiful, and that's a worthy memorial to those 2 players and to this the great history of the series between these 2 countries. Stokes now swing at this. I don't know if it's another slower ball or whether he just swung too hard, but there was a lot of energy expended which was not transferred to the ball.
Yeah, when Ben first came in, he hit a big 6 into the leg side, and he clipped 1 for 4, and he wasn't trying to hit them hard. He was trying to get his eye on the ball and watching the ball and getting the swing playing going nicely. Now he's just trying to hit them too hard. He's losing all shape whatsoever. So just slow it down to a blur, Ben, and you've got a chance of hitting it.
Smith in again. He too has gone too wide for Stokes to hit it. This is like 2 owners of a dog throwing a tennis ball to each other, and the dog's desperately trying to get after it. It just can't sink its teeth into it.
he bites you on the knee. Yeah.
He's he is. I mean, he's just trying to monster everything, isn't he? I mean, it's quite amusing to watch, but he just wants to middle a couple. Could you bowl it at me, please, or somewhere near me?
I know Harry Brooks said to him, "You see how far my 6 was down the Kent Road."
Yeah, the one that bounced over the confectionery stall. Short, hooked out towards Rachin Ravindra. Falls short. Well, falls short. He's bowled one that Ben Stokes could have a swing at, and he has had a swing at it, and he hasn't hit it well enough, ironically enough, and it's fallen short of Rachin Ravindra. But he is, I mean, he does look like someone playing beach cricket in the Caribbean at the moment, Ben Stokes.
He's playing twister with a cricket bat, isn't he? I mean, he's getting himself into all sorts of shapes. And I mean, Rachin Ravindra was looking into the sun there. He didn't pick it up first up. Whether we were to get into it or not, I'm not so sure. I think he might have been able to get it. Landed just about 10 yards short of him. He didn't pick it up straight away.
Nathan Smith, right arm over the wicket, bowls for Joe Root, hits him on the pad. There's a speculative appeal for leg before wicket here. Not out, says umpire Adrian Holstock, and New Zealand have no more reviews left. They've not used them wisely or prudently. They've burnt them really on speculative appeals. Over comes to an end. Just by the by, 6 overs to go before the second new ball.
The way Nathan Smith's day has gone, this is probably hitting middle stump halfway up. No reviews left. I mean, he's got 0 for 69 off 15. He's I just got a little inside edge from Joe Root. It was straight, but it was high. Little inside edge from Root. But one thing you can't accuse these New Zealand bowlers, every single one of them, for trying. I mean, the effort's been there. I don't think they've had the luck, the rub of the green. A few umpires, of course, have gone England's way.
Tim Southee into Ben Stokes, and again he launches one out towards extra cover, and he looks deeply disappointed with himself that he hasn't been able to hit a boundary for a whole 8 balls now. It has been the most glorious day in the New Zealand capital. Wellington has had her best dress and heels on and put some lipstick on, and she's showing off today. Not really very much wind. The sunshine has been warm and welcoming, and the Basin Reserve, spiritual and physical home of New Zealand cricket, has provided a warm embrace to everyone here today. And that one is flicked away off his pads by Joe Root down towards fine leg, and despite the very best valiant attempts of Matt Henry sprinting around from long leg to fine leg and putting in the dive at the end of a long, hard, bruising, sweaty day, he's unable to prevent the 4 runs, and Root moves on to 69.
But that was like some sort of like calm, soothing bit of cricket. I mean, there's no effort into that. Tim Southee's run one back into Joe Root's pads, and he's just elegantly glided it round the corner for 4.
Southee in again, bowls to Root, and another little gentle push away out on the offside, and Root is playing the role of a good-natured bouncer, isn't he? So just calm down, everybody. Let's just calm this down. All right.
Not too much to drink. Just settle down. You know, once more and you're gone. But I wonder if he's saying that to Ben. Just calm down.
I don't think he said a word to Ben.
I don't think he is. No. Just quite happy watching, Ben doing the sort of the twister with his body and his bat.
Root is 70 now, Stokes is 31, Southee is into Ben Stokes, and I think this one hit the outside edge of the bat, to be honest. He was looking towards mid-wicket, and it might just have been that he played a wee bit early. It's hit the outside half of the bat anyway and deflected down to the third man boundary for a single. Stokes 32 off 23, 371 for 5, and a warm welcome once again to listeners on Talk Sport who are going to be with us for the next 35 minutes or so. They'll be able to get a full wrap and assessment of what has been an incredible day's cricket from John Norman and Steve Harmison once play comes to an end in about 6 or 7 minutes time. This one from Tim Southee hits Root on the pads. I think it was a leg by. It is. That's confirmed by umpire Rod Tucker. The runs continue to flow. England now leading by 527, and I've no doubt that John and Harmy will give due credit and deference to the achievement of Gus Atkinson, the 15th man to take a hat-trick, test hat-trick for England. He took the last 3 wickets of the innings. There's not a lot he hasn't done
in 8 months.
In 8 months. It's incredible, isn't it? It's been amazing. 50 wickets. He hasn't fielded in the slip cordon as far as I'm aware, but that's about it. That one punched powerfully by Ben Stokes off his pads as a weary Southee continues in his farewell series, his penultimate test match. He retires next week on his home ground of Seddon Park in Hamilton, but he's still putting in the hard yards. He's been known and respected throughout his 16-year career for bowling the hard overs into the wind, uphill, old ball. All of those things apply today.
Yeah, everything applied today. He's got his 2 wickets, 2 good wickets, but I think England have a plan against him, Southee, every time he comes on, and it's going to the aggressive route, trying to hit him off his length, trying to put pressure on the New Zealand all-time great wicket taker. I'm saying we're really doing Gus Atkinson some injustice, because it's not 8 months, it's 5 months. He made his debut in July, didn't he? In Jimmy Anderson's last Test match. I think it was early July when England played. Yeah, I think when England played the West Indies in early July at Lord's, that was his first Test match, wasn't it? So yeah, so it's 5 months. Yeah.
Very, very few England cricketers in almost a century and a half can match his achievements. It's just quite remarkable with a hat-trick today. Short and pulled powerfully by Ben Stokes, but again, he seems to have lost the middle of his bat at the moment. He's not timing anything. He came out and, as you say, hit that massive early 6, and he's added another one. But just for now, he's been restricted to singles by New Zealand putting men on the boundary and bowling wide, not anywhere near his hitting arc. 1-4, 2 6s, 34 off 25 balls. The lead is a mighty 529. It's hard to believe that we're only at the end of the second day of this Test match. Nathan Smith is in again, right arm over the wicket. Joe Root plays it away, defensively out on the offside. Looks like Joe decided that it'll be nice to have a light breakfast and strap them on again and resume tomorrow morning.
Yeah, pad them up. Nice walk to the ground, bit of breakfast, coffee on the way, strap them up and try and achieve somebody in England has not achieved. Continue this ridiculous record that Joe Root's got and push himself towards the 36th Test match 100.
Here is Nathan Smith once again. It looked like a little bit of reverse swing there. I may be imagining it. Been a long day, but just seemed to swing back into Joe Root. Helped it on its way down towards deep backward square leg. Devon Conway fields, but it's 2 more runs. Actually, have you mentioned that on air yet today, that England have not all the players, but yesterday and today some of them walked from the centre of Wellington? It's about a half an hour walk, isn't it?
Half an hour walk. Just seemed as though a lot of the staff have been walking home. A few of the players have been walking home, the ones that aren't playing in the game. They all walked home from practice day, I think. We've seen them as we were driving past them in the car. E-scooters in Christchurch, walking home in Wellington.
Here is Nathan Smith again, bowls to Root, and I'm not imagining it. I think there is a little bit of what I presume is reverse swing with the ball in its 76th over, just drifting back into Root, helps it on its way again. But in these days of uber security, I mean that you wouldn't find the players walking between the city centre and the cricket ground in Rawalpindi or Lahore or Johannesburg or most Indian cities.
No, and I think that's why they do it. I think it's refreshing for them to do that. Feel as though they can be free and breathe and enjoy the culture of hospitality of the locals.
Short and pulled away behind square on the leg side by Ben Stokes. They go through for a single, and I think, even if they are recognised, I mean, England supporters obviously recognise them all, and they do get, and there are a lot of England supporters here, so they do get asked for selfies, as you do, and occasionally autographs, but mostly selfies these days. It's the nature of New Zealand sporting fans. Even if they are recognised, they just ignore them, so they enjoy that.
I say hello, and I think the players, I've said for ages, I think this is a great bunch, very respectful, and I think they would pose and say hello back comfortably.
Yeah. That's a bouncer from Nathan Smith, heads over the shoulder of Joe Root into the gloves of Tom Blundell. But I think my point is that even if they are recognised, walking around the city centre of Wellington, they're largely ignored because it's not the nature of New Zealand supporters to make a fuss.
No, not the nature of the supporters to make a fuss. I think New Zealand supporters will, applaud their players in the effort that they've shown. I don't think they've had all the rub of the green, the New Zealand bowlers. I think you have to marvel at the fact that England, not only are they in the commanding position, but I mean, normally you have at the end of the day, don't you, manage? You have one player who's had a great day put up because of something they've done well or brilliant throughout the day. And I reckon at the end of today, you could speak to Carse, you could speak to Atkinson, you could speak to Duckett, you could speak to Bethel, you could speak to Root, you could speak to Brook. Stokes even. Atkinson. I mean, Atkinson. I mentioned Atkinson earlier. I think you could literally every single one has contributed to put England 533 runs ahead 2 days into this Test match.
It is amazing. The New Zealand players are they're consoling each other. It might not be the right word. They're saying, well done. It's a hard day. We've got our hands dirty. We've been forced to grovel in a cricketing sense. But they're saying, well done and pats on the back, and we live to fight another day. It is the end of the second day. Quite extraordinary score, 378 for 5. England leading by 533, with Joe Root eyeing up a 36th Test 100 on 73 from 106 balls, and Ben Stokes, the captain, on 35 from a mere 26. It's been hard toil for the New Zealand bowlers. 2 for 72 for Tim Southee. One thing Tom Latham's done very nicely is share the workload around. 14, 15, 16, 15, 16. Southee 2 for 72. Henry 2 for 78. Nathan Smith none for 74. Will O'Rourke none for 79. He's been unlucky in both Test matches. Could have had much better figures. And Glenn Phillips bowling his off spin 1 for 75.